little technical problem.
Over to you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Clerk. I'll just need him one moment. Madam Clerk, I'm going to need just probably 2 minutes because I'm having a technical problem on my end.
Okay, let me know if you need IT to connect into your laptop.
Thank you.
You're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Just calling together the reconvening of our City Council meeting for Thursday, November 5th, 2020. To start, I'd like to acknowledge we're on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. A couple of procedural items before we do get started. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means. Oh, can we just ask all councillors to mute, please? This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the Order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of BC, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to all councillors. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers and listeners when available. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure there's quorum during the meeting, so please ensure your video is enabled as much as possible. And if you do need to leave the meeting temporarily, please advise the clerk or me. Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato is in the chair. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirbian. Councillor Kirbian. You have quorum, Deputy Mayor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. So I'll just run through the plan for this afternoon. This is a reconvened meeting. The public is encouraged to listen to proceedings via the city's website or the YouTube link, and to follow along Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of this meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a continuation of a previous meeting. We are going to continue to hear speakers, have a second round of questions to staff, and debate and decision on presentation 1, the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We also have one administrative motion and one council member's motion to deal with later this afternoon or evening. Should council not complete these items today, the meeting will reconvene on Tuesday, November 17th at 3 p.m. I'm advised that we will be continuing with speakers, specifically this item, but I do need to just ask if there are any councillors that need to recuse themselves out of conflict of interest.
Yes, I'll be recusing myself for portions of the debate today, and will be returning after the speakers have spoken and questions of councillors have been made, so that I can ask my questions on parts that I'm not in conflict for.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wade. Appreciate that. We're now going to continue to hear from registered speakers. Madam Clerk, can you advise who our first speaker is today?
Madam Chair, it's on your public body representative. It's speaker number 3.
Dr. Michael Schwant.
That's correct.
Dr. Schwant, are you on the line or in person? Do we have him on the line?
Yes, we do. We're just going to connect to.
Okay, thank you.
And Rosemary, are you able to put me into the lounge and have the script read? Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, there's a portion of the script that I need you to read regarding
Yes,
Councillor
thank
Wade.
you,
Thank you. Before
Madam
we hear
Clerk.
from the chair.
So Councillor Wee will recuse himself again at the beginning of this meeting due to a conflict of interest. For our viewers, Councillor Wee will be present during portions of this item where he had no conflicts. We will pause briefly to allow him to rejoin or exit the meeting, and then I think that's it, isn't it, Rosemary? Is there anything further?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We have
Chair,
Dr. Schwant on the line.
yes, Chair Dominato, we're just waiting to move Councillor Weeb to the lobby. If you just give her
Okay.
a second. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the reason for the conflict is I'm a director on the Easy Park Board of Directors. There's a lot of elements that deal with parking in this issue.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
Councillor Weeb, I'm sorry, could I ask you to just leave WebEx and then we'll call you to join? Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. And do we have Dr. Schwant on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Go ahead. You're speaking to Council.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Michael Schwant. Thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak with you today in my role as a medical health officer with Vancouver Coastal Health, and also for accepting a letter on this topic from myself and Chief Medical Health Officer Dr. Patricia Daly. We applaud the work of the City in developing the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and we support the approval of the plan by Council. Climate change has for several years been recognized by experts as a major threat to the health of communities. Over 1,000 local governments worldwide, including Vancouver, have made declarations of a climate emergency, which are statements of both a sense of urgency and commitments to action. Climate change can affect health through many pathways, and negative impacts have already been observed in scientific research and local experience alike. Most directly, increased temperatures bring summers with more days of extreme heat and can result in increased frequency of severe heat illness, hospitalization, and death. These effects disproportionately affect populations with biological vulnerabilities, such as children and older adults, as well as people placed at greater risk socially, such as community members who work outdoors or are underhoused. Similarly, major wildfire smoke events have become increasingly common and severe in our region and neighboring areas, creating increased risk for populations ranging from young children with asthma to adults with chronic heart and lung diseases. Local data has shown increased use of emergency services during wildfire smoke events, as well as elevated mortality during heat waves. There are also less direct effects of climate change on health. Changes in winter climate have altered the distribution patterns of some disease-carrying insects, leading to increased incidence of conditions such as West Nile and Lyme disease at higher latitudes. Food security can also be affected as growing seasons change and become less predictable, including for people accessing traditional indigenous food systems. In the absence of prompt action to mitigate the impacts of climate change, these emerging impacts on health are expected to worsen. However, this trajectory can be altered by collective action across sectors and levels of government, with large cities having a major role to play. By reducing global warming, actions at the scale and commitment of those outlined in the Climate Emergency Action Plan will have lasting impacts on health and well-being. These actions will contribute to large-scale mitigation of climate change, and in and of themselves also promise benefits to the health of community members in the shorter run. Concrete steps to promote walkable neighborhoods and support public transit use, for example, are crucial not just to long-term reduction in global warming, but in the shorter and longer term will also bring important co-benefits of decreased air pollution and traffic counts. This is expected to reduce lung disease, injuries, and other preventable health outcomes, with increases in physical activity as well. Actions to increase sustainable transportation while decreasing greenhouse gas emissions and other pollution interact positively as healthy public policies. Finally, the projected health and social costs of not taking steps to limit and plan for climate change are significant. And these costs are expected to accrue not in a strictly linear pattern, but often through major disruptions that can't be reliably predicted. Extreme weather events, as I mentioned, have many adverse impacts on health and are expected to continue increasing in frequency and severity. For example, a major heat wave in 2009 led to the death of over 100 Metro Vancouver residents, according to an analysis by the BC Centre for Disease Control. As well, our drinking water sources and distribution systems are vulnerable to flooding and landslides. In one instance, severe storms have caused a multi-day boil water order that affected 2 million residents of Vancouver and its neighboring communities, and storm seasons are expected to intensify with climate change. Flooding, windstorms, and other events can quickly outpace the capacity and resilience of municipal infrastructure and can impact on the most basic of public health standards. At a high level, a plan with clear actions to both mitigate and adapt to climate change is among the most valuable tools available to support the long-term health status of the population. Drilling down to action, specific indicators and targets to measure the impact of a climate plan are vital, large-scale diagnostics. Vancouver's Climate Emergency Action Plan has brought together these elements through a process of research and consultation, and we thank the city for engaging with public health as well as other governmental sectors, businesses, and residents. As medical health officers for the Regional Health Authority mandated to assess the health of the community and partner on health promotion at a population level, we support the adoption of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Schwant. And you do have a question from Councillor Carr. Go ahead,
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schwant. Appreciate very much you coming. I just have one question, and that is related to the correlation between climate change and the spread of disease. I know it's more commonly reported on around malaria and tropical diseases, but is there any connection that you or your colleagues have found, for example, in a virus such as the coronavirus?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. And although the connections between, as you mentioned, climate and some of the vector-borne diseases like malaria or West Nile, Lyme disease, and so on have been made more clear in a direct sense, we do think that there are potential impacts to other disease transmission and more indirectly through other disruptions. So, for example, whether it's through heat waves or for extreme cold events, we know that when people need to be indoors, when people need to change their normal patterns to seek relief from those settings, there can be higher risk for transmission of diseases when people are in close contact. And this is something we had the opportunity to work closely with city staff on over the summer when we were beginning to plan for potential extreme heat events, for wildfire smoke events, as we've had in previous years, and looking at how the complexities of managing those situations with acute health risk alongside the need to have people socially distancing, physically distancing from one another, makes for a very challenging time indeed. So it was positive that we didn't have much in the way of extreme heat or wildfire smoke this summer, but these sorts of disruptions make it very hard for long-range planning for disease control, particularly when the movements of people are concerned. So that's one connection. In a larger sense, go ahead, please.
No, yeah, I don't mind you continuing, but if you could also answer the question regarding you talked about heat waves, et cetera, and I know that we are promoting the use of heat pumps, for example, air-to-air exchanges, which actually have filters on them, and that they could be sort of safe havens in terms of air pollution, such as from fires. Did you study that piece as well?
Well, this is actually a happy interaction between some of the emerging science around COVID-19 prevention and what's been known and advocated for in public health around buildings and indoor spaces for some time. So as it is concerning that we find more and more about the aerosolization of COVID-19 and the risks of crowding in enclosed spaces, some of the emerging science that's suggesting enhancements to ventilation goes right hand in hand with some of the exactly the same direction that we would provide for having high-level filtration, high-level ventilation in our indoor spaces. So there actually are benefits that could come on multiple fronts, another area of co-benefits here.
Right. I love it. Act on climate and act on health too. Thanks so much again for your work and for presenting to us.
Hey, thank you for the
Councillor Parr,
discussion.
and thank you, Dr. Schwant. Thanks for calling in today. Our
Okay,
next
thank you.
speaker is Commissioner Irwin with the Vancouver Park Board. Commissioner, are you on the line?
For having me.
No, Commissioner Irwin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we now.
Hello?
You're a bit faint.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
That's better, much better. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, thanks for having me. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, fellow citizens, and staff. Since the Clouds of Change report in
Commissioner,
1988,
just speak up, please, a little bit. You're quite
yeah,
faint.
since the Clouds of Change report in 1988, the city has consistently been a leader on climate change in North America. I'm currently preparing an SFU environmental geography course, and so I picked up a book that's kicking around the house, Andrew Weaver's Generation Us from 2011. And I noted how impacts have rapidly accelerated since even 9 years ago. In the book, Weaver advocates for electric cars, but misses the spatial challenges of growing automobile dependency and the increased need for more electricity, which could be better deployed for high-efficient space heating and economic productivity, which is covered quite well in your response that staff's prepared for you. And also, of course, active transportation is really well taken care of as well. In 2006, Nicholas Stern, a former World Bank economist, estimated global climate change costs. At that time, he estimated a cut of 5% of GDP each year. With more dramatic predictions, the projection was 20% of GDP, and the more dramatic predictions have largely and unfortunately come to pass. Stern noted that costs involved to mitigate would be far outweighed by the costs of coping with an overheated world afflicted by flooding, soaring temperatures, ruined crops, displaced people. And even in our own city, we've had 80,000 people, in the 2000s had to flee from Slave Lake and from Fort McMurray in 2011 due to wildfires, not caused by climate change, but exacerbated by climate change and happening at times of year in Alberta that we never had them before. Stern noted in 2016 that with hindsight, I now realize that I underestimated the risks. I underplayed the dangers, he said. And that air pollution kills more than 30,000 people a year in Britain. In China, it causes about 4,000 deaths a day. And in Canada, according to the International Institute for Sustainable Development, it's around 7,700 people who die prematurely each year from air pollution. So what we're doing will also deal with that. For the last 3 of 4 years, we've been choking on so-called local smoke, a term really created to cover the emerging signs of the climate crisis. It adds to very poor air quality days and impacts the health of our most vulnerable populations, the very young, seniors, and those with pre-existing respiratory issues. It also likely exacerbates COVID-19 health impacts for vulnerable groups experiencing, dense smoke like down in the United States this year. Heat waves by climate change cost about $1.6 billion in 2015, according to the IISD, a Canadian research group. So some of the things you're proposing, I think, are great. Transport pricing, the London congestion charge, cut vehicles by 20%. About 75,000 vehicles daily going to the London central area. A bunch of those drivers, 40,000, switched to public transport, which is much more sustainable. It reduced CO2 emissions by about 16%. I'm also noting that you're looking at removing parking minimums. This was asked for during the long Southeast Falls Creek process, the Creekside process that I was involved in. We also argued for development with no parking except for car sharing, and neither of these were done in the 2000s. So removal of parking minimums could allow this innovative form to be developed. Vancouver Trail cities in Europe, like Wester Park in Amsterdam and Slateford Green in Edinburgh, that are zero parking developments. We also argued that the Southeast Falls Creek site be elevated by a meter to account for climate change. Our city is very vulnerable to the projected sea level rise, conservatively estimated to be about 30 centimeters by 2050 for our region. Of course, this will impact our park areas, and all of our port facilities will probably have to be modified somewhat as well. I urge you to keep equity in mind, but to move ahead and accept the staff recommendations, increase active transportation and other sustainable transport modes, and green buildings, and to really note that we're really at the crux of this crisis. And I know some people are worried about costs, but I think the costs of inaction will far outweigh what we're able to do as a leader. And I think when we lead, others in the region, others in the province will hopefully follow. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Irwin. That is your time, and I don't see any questions for you. Thanks for calling in today.
Okay, thanks. Take care, you guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Our next speaker from the public is Brad White, President of SES Consulting. Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, loud and clear.
Great. Excellent. Great. Well, hello, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address Council today on this important topic. My name is Brad White. I'm President of SES Consulting, and I'm here today to speak in favor of the proposed Climate Emergency Action Plan. And in particular, I want to express my support around Big Move 4, which is the zero emission building retrofit strategy, part of the plan. So my company, SES Consulting, we're a 20-person firm based here in Vancouver, and our work is almost exclusively focused on energy efficiency and low-carbon retrofits for existing commercial, institutional, and multifamily buildings. And so over the last 15 years, we have worked with our clients to make significant reductions in the carbon footprints of their buildings. And based on the hundreds of audits and successful retrofits we've been involved with in this time, I can say with confidence that cost-effective opportunities for significant emission reductions abound in Vancouver's buildings. In our experience, the average commercial building in Vancouver can easily achieve between a 10 and a 30% reduction in emissions while delivering a very positive financial return to the building owner. And over time, as low-carbon heating technology improves and government incentives become more generous and the price of carbon increases, the potential for cost-effective emission reductions will only increase. In some of these cases, these reductions can be really dramatic. A retrofit of the Vancity Credit Union headquarters, which is a building I think most of you would recognize as the tower that sits on top of the Main Street SkyTrain station. Here, we used a heat pump to recover heat from Vancity's data center to heat most of the remainder of the building. And they were able to reduce the natural gas consumption by 96% and the building's GHG emissions by 71%. And I should add, this is an investment that paid back in just 6 years. Similarly, Golden Properties, who's a local property manager and property owner, they conducted a retrofit of their office tower at 1177 West Hastings with a similar technology, and they were able to reduce their building's greenhouse gas emissions by 90%. And they also highlight that they were able to improve the quality of their space and the tenant experience at the same time. And we've completed a number of projects similar to these, and I think these represent the most cost-effective opportunities to dramatically lower buildings' emissions. And there's opportunity for a significant number of these projects in Vancouver's large commercial buildings. We're seeing many of Vancouver's large property owners, such as Concert Properties, Quadrio, Golden Properties, and many others, and they're already pursuing large-scale, low-carbon retrofits of their buildings. And they're making voluntary commitments to very deep carbon reductions across their portfolios. And we believe, obviously, that the investments being made by these progressive owners is ultimately going to benefit the entire market by demonstrating the feasibility of these kinds of retrofits, and also by creating the local capacity and expertise to tackle these sorts of deep carbon reductions in existing buildings. So I'm very happy to see that the city's plan recognizes the importance of this by including support for early owner action and industry capacity as part of your plan. Now, every building is different, and certainly not all owners have been as proactive as some of the early adopters I've mentioned above. And as a result, there will be many different paths taken to reducing carbon emissions. And for this reason, I fully support the city's proposed strategy of regulating emissions on an intensity basis, as this recognizes this reality that all buildings are a bit different, and it gives building owners the flexibility to pursue the right approach for their building. And I believe this ultimately will lower the cost of compliance and will offer much greater benefits to building owners compared to a more prescriptive approach that might regulate individual pieces of equipment, for example. So I'm very excited to continue to grow our business in a city that takes the challenge of the climate emergency seriously. The plan that's been put forth is bold, yet I believe very realistic and one that's achievable and will ultimately deliver a myriad of other benefits to building owners beyond carbon reductions, such as lower operating costs and healthier, more productive buildings. And I also sincerely hope to see many other jurisdictions follow on Vancouver's leadership in this area. That's it for my comments. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Brad, and stay on the line because we have Councillor Carr who has questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much for taking the time for the work you do and taking the time to speak to us. It's great. So I have a question around the retrofits for commercial, industrial, and multifamily dwellings that you talked about. Are those owners able to do those retrofits without any kind of significant financing that might come sort of, one hopes, generously from senior governments? So are they doing this on their own with their own financing?
Generally, yes. I will say they do certainly take advantage of the generous utility incentive programs, mainly through BC Hydro and FortisBC. Those, I would say, they're involved in, I would say, the majority of the retrofit projects that we do. But they would only fund a portion of the retrofits, somewhere between 10 and 50%. The rest is usually funded by the owners themselves, and we find most of the larger commercial owners are able to either self-finance or they have the funds available that they're able to carry out these retrofits.
Right. And you did talk about a specific, just before I go on, and would more significant retrofit money coming from, which I think the federal government maybe, and the provincial may be contemplating, would those allow either more building owners and or building owners who do partial retrofits to do more in terms of retrofits, in your opinion?
Yes, absolutely. I think, and I think the money specifically coming from the federal government, at least in what I've heard, is intended to be investments rather than grants. And so that will be attractive to a class of owner who may not be able to self-finance and who that's a barrier for. But I would say, any increasing of incentives helps catalyze action. And I mean, we're already seeing that right now where FortisBC has offered enhanced incentives as part of a COVID response. And we're seeing a lot of building owners take them up on that. And it's definitely accelerating action on their part.
Great. You talked about the building at above the Sky train station at Maine, and you talked about a payback period, but somehow your voice cut out. What was the payback time?
It was about 6 years.
About 6 years. Okay, that's great.
And that's on equipment that would have a lifetime of 15, 20 years. I said the equipment that is being purchased would have a lifetime of 15 to 20 years. So it's a much shorter period than the life of the equipment.
Great. And one of the complaints I've heard is around getting on a list. I know we did a heat pump and just squeezed in this fall, but now they're not even taking names, the company that did it, just because the waitlist time is too long. Are you finding some problems in terms of just obtaining the skilled workers to do these kinds of retrofits? Do you think government should be investing, for example, in training of workers?
I think it will certainly help. I'd say this is certainly less of an issue in the commercial sector, which is where most of our work is done, compared to maybe the small residential. I've definitely heard that issue more for single-family homes and heat pump retrofits at that scale. I'd say that there's a large number of very capable commercial contractors in the city. I'd say there could be support provided, though, for maybe some more innovative technology and training and around that, and to help catalyze some of the action around some new technologies that are being imported from Europe and Japan that are superior to what's traditionally been available here on the market.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much. Really, again, appreciate your work and speaking to us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Chair Damanarut, are you muted?
Oh, I'm muted. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carr and Brad, for calling in. Our next speaker is Anthony Pack, founder of the Carbon Leadership Forum, Vancouver. Go ahead, Anthony.
Hi, thanks. Hi, everyone. First off, I want to acknowledge all the city staff that put this report together. I think it's really brilliantly done. It's really comprehensive, really ambitious, and I definitely want to vocalize my support for this plan. And in particular, I want to comment specifically on Big Move 5, which relates to low carbon materials and construction practices, also referred to as embodied carbon. So within that field, if you're not familiar, we're really looking at the carbon emissions associated with all of the construction materials in buildings. So all the concrete, steel, wood, glass, looking at from resource extraction all the way to end of life. And so to give you a little bit of background about myself, I'm a life cycle assessment consultant. And so LCA is how we quantify these embodied carbon emissions in buildings. And I'm also the founder of the Carbon Leadership Forum, Vancouver. And so what this group does is, it was formerly known as the Embodied Carbon Network. And what we do is we bring together all the relevant building industry stakeholders. So, architects, structural engineers, developers, the concrete industry, the wood industry, all the relevant players together to look at various different topics relating to embodied carbon and really exploring how do we reduce the emissions of our buildings. For a long time, green buildings were focused on operational carbon emissions, but we've neglected these embodied carbon emissions from our materials. And in large part because of Vancouver's leadership on this front, and especially with this climate emergency action plan, Vancouver is very much seen as a leader in the world now in this domain. And I really want to acknowledge the city for taking this on, because, it's easy for many cities to not address these emissions because they're not scope 1 and scope 2. It doesn't show up inside of your typical carbon accounting within your direct jurisdiction. These are scope 3 emissions, but they're also very significant, and it's something that designers can have a big impact on. Embodied carbon is relatively new for many people in the building industry. I would say even a year or two ago, most building industry practitioners probably either haven't heard of it, or even if they've heard of it, they've never actually done anything about it on their projects. And as a result of City of Vancouver's rezoning, the green building rezoning requirement, which was released in, I think, 2017, they started requiring all the rezoning projects, or most of them, to do a life cycle assessment and to actually start looking at these emissions. And so that actually started to build up the capacity within the industry to look at these emissions and really start to quantify it and think about how to reduce them. And with this climate emergency action plan, now that there's a bold target set out, by 2030, we're going to reduce the embodied carbon emissions by 40% relative to 2018 as a baseline. That sets a clear roadmap and a clear signal to the industry. And I've seen firsthand, because I convene a lot of these conversations amongst all the big design firms, a lot of them are actually taking it seriously. Internally, they're thinking about how do they adapt their practices, how do they build up the expertise around this. And so what I can say is that I think the industry is more than ready and willing, and all they needed is the regulation to push this forward so that they could actually act on it. We've had voluntary, rating systems like LEED for a long time that make it optional to address these types of impacts. But by actually making this as part of regulation, or potentially soon, that's the big game changer. And I can say that, what the City of Vancouver is proposing right now, I believe is extremely ambitious, but also achievable. Like it strikes the right balance between, and also the roadmap between now and 2030 is really well thought through. And I can see that it's also having a big impact on globally in terms of policy. Last year I actually flew to Hong Kong as part of a Canadian trade mission, clean tech trade mission, and I spoke with a lot of stakeholders there. and cited Vancouver as an example. And now I've heard that some of those stakeholders have brought recommendations to the Hong Kong government based on specifically what Vancouver has proposed. New York, same thing. A year ago, this was not even on their, or it was barely on their radar. And now I've participated in some discussions where they're actually elevating that on the policy agenda. DC, same thing. There's countless cities that have actually really started to look at this, and there's a hunger for knowledge and action on this front. And actually, after the city of Vancouver put this report out, or this target out, the World Green Building Council mirrored the exact same target, saying that that's what the whole industry needs to achieve. So I guess what I want to leave you with is first, I want to acknowledge everyone for putting this on the agenda. It makes up 11% of global CO2 emissions annually. So that was what was previously ignored by the whole industry. So it's a huge problem. And by putting this regulation out there, I think it also really allows people in Vancouver an opportunity to become known as experts in this field. A lot of the design firms, this is where the projects are actually happening. Even if they have many different offices, like Vancouver is where these projects are starting to address embodied carbon. And just like Passive House, I think embodied carbon is also going to be something that we're well known for.
I'm going to jump in there. You're just a little bit over time now, but I see Councillor Boyle has a question for you, so you can certainly continue there. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Yes, thanks for taking the time to come in. This is probably one of the pieces the public has the least sort of interface with. So I'm interested to hear a bit more from you about how Vancouver's leadership on this has rippled out and seen emissions impacts and policy changes in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, like I said, literally just a few weeks ago, some people that I had met up with in Hong Kong, they said they made formal recommendations to the Hong Kong government to actually incorporate LCA and quantifying these embodied carbon emissions as a prerequisite, for example, to get some of the incentives that they have put out for green building policy, and just make that as a prerequisite. And so, that's an example. New York, I was part of a meeting with NYSERDA, where they convened an embodied carbon working group, and they brought together a lot of experts, and embodied carbon actually got slotted into the agenda relatively late. And even the people that were organizing that, and they were coming up with this whole climate change strategy, they were even surprised by how quickly embodied carbon came onto the agenda, and Vancouver played a big role in that. And because we're the first city to really put bold policy on this, I think it's gotten a lot of cities to think about this. Along the West Coast, I mentioned, I organized the Carbon Leadership Forum Vancouver. Since we were the first city to create this type of a group, and now there's 25 cities around the world that have started up similar chapters. They're now thinking about, how do we work with our local policy officials to actually drive some action, some policy action on embodied carbon. And so, even like there was a CLF LA, Los Angeles, they created an event. And so they had some of the city policy officials there, and they weren't even thinking about whole building embodied carbon policy action items. And so, just citing Vancouver, that got it onto the radar for them. So I think there's definitely a big ripple effect, and Vancouver knows about this. The world knows about what Vancouver's doing on embodied carbon now.
Great. Really appreciate you sharing your professional work on this with us. Thanks for taking the time.
No problem.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle, and thank you, Anthony, for calling in. Our next speaker is Annika Lee, organizer with the Sustainability Teams. Annika, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello, Thank you. Hello, councillors and Mayor Stewart. My name is Annika Lee. I am 14 years old. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am in favor of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. When I was little, I used to dream about all the possibilities in my future. I wanted to be a mechanic, a writer, and a farmer. About a year ago, though, I realized I couldn't dream about my future if I couldn't count on there being one. Before I was 12, I had never heard of climate change. As soon as I started learning about it, I became overwhelmed. How could I, a 12-year-old elementary school student, do anything to stop this impending catastrophe? So in late April, I joined Sustainability. I've since realized that the work I'm doing as an organizer is more effective than anything I could do by myself at my school. Sustainability is much more than just a group of high schoolers. We're a community of young people who care about the future and want to see equitable change. Even over Zoom, I feel a sense of community I've never really felt before. I've learned so much about organizing, and I've made so many new friends. Whenever I'm in meetings, there's a sense of trust, of shared goals and values. We are scared, but it makes everything just a little less intimidating when I know that everyone else feels the same way as I do. Growing up, I was very focused on trying to help people, especially those who were marginalized or vulnerable. My dad is a doctor, and my mom works with at-risk parents and kids, so you could almost say it's in my blood. I got involved in sustainability for the same reason, people. I'm worried for the people who are feeling and will feel the effects of climate change, those who are disproportionately affected due to racism, colonialism, and extractivism. I'm anxious about the future of all people, not just my generation. I want to stop all the pain and the suffering that they could go through if we continue along this path. I'm scared that millions of people won't have a livable Earth, and for millions of climate refugees pushed out of their homes by natural disasters and possible conflicts caused by climate change. It makes me frustrated that I feel so powerless and hopeless. It makes me frustrated that I can't do more to stop this crisis. It makes me feel so overwhelmed, knowing that I might not have a future, or that you control if I do or if I don't. I think about a nightmare all the time. Some parts of it have already come alive, and marginalized people paid the price for our inaction. I can see hurricanes, droughts, wildfires, and smoke. I can taste the ash in the air, and I can't stop coughing. I can see our own province's biodiversity fading away. I can see the hopelessness and exhaustion in people's eyes. I can smell a black cloud of toxins and feel the flooding of falsehoods. On the other hand, I am working for a dream that could be our new reality. I can see vibrant and diverse neighborhoods, along with healthy ecosystems across Metro Vancouver. I can see our biodiversity flourishing and more carbon zero transit, along with more bike lanes and walkable streets. I can see zero impact buildings. I can see an equitable city, a place where everyone is given the resources and support that they need for their own unique circumstances. I can see a safe future for all of us, which makes me hopeful. This dream makes me hopeful that we can change how we live for the climate, just like we have recently, responding to COVID-19. It makes me feel empowered to make a difference through organizing and to help create a future for generations to come. Even through my anxiety, the possibilities of this future make me sure that we all have each other's backs, just like we do in sustainability. I can so clearly picture this future in my mind, but I can also see the suffering and the pain that could occur if you take pieces out of this plan or delay voting on it. I'm trying to make an impact, to create a future where the rest of my generation doesn't have to feel the anxiety and the fear that I do. I need to know that this work I'm doing is impactful, that this work so many of us have been doing will not go to waste. I am asking you to vote for the Climate Emergency Action Plan so that I can dream about a future instead of being constantly worried about it, so that thousands of Vancouverites can count on a safe future too. The choice between these two worlds is in your hands. Thank you.
Thanks, Annika. And you have a couple of councillors who want to ask you questions, so stay on the line. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Annika. That was really moving. I have a couple questions, and the first is, one of the concerns we've heard from some people about this plan is that it's too expensive. And I just wondered if you had any comments on, as someone who will hopefully be around a very long time, any comments on that?
Yeah, I definitely can say I'm definitely not an expert. I'm a youth climate striker and organizer, but I can see if it's too expensive now, how expensive is it going to be in the future? And we're preparing for a future, and it could just grow more and more expensive. So it's better to do it sooner rather than later.
Thanks. And my other question is, the pathway to hitting our targets includes needing to do everything in the plan. I'm wondering what your reaction, or you think the reaction of your peers would be if we kind of pick and choose just some of the actions and not all of them, or delay some of them down the road for a while.
Yeah, I think to me, it's very important that all of this plan passes and every single step, every single little detail, because that will provide people who are vulnerable or who need the help. It will provide for them, and it will help us, and it will protect us from future catastrophes.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to council on this.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lee, and for all your great work with sustainability teams and your colleagues. So I just have one question, and that is, some people say that a city like Vancouver shouldn't be involved in climate action, that it's not our responsibility, it's not our jurisdiction, that's the purview of federal governments or even provincial governments, but not ours. What would you say to that?
I've been reading a lot on the climate and just educating myself, and I can definitely say that every form of government and every single household, every person has a role in trying to stop climate change. And municipal, federal, provincial, every single role, everyone has a role in this.
Okay, that's a clear answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr, and thank you again, Annika, for calling in today. Appreciate it.
Thank
Speaker
you.
number 6 is not on the line. I understand. Speaker number 7, Winnie, is it Winnie Ho? Can you correct me if I've got that correct?
Yes, Winnie Ho.
Yeah. Winnie Ho, Senior Public Engagement Specialist with the David Suzuki Foundation. Go ahead, Winnie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I also want to acknowledge that I'm sharing my ideas today on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. So I joined the foundation in 2010 as a climate campaigner. Since 2017, I focused most of my work on creating and building natural habitats in urban areas for wild pollinators. I've worked with over 200 volunteers who plant and plot for bees and butterflies. In fact, we just wrapped up our 2020 season last Saturday. As a climate campaigner and a pollinator advocate, I need our climate to be healthy. That means if our winters are too short or too long, the planting season for wild pollinators will be disrupted. With that, our lives as humans will also be negatively impacted because pollinators are crucial to our food supply. In 2011, the City of Vancouver implemented the Greener City Action Plan. 10 years have passed. While much has been achieved, much more needs to happen to respond to the climate emergency and transition our city to a clean and renewable path that aligns with our international climate commitments and a 1.5 degrees Celsius compliant world. The David Suzuki supports the city's plan to take bold action now to limit future disruptions from the climate crisis. We must create a cleaner and greener future, and we can only do that together as a community. The new Climate Emergency Action Plan brings community living benefits along with climate benefits, effectively cutting the amount of fossil fuels we burn while creating a city with cleaner air and caring community. Living on the West Coast, we don't need to look far to know how climate change can destroy our homes and life. This summer's mega wildfires, the associated smoke in California, Oregon, Washington State, and even Colorado are more than just alarm bells for us. As a Vancouver citizen for 4 decades, as a mother to a young man who just started building his life in the city, as a colleague and friend to many who work to protect the environment, and as a neighbor to my community in South Vancouver, I wholeheartedly support the City of Vancouver's Climate Emergency Action Plan. I urge my fellow Vancouverites to support more public transit and active transportation to help reduce our large transportation carbon footprint. The actions the city is proposing will lower carbon emissions by encouraging a shift to active and clean modes of transportation. They will also benefit businesses through a faster movement of goods. On green buildings, with 60% of carbon pollution from burning natural gas in our buildings, the city's SEEP aims to switch Vancouver from natural gas to electricity or renewable natural gas for space and water heating. By making that change, Vancouverites can help make renewable energy more affordable and our homes more energy efficient. At the end of the day, what we do today will ensure our children and their children will have a future they can thrive in and be proud of. It is true, we're living in an era of climate emergency. That means we must take bold actions now, actions that can truly make a difference. I hope you will join me and the David Suzuki Foundation to support the city's Climate Emergency Action Plan. Let's fund these climate action initiatives without delay. Together, let's make real changes for a better future. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you very much for calling in today. You don't have any questions from council.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is speaker number 8, Clara George, VP Studios and Sustainable Production Services. Go ahead, Clara.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Clara George, and I'm here with Pete Mitchell, President of Vancouver Film Studios. You may recall we addressed Council in July 2019 in support of the motion to eliminate diesel generators. We are now here representing the Real Green Advisory Committee. The Real Green Advisory Committee is made up of the unions, producers, organizations, facilities, and suppliers that make up the Vancouver film industry. We are here to convey our industry support of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Although we had a long shutdown, we are already back up to record numbers of production. In 2019, the film industry generated $4.2 billion in this province, and we burned 9 million liters of diesel. The City of Vancouver's 2019 commitment to creating targeted power kiosks and infrastructure for us is a huge step in reducing these numbers, and we are hopeful that the Climate Emergency Action Plan will help further accelerate our transition to clean power. The City of Vancouver is internationally recognized as a leader in sustainable production. We at Real Green are in consultation with other cities, provinces, major U.S. studios, and international sustainable production organizations on an ongoing basis. The demand for sustainable solutions is coming from actors, studio heads, worldwide organizations, and importantly, from our communities, our businesses, and the tens of thousands of Vancouverites that work in this industry. We are all looking for a cleaner way to make film and television, and the world is looking to Vancouver to see how it will happen. Our industry works on intense timelines, so we are grateful to see a climate emergency action plan that has set ambitious goals. This is not only a green decision, this is an economic decision. The ability to produce content in a sustainable way is at the forefront of the decisions being made by the studios on where to bring their shows and their dollars. Thankfully, we are not the only film center in this race, but I know that this council would like us to continue to set the pace. The Climate Emergency Action Plan will have a profound influence on the tools, fuels, and practices available to further a sustainable film and television industry. Specifically, the continued and urgent expansion of clean power infrastructure. We are currently limited in our ability to use clean power by the limits of the existing infrastructure. We're excited about the prospect of streamlined partnerships and collaborations with government, public utilities, and EV charging designers to be able to continue to electrify and upgrade our locations and our facilities. The acceleration of clean tech manufacturing. We have proven solutions, but only a handful to offset the 300 plus generators in our city's inventory. These amazing electric generators are designed, manufactured, and distributed locally. We welcome the Climate Emergency Action Plan to accelerate our clean tech production, to incentivize increased production to meet demand and reduce emissions. Accessibility and affordability of alternatives to fossil fuels. We will always be an industry which needs to be mobile. Like a MASH unit, we set up, we move, and we tear down. We know that there is a viable solution in using renewable diesel and alternative fossil fuels and are more than willing to use them. This should be the low-hanging fruit that immediately and greatly reduces our impact. Again, we are limited by the existing barriers and look to the Climate Emergency Action Plan as a means to accelerate the accessibility and affordability of these alternative fuels for our industry. Finally, on behalf of the Real Green Advisory Committee, I'd like to offer a full endorsement of the Climate Emergency Action Plan and the ambitious targets that this government continually sets. We are here to offer our continued support and partnership as we all transition to a greener city. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for your comments. You have some questions. Councillor Carr, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. George and Mr. Mitchell, for coming and your very strong leadership on climate action in your industry. It's awesome. So you did mention about two things: clean power infrastructure. So I want to know how if that is progressing at the pace you want, if you anticipate needing to work or collaborate more with our city staff in order to make that happen, or if it's going at a pace and the work is being you are doing collaborative work at this current time.
Thank you. Yes, we are. We're working specifically with Jeff Tioli, and we've created a clean power and clean energy committee at Real Green, and we have been working at targeting where the kiosks are going, and that is all going very well. Unfortunately, I believe the first site fell through, so now we're still waiting, but I believe that they're coming online in the next couple of months, and that is progressing very well. The other infrastructure issues have not. So we are still waiting.
Specifically?
Specifically, for example, I know there's a facility, a studio facility that is in its 9th month of waiting for permission from Hydro to upgrade the transformer so that it's not using diesel generators. I know that there are many applications out there, and I know that Hydro is trying to figure out how to deal with us because some of our installations are permanent, some of them are temporary. And I know that in the Clean Action Plan, it stressed on working with utility companies to help streamline that. And I believe we need somebody dedicated to deal with our industry since we are such high consumers.
And that's somebody at BC Hydro, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, because we have people in. Okay, that's great. I don't have too much time. So another question is around, you said there's some existing barriers, and I think you meant in terms of fuels. I'm not sure, you said it around the same time you talked about renewable diesel.
Yes, yes. So renewable diesel, as you know, the City of Vancouver is more than aware, is a wonderful drop-in fuel that has much lower carbon emissions. Unfortunately, it is not accessible in Vancouver to us. There's one distribution center in Langley. We are not able to accept delivery of it because of our pre-existing union agreements with the Teamsters, so that we have to go pick it up. We can't. And also it is taxed at the same rate as carbon fuels, so it is more expensive. So it is, although we have mandates from the U.S. studios that they're using it in California, and they would like us to be using it specifically. Well, actually, all the studios, Disney, Fox, they've all actually signed a letter and sent it to Suncor directly as a supplier. But we need help to pressure petroleum companies to bring renewable diesel to our market.
Okay.
Councillor Carr, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have another question from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. Hi, Clara. Hi, Pete.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So how many people are employed in the film industry in Metro Vancouver?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Do we still have this? Claire, you still there?
Claire's line just dropped.
We lost the speaker?
We're going to give her a chance to call back.
Okay, we'll hold a moment.
Clara George is back. Please go ahead.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, would you like to pose your question again?
Yes, thank you. If you could reset my timer.
Yes.
Thank you. So I was saying hi, Clara, and hi, Pete, I understand is also in there. My question was, how many people are employed in the film production industry in Metro Vancouver?
I believe it's over 50,000 people directly and indirectly. I know that the union members alone represent almost 30,000.
I think it's probably in the lower. I'm talking about production. I'm not talking about post-production and ancillaries. I'm talking about production. How many are a resident of the city of Vancouver within our boundaries?
There's 50,000 people in production, and the majority, the largest jurisdiction for employees to live in is Vancouver, but I can't tell you what the number is.
Well, I can. It's 4,000.
Okay.
And of the production that takes place in Metro Vancouver, what proportion of it actually takes place within the boundaries of Vancouver?
You know the answer to that question, too?
I know that in 2018, when there were 7,000 filming days, Vancouver had 2,000 of them within the city of Vancouver.
So as a former location manager, I can certainly attest to the fact that we are a very mobile industry. And because of tax credits, a huge amount of our production actually takes place in places like Langley. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is a very mobile industry that relies on our ability to get around. Have you considered the implications of this plan on mobility and that essential aspect to be able to move around in the film industry?
I have considered it, and I know that, one of our challenges, which, as you know, as a former location manager, is that there is too much congestion in Vancouver, and it's difficult for us to get anywhere near where we want to shoot. So as much as it will affect us in terms of having to pay a surcharge to go into the city, I believe that our industry can handle that. I think that it will possibly allow an opportunity for the city, when we do go in, to be able to collect revenue for allowing us in there. And we may actually be able to park closer to where we're filming, which will reduce our shuttle vans and more diesel. And I think it's a step that, as we evolve, we're going to have to take.
And you think production is going to want to pay these additional costs?
Production is not going to want to pay these additional costs, but there are other jurisdictions around the world where
do you think that the crew are going to want to pay the extra costs of being able to drive into Vancouver?
Well, I think that if, we always basically do what we can afford. And I think that if a production can afford that, then they would put their base camp outside of Vancouver and they would shuttle people in.
I think I'm limited to my questions.
That's your 3 minutes, Councillor Hardwick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for calling in today.
Thank you.
Now on to speaker number 10, Marianne Rev. Are you on the line?
Speaker number 9 is on the line. However,
okay, thank you. Speaker number 9, Nathan Davidowitz, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you should tell the audience that watching this that there'll be no decision today. So they, you can tell them maybe when the decision will be made. Maybe when after the new Minister of Climate Emergency be announced by the provincial government. But
we'll certainly let people know. Did you have some comments you want to make today, Nathan?
Oh yeah, well I do. I just was wondering about the timing and so forth because many people like to know. But I'm in favor of of many of the climate emergency action reports, but there is many problems that will occur because of various things. And I mean, let's just look and see why the city will not achieve the 2/3 of trips by walking, transit, and cycling. Driving, the number of cars in Vancouver has increased by 16% from 2015 to 2019. 386,951 cars, and it's probably over 400,000 now because many people insured their cars because of COVID. Look at the unlimited number of ride-hailing vehicles. They just add up to the pollution, and we're only charging them 30 cents per trip in the core, where in many other cities they charge $2 to $3 if we really want to do something. The insurance rates are going down in May, and many people now will insure their vehicles for both work and pleasure, while before they just insure it for pleasure. So more people will be driving, and therefore more GHG, more congestion. The traffic on many of the bridges is already back to the pre-COVID level, and even more. And people, the people don't trust the transit system. And with free hospital parking, there's even more vehicles driving. People are driving. So that's the problems we have, and why we would not achieve our target. So let's be honest about it, and let's ask for help from the provincial government, because they are the ones that would make the decisions really that would could do help, like the free transit, which they have it for 12 and under. That's the first step. We continue on. For many other cities, free transit has increased the ridership between 20 to 33%. And so let's find out what the provincial government is willing to do. I mean, the transit mode split in Vancouver has not increased since 2010. The rides per capita in Metro Vancouver are about half of what Montreal and Toronto are, 100 versus 200 rides per year. TransLink is not actively trying to get riders back into transit. They're actually discouraging transit. Every day for the last 8 months, there have been hundreds and hundreds of bus trips canceled. And then we had the big cuts in Vancouver and Burnaby and Richmond in September of this year. Other cities in Canada have returned to the pre-COVID schedules, but not TransLink. There's
Nathan,
many things.
Nathan, you have 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm basically would like to say that recommendations C, D, and E should be studied further and not be approved as is, and that you should get some comments from the academics.
Okay, Nathan, I'm going to just pause there for a second because Councillor Kirby-Young has a question for you, so you can elaborate on
Sure.
that, and she has some other questions. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Davidovich, for being here. So I just want to reflect back what I heard. Just to be clear, you're suggesting that a transit investment in transit and a transit strategy is really key to success here in achieving these goals. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, 39% of GHG is from transportation. So we need to do far more and very much more active on that. And unfortunately, the city of Vancouver does not control TransLink. I mean, We used to have three members of council on the board of directors prior to 2008. We have nothing. The TransLink is not the same TransLink that was prior to 2008. It was completely changed, and it's.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I know you have a deep passion for transit. Do you think that it's a combination of strategies such as, you mentioned free transit, and I know that was something that was discussed during the recent provincial election. So is it incentives for people to take it, or is it also investment in additional capacity to give people those alternative transit choices?
Oh, yes, we have to do both. I mean, we have to fill the grid system of bus service in Vancouver. So from any point in the city, the maximum you have to walk either for east-west or north-south bus route is 400 meters. And in order to do that, we have to return some of the bus routes we had, like East First Avenue that we had till 1955. Grandview Highway, and then many of the other bus routes on 33rd, West 33rd, West 57th, and so forth. And unless we actively do that, we're not going to increase the mode split of transit. And that's the key to the whole, as I said, of reducing the GHG is to get the mode split here somewhat similar to Toronto and Montreal, but we are, as I said, we are half as much as per capita as Toronto or Montreal, and they have like $30 billion each investment in transit that's approved by the federal government in the next 10 years. We don't have such a plan here for Vancouver or Metro Vancouver.
Yeah, thank you. You raised some good points. We do need to give people an alternate practical means to move around. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your passion for transit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, and thank you, Nathan, for calling in today. We're moving on to speaker number 10, Marianne Rev. Are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, speak up a little bit.
Okay,
You can go
I will.
ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Stewart and city staff. My name is Marianne Rev. I'm here to support the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'm a retired family physician and clinical teacher. I practiced birth to death and everything in between medicine in Vancouver for 35 years. I'm also here as a mother, grandmother, and representative of the Climate and Social Justice Working Group of Or Shalom Synagogue. I brought a couple of slides to remind us of another existential crisis. During the 1980s, the world was racked with anxiety over the accelerating nuclear arms race. There were annual peace marches in Vancouver and many cities globally. First two slides, please. 100,000 of us, young and old, veterans and Vancouver city councillors marched over the Burrard Street Bridge to Sunset Beach on April 27, 1986. That is the first slide. And I'm not watching on the video, so I hope now you're also going to see the second slide. World leaders were forced to negotiate. Non-proliferation treaties were signed. Tensions eased. A few years later, the International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War won a Nobel Peace Prize for its efforts in détente. As a family physician, I spent a lot of time counseling my patients how to avoid and lower their risk factors for heart disease, osteoporosis, and cancer. I wish I could tell you that CEAP will prevent climate change. It will not. We are already living with the health impacts of climate change. Third slide, please. I will not review these as Dr. Schwann just presented to you an hour ago, but I do want to emphasize that all these health effects are magnified in poor and racialized populations. Listening to the councillors asking questions from the presenters of the action plan a couple of days ago, I realized that you are already getting pushback from citizens about proposed changes to parking regulation and incentives for EVs. Yes, it is likely that we will have to make changes in our lifestyles. As for the cost, please remember the words of Mark Carney. Capital is moving rapidly to the green economy. There are increasing green bond investments. For example, Ontario government's green bonds are used to fund projects like transit and other environmentally friendly projects in Ontario. There will be financial opportunities to support you in the future. As you battle the pushback, keep in mind the IPCC's 2018 report. It is now 2 years later. Their best scenario leaves us 10 years to decrease greenhouse gases 50% below 2000 levels by 2030 and to net zero emissions by 2050 to avert climate and ecologic catastrophe. And we are not on track. We must act now and boldly. Vancouver councils and mayors have been leaders in addressing climate change for a generation. Your predecessors started adaptation to climate change studies in 2007. Vancouver reduced its GHG emissions by 9% between 2007 and 2019, while increasing the number of green jobs by 35%. It was Vancouver's sustainability teams who were part of the Fridays for Future global movement, who in January 2019 brought a motion to Vancouver City Council asking you to declare a climate emergency. You passed the motion unanimously.
Marianne, that's your time. That's your 5 minutes. Did you want to wrap up your sentence?
Yes.
Did you have anything further to say?
Yes, I do. It is our young people. It is our young people, those who cannot vote, those whose futures will be most impacted, who are finally forcing us to act. Last slide, please. Please approve and fund this achievable, comprehensible, and equitable climate action plan. It's in its entirety. I offer my deep appreciation to you, councillors and mayor, and to your talented and hardworking city staff.
Thank you, Marianne. Now I see Councillor Boyle is on the queue to ask you a question, so just stay on the line. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Yes, thank you so much for making the time to come and speak. I really appreciated you speaking to the role of young people in this, and I guess I'm curious, I think you said you're both a parent and a grandparent, what you think it says to these young leaders for us to pass or to delay the actions in this plan.
I think it gives them hope, and I think if you delay it, then it makes them feel less hopeless. And what I didn't in the slide about the health effects, there is a frightening rise in mental health problems in children and young adults who worry about their future and feel helpless. And I say this not just as a grandparent, but as a physician. I have a lot of physician friends who are still working. And And this is a real, it's a real significant issue. Suicidality has increased. Yeah, so yes, you know, it's like I've been watching since the beginning of this presentation, and I heard, I believe, Anika. I mean, her presentation was so moving. You know, she is likely a young person who has, I mean, she's been really dealing with these issues. There's no question that, sorry?
Sorry, that was me. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, engaging and being active, I think, does help, makes them feel more empowered. But, you know, we don't have time. BC is you know, our emissions are doubling compared to the rest of the country. You don't have time to delay. People will adjust. You know, life is change. It's adjusting. People adjusted to wartime, huge changes, and we just have to start this mobilization. And Vancouver City Council has been a leader in it for a generation, and you must not delay.
That's all my questions. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you,
You're
Councillor Boyle,
welcome.
and thank you,
Thank you
Marianne, for phoning in.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to next
Bye-bye.
speaker number 11, Jinhua Wong Ambrose. Go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is
Good
Jinhua
afternoon.
Huang Ambrose.
Go ahead.
Oh, now I'm on? Thank you. My name is Jinhua Huang Ambrose. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I speak in support of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that you will pass this plan in full. There are many reasons to vote for this plan, but in my 5 minutes, I will focus on sharing my personal perspective. I have a 3-year-old daughter. Oh God, I'm gonna cry. Okay, I have a 3-year-old daughter, and for the last 8 years, I've worked in childcare, looking after babies and children. I speak to you with children in mind. I think of them because they will be the ones most impacted by what you decide today. You are all familiar with the IPCC report that was released 2 years ago, and I believe the previous speaker mentioned it too. That report told us we must bring our global emissions to net zero by 2050 in order to have a chance at avoiding catastrophic levels of climate change. This is the type of change that will make the fires and floods and drought that we have seen so far look mild in comparison. This is the type of change that will collapse the ecosystems we rely on. It will bring food and water shortages here to Vancouver also, and render places around the world uninhabitable. I know you are all aware of this, but I cannot speak about climate action without touching on the severity of this reality. My daughter was 1 year old when the IPCC report was released, and I still feel the weight of its implications every single day. She trusts me and her dad to keep her safe, but we cannot keep her safe from climate chaos without the help of policymakers. And as a parent, it's just so scary. We need policymakers to be leaders on climate. We need you to be leaders on climate. Again, this past summer, Vancouver was smoked in from wildfires. I kept my daughter and my little nephew in our apartment for 6 days. I wanted to tell the kids that this wasn't normal, but I also know that it may become normal for them. And while we were all inside, I read a quote from a scientist who said that if we keep allowing emissions to rise, the smoke from this summer, the fires from this summer will seem mild compared to the fires and smoke that will come. So what do I do when my 8-year-old nephew tells me the fires were so scary and he's glad they're gone? Do I tell him that the worst is yet to come? Because as we stand now, that is the truth. I know you are hearing some pushback against the climate plan because of the cost. Of course you are. Sacrifice is hard in the best of times, and COVID has made life harder for so many. But I want to remind you that the initial sacrifice is short-term. So many of the people I know want this kind of bold action on climate. We are eager to be part of it and to contribute to it. We are willing to sacrifice now if it means steering our future to a safe place. So when you are faced with criticism about cost, I ask that you keep your eye on the larger picture and remember that bold, equitable action on climate, like the plan before you today, will ultimately benefit everyone. Please see the initial cost as an investment in the future. Because if we don't get this right, if we don't get to net zero emissions by 2050, we will all suffer. And if we do get it right, if we implement policies that reduce our emissions quickly, we can inspire other cities to follow suit. Vancouver can take the lead on this in North America, and the ripple effect could go far beyond our city limits. We can be a leading example of how cities can take swift, equitable action on climate. In 2050, my daughter will be the age that I am today, and she and her peers will be living with the consequences of our decisions on climate. And it makes me wonder, will her choice to have a child of her own depend on whether we meet these targets? And if she does have a child, what will they live to see by the turn of the century? I hope they live to see healthy cities, healthy people, thriving ecosystems, and a stable climate, because they deserve nothing less. And if that requires personal sacrifice from me, I want you to know that I am all in. Please vote to pass this plan in full and without delay. Thank you for your time, and thank you for putting up with my tears. Oh.
Thanks very much for calling in today. There's no questions for you, but thank you for sharing your story. Our next speaker is speaker number 13, Devon Cooper. Correct me on the pronunciation, please.
We actually have a speaker number 12 on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 12, Naya Lee, you're on the line?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. Hello, counselors, and thanks to Jinhua and the rest of the speakers before me. My name is Naya Lee. I'm 17 years old. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I support the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Like most people my age, I've grown up expecting to experience irreversible climate change for most of my life. However, I didn't start advocating for change in my city because of the climate crisis. I was first a part of multiple Students for Modular Housing. In late 2017, temporary modular housing was being implemented in my school's neighborhood, much to the uneasiness of existing residents. As a group of Churchill Secondary School students, we supported community dialogue and education around housing solutions, including TMH. While the consequences of the climate crisis may not be affecting us constantly, they will be soon enough. And when they do, local communities like the residents of the Marple Modular Housing, who are more impacted by issues of poverty, lack of services, and unequal opportunities, will be the least able to adapt to or recover from climate impacts. As you likely know, over half of Vancouver's carbon pollution comes from burning natural gas in buildings. Burning gasoline and diesel in our vehicles is also one of our biggest emitters, totaling nearly 40% of the city's carbon pollution. Moving forward, city policies need to reflect that the majority of Vancouver's contribution to climate change stems from our buildings and our transportation needs. Not only this, but city policies must also address the realities of unhoused, disabled, queer, BIPOC, and low-income communities, and the Climate Emergency Action Plan is an excellent place to continue this work. In regards to housing specifically, zero-emission buildings are central to a carbon-free economy. By initially exempting rental and non-market housing from carbon limits, though, the plan centers the realities of renters, who are a growing proportion of Vancouver's population. Despite the misconception that the housing and the climate crises are separate issues, a focus on retrofitting these buildings avoids rent hikes and tenant displacement, and shows us that the strongest solutions to the housing and climate crises emerge when we recognize that the two cannot be separated from one another. At the same time, walking, cycling, and transit are inherently more equitable forms of transportation because they are far less expensive than private vehicles. Metro Vancouver is expected to gain 1 million residents in the next 30 years, many of whom will be millennials and increasingly from Gen Z. Most people my age that I know don't plan to ever buy single-owner vehicles because we already rely heavily on transit. Plus, the costs of owning a private vehicle are just that, privately paid, and they hardly cover the public costs of maintaining infrastructure and services for cars or the cost of the carbon emissions released. Investing in frequent and reliable transit, as well as high-quality walking and cycling infrastructure, is essential to a safer and healthier Vancouver. I'm glad to see that this plan focuses regulatory and pricing actions on those who are most able to afford them. In the past, Vancouver's spending and policies have favored wealthy homeowners and drivers who are more responsible for climate change. The climate crisis is not just about plants and animals or the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. It's harming people right now, and the priority that the action plan places on justice and equity will be an example for governments across the country and around the world, if you pass it in full. Back in 2017, when I was advocating for the implementation of TMH in Marpole, Vancouver City Council chose to stick to their commitments to addressing the housing crisis by following through with the Marpole modular housing. They did this in spite of backlash from residents of the area, who are often louder and more negative than those of us who supported Council's actions. And it paid off. A year later, many of the Marpole residents admitted that their fears were unfounded. Voting on this action plan is the most important thing this City Council will do. Much like with the housing crisis, if you do follow through on your past commitments to climate action, we can create solutions that are just, green, and economically viable, despite what is being said right now to the contrary. Much like with the housing crisis, these solutions will improve lives and make Vancouver a more equitable and inclusive city. However, your words about fighting climate change mean less than nothing if you don't act on them right now. Please don't pick and choose which aspects of this action plan most appeal to you. Don't push any of the timelines. My future and the well-being of thousands of others are at stake. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Naya. There's no questions for you, but thank you for calling in today. Just before we proceed to the next speakers, just noting it's 4:35, and we typically do a dinner break at 5 o'clock till 6. I want to give speakers enough time so they know that. Could I entertain a motion from a member of council to just confirm that we agreed to the motion consider 5 o'clock, or we can do
Move
it
to
now.
recess from 5 to 6 p.m.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Could I get a seconder?
Point of procedure, Madam.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kirby.
Our normal process, and we only need a motion if we're going to vary.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you. So just confirm that we will break at 5 o'clock. How about that?
I'll withdraw my motion. You'd asked for one, Madam Chair, so I gave you one.
No problem, my error. So yes, just to confirm for the speakers on the line that we will break at 5 o'clock for a 1-hour dinner break and resume at 6 o'clock. Thank you. We'll go on to speaker number 13, Devon Cooper. Are you on the line?
Speaker 13 has not joined.
No? Okay. Speaker number 14, Rashmi Chadha.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dr. Rashmi Chadha. I'm here to ask you to adopt, implement and fund the Climate Emergency Action Plan in its entirety and with the urgency that acting on an emergency requires. I'm an addictions physician who works with patients who suffer with pain and addiction issues here in Vancouver. Prior to COVID, I was already working on the front lines of the fentanyl poisoning epidemic, and as you are all aware, this has continued unabated. In my field of work, we have been referring to these dual crises of COVID and the overdose crisis, and they have been all-encompassing, both in and out of work. There is, however, a third crisis that is looming even larger, the climate emergency. By saying that, I'm not minimizing the devastation of the fentanyl crisis or COVID. I recognize that both of those have and will continue to cause immeasurable suffering to patients and loved ones. However, the climate emergency will also do the same and with greater intensity and longer lasting effects if we do not do something now. There are parallels between all three crises, All three affect the poor and marginalized disproportionately. All three perpetuate misery and suffering. And all three have the potential to be mitigated by visionary leadership by elected representatives. We have seen that leadership with COVID and the fentanyl crisis here in Vancouver, and I applaud the Mayor and Council for identifying stable housing and the importance of wraparound care in helping those with substance use and mental health issues. I now ask that Council uses that same leadership to address the climate crisis by instituting the bold steps that the CEAP outlines. Aside from being a busy full-time position, I'm also a mother to two wonderful teenage kids. I worry about the impacts of climate change that their generation and those that come after them will have to suffer through. Accordingly, I feel compelled to use all the spare time I have to speak up and push for change because I do have a responsibility to both my family and patients to prevent them from coming to harm, which will happen if business as usual continues. Our federal and provincial governments have failed to act. For instance, after our federal government declared a climate emergency in 2019, their actions, including buying the TMX pipeline, were a masterclass in green gaslighting. Our provincial government is yet to even recognize we're in a climate emergency and is relentlessly pushing LNG and fracking whilst failing to protect one of the few carbon capture mechanisms we have in the form of old-growth forests. We need Vancouver Council to show the leadership that these other levels of government have not. All of you unanimously recognized we were in a climate emergency last year. You have already demonstrated a tremendous commitment to this, being more than just words, by commissioning the climate emergency plan. It's a truly visionary piece of work, and as a physician, I can put 100% of my support behind it. We absolutely need to be turning to active transport as a way of getting round. This is not only good for our cardiovascular health, but also for our emotional health, and as a way to stimulate natural endorphin release, which helps modulate chronic pain. Moving away from natural gas will have important benefits in terms of respiratory health, as gas from stoves exposes us to levels of air pollution that would be illegal outdoors. My hope is that if you vote to move forward with the climate plan, we will have a healthier, less air polluted community, which is a better place to live for all who work and play here. There will be detractors who criticize the plan for many reasons, but asking people to make sacrifices for the greater good has never been an easy thing. As a physician, it would be only too easy for me to give my patients a free pass on lifestyle choices they make. The consultation would go quicker, I would still get paid, and the patient would leave happy. However, it is the harder work of explaining why a change in lifestyle could benefit them in the future, highlighting how this can be done without too much disruption, and partnering with them along the way that gets them to accept the change. I submit to all of you that this analogy can be applied to the naysayers of this plan. They might find it hard to see the benefits and be unwilling to make sacrifices or changes, but as the most responsible decision maker in the room, you must do what is right. And we know that we cannot wait any longer to take action. The proverbial can cannot be kicked down the road any longer. I ask that you be the leadership that all municipalities across Canada need right now. Please adopt, implement, and fund the CEAP in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is speaker 15, Jeanette Jackson, CEO, Foresight Clean Tech Accelerator Center. Go ahead, Jeanette.
Awesome. I'm so happy I beat the 5 o'clock, so thank you.
Go right ahead.
I just want to be bold and say absolutely support the plan being put forward today. When we hear speakers from such diverse backgrounds and levels of expertise in climate change, it's actually surprising that we haven't been more progressive, not just with the City of Vancouver, but across BC and Western Canada to make moves such as the ones outlined in this plan. When questions arise regarding costs and impact of a plan like this, it's hard for me not to really reflect on the opportunity costs. So my goal today is to talk about the innovation and economic benefits of adopting a plan of this nature and significance. Foresight is an ecosystem accelerator for clean tech innovation and adoption across Western Canada. And we've also developed a clean tech cluster strategy for the province of Vancouver as a central hub for this activity. Our three primary goals are to scale companies, drive domestic and international adoption of Canadian clean tech innovation, and position Western Canada as a global leader. The clean tech and climate market is globally projected to exceed $3.3 trillion by 2022. And being founded in BC, we're extremely passionate, or I'm extremely passionate about the province, in particular BC and Vancouver, leading this transition. Clean tech for us is very broad, resource, manufacturing, energy, water, waste, but primarily from our research, transportation and built environment have a very strong opportunity to be a positioning point for Vancouver and the climate change activity happening globally. We've supported over 500 ventures, 130 industry partners, and all levels of government, because the navigation of not only coming up with the plan but actually implementing the plan it's complicated, and it's hard work, and it's a lot of work. I'm a serial entrepreneur. My first venture out of university was in actually solid state lighting, and one of our target markets was municipalities. And unfortunately, even 15 years ago, still today, the same challenges arise with public procurement. It's hard. You can never figure out who the decision makers are, and policy isn't progressive enough like this to move the needle on adopting innovation. So a plan like this can really propel not only climate change, but academic benefits. This is where you do come in. Clean BC is the provincial roadmap, and this roadmap would be the most progressive in the province, I believe, across Canada, and you'll be setting a municipal standard for high-density rural areas. In January 2019, obviously you've already declared a climate emergency. It'd be pretty hard-pressed not to sort of follow on with some action when we know that these are looming and glooming challenges that we're all going to face. So some of the opportunities, just from an innovation and ecosystem economy acceleration perspective, this can be a hub for innovation. You've already got ZEBEX and other organizations doing great work on built environment. It's a hub for intellectual property, really leveraging competitive strengths within our region. Adopting these technologies locally will drive not only domestic activity, but to be able to export these technologies once we've adopted them here provides huge economic ripple effects. Quality jobs, just imagine the number of quality jobs when the implementation of this plan is put in place. I mean, it'd be unprecedented. The wealth for the broader community members, I'll talk about this in a minute. And of course, through all this, addressing climate change leads to happier, healthier people. The UN has 17 sustainability goals, and this metric and method that they put all these 17 goals together is not by accident. It's intentional, and the intention is it's not just climate change; it's the social, the mental, the health. I don't even want to bring the economic benefits, even though we know that's a given. I mean, the fact that a plan like this will get people moving and breathing and living and operating in such a progressive way, people tend to become happier, they become more engaged in their community, and they become part of the solution and in this change. So I leave it with you. Let's all agree that equality and costs, all of that would be managed through a program like this with all the other stakeholders. There's a huge ability to leverage federal and provincial programs when it comes to built environment, and I heard some folks talk about heat pumps and retrofits and things like that. All of this is real. It's available now, and so if you don't make some of the calls, who will and when? Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments. I don't see anyone on the queue to ask questions, so thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is speaker number 16, Melissa Lem. Is Melissa on the line? Nope. Okay.
Caller 16 has not
speaker
joined.
number 17, Jenny Mexitan.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much. I represent Global Shapers Vancouver, and we are a youth organization. We are an organization of youth who care about the city and do quite a bit of volunteer work around the city. And I am here to say that we enthusiastically support the plan. We support every bit of it, and we're so enthusiastic about it that we put together a workshop with other youth organizations. And we to put together a letter that we co-signed was 9 organizations put together, and we said that we 9 organizations, that's hundreds of youth, support this plan. And I want to say why. I want to say that it's a plan of benefits. We look around and we see so many benefits in this plan. And I want to say also that I'm a woman of color, and I grew up in Southeast Vancouver. And I bring this up because I heard Councillor Kirby-Young speak on Tuesday about racialized folks and the impact on racialized folks. And I say that as a person who grew up in a basement suite in Southeast Vancouver with my parents making $8 an hour to support my brother and me, I would say that we as a person with a lot of lived experience dealing with lack of affordability in this city, I support this plan. And in terms of the benefits of this plan, the many benefits we see include not being stuck in rush hour traffic. Is a very simple one, but I wouldn't say huge, but it's a large improvement in the quality of life to not be stuck in rush hour traffic. And there will be initial pain, as we know in cities around the world, people don't like it when transport pricing or congestion pricing comes into play, but people eventually support it. And I look forward to how that will play out in Vancouver as well. And the $1 billion in net savings that city staff identified that will result from this plan, I think that is just so much to celebrate. I will say that there is one part of climate that this plan does not address, and that's affordability. That's about the lack of density in our cities. And I know this will be rolled into the Vancouver plan, but I just want to express very strongly here our support for upzoning and capture the land value left in the city, because upzoning and having more density is one of the only ways that we can have complete walkable neighborhoods and reduce transportation emissions. And I have more, but I will stop there. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, city staff, mayor, and council. We so greatly support this plan.
Thank you for your comments. I see Councillor Boyles on the queue and has a question for you.
Yes, thanks for signing up to speak. And I'm curious to hear. I appreciate you bringing up growing up in Southeast Vancouver, and I'm just interested to hear if you have other thoughts on what else we should know or be thinking about in terms of supporting better infrastructure and access for folks living in those neighborhoods who I know are often underheard and underrepresented in the city.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I think there are two answers. Two things to consider. One is the short-term thing. How can we better mitigate the impacts of folks in the short term? I want to keep the transport pricing simple, but is there some sort of rebate we give? Can we put something in the short term so we can make folks feel like they're not getting, this is not a punitive measure, something along those lines. But I think the more important thing is the long term. At the end of the day, folks support climate change progress regardless of where they are in the income spectrum. And at the end of the day, it's about affordability in the city that is killing people. If people can afford homes, if they're not spending more than 30% of their income on that would just make something like transport pricing so much easier to accept if folks aren't just worried and their baseline is worried. So let's fix density in the city, and that will take care of the shorter term issues like transport pricing.
Okay, really appreciate you making the time again and organizing that event and whatnot. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle, and thank you, Jenny, for calling in today.
Take care.
Our next speaker is Speaker 18, Kevin Liang.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Hi. Hello, Vancouver City Council, staff, and mayor. My name is Kevin, and I'm a Vancouver resident and a medical resident trained to become a family physician. I'm calling in today while actually working in emergency medicine, as this climate emergency requires important action. I'm speaking today to urge every member to consider the gravity of climate change and the urgent need to implement the climate action fully. Climate change is the #1 global health crisis of the 21st century. And as we learned from COVID-19, prevention is always better than the cure when it comes to any health crisis. From a lack of effective prevention, everyone suffers, especially healthcare workers. This means that if we don't take bold and effective climate action today, my colleagues and I will be the ones on the front lines fighting this once preventable battle, treating patients devastated by climate disasters one after another. But if we do take effective climate action today, we can create a better, healthier community for everyone. So please take the climate action plan seriously, and please vote for it, because this is indeed a health emergency. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. There's no questions for you, but thank you for taking the time to call in.
Thank you.
We're now on to speaker number 19, Kelly Lau. Kelly, go ahead.
Hi. Hi, hello, esteemed. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Yep. Hi, esteemed councillors, thank you for your time. I'm here to speak in favor of this plan. 20,000 deaths in Canada, That is 9 times the number of annual deaths from traffic accidents a year. This is not the number of deaths from COVID-19. This is the number of premature deaths due to air pollution annually in Canada. Once again, 21,000 deaths. My name is Kelly Lau, and I am a young physician living in Vancouver. I work in an urgent care clinic in the East End that has turned into a COVID-19 testing site. I've been at the front lines of this pandemic for the last 7 months. I know emergencies, and I know that there is only a short window of time to act in order to prevent worse consequences for my patients. We are in the middle of a climate emergency, and we need bold actions, such as the policies proposed in this comprehensive climate emergency action plan to be able to mitigate the worst consequences of climate change. For the health of my patients and community, I urge the Council to vote in favor of this plan in full. In July, my clinic was packed with asthma exacerbations due to the forest fires. We were already dealing with the COVID surge at the time. My colleagues and I were overwhelmed by the number of families coming in with shortness of breath. It scares me that this may just be the beginning. In 10 years, if we don't take action, our ICUs will be inundated with patients with polluted lungs and clotted hearts struggling to breathe. Climate change is a risk amplifier that will increase and worsen forest fires, destroy ecosystems, and increase the risk of pandemics. Research from Harvard has shown that increased air pollution is linked to higher mortality from COVID-19. We are at a tipping point, and we need to make a healthy transition. We have the opportunity in this comprehensive plan to make bold moves in Vancouver to do better. Shifting towards greener transport may need some costs up front when commuting with a car. However, I would strongly support this plan if it means my vulnerable patients with chronic lung disease can breathe easier walking around in our city. I strongly support this plan, knowing that these costs will lead to investments in green infrastructure so that walking, biking, and public transportation will be more accessible. I strongly support this plan because the health benefits are huge. Walking or cycling to work is linked to overall lower rates of diabetes and cardiovascular disease. A study in Scandinavia found that those that cycle to work had 28% lower mortality rates. In 10 years, I want to have my urgent care free of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, and filled with healthy, active kids with a few scrapes and bumps. Shifting away from natural gas heating, which is responsible for more than half of Vancouver's greenhouse gas emissions, will allow for more energy-efficient homes and improve our health. I have had families come in with carbon monoxide poisoning, and I strongly feel that safer, cleaner alternatives such as electric heating would be a win-win for our planet and our health. With safer streets, buildings, and homes, we can make Vancouver a global leader in climate and health. The Climate Emergency Action Plan addresses our greenhouse gas emissions in an equitable way that will prevent further hospital costs down the line. If we don't make changes now, we will be facing the health consequences of climate change for many years to come. We have no more time to lose in this emergency, and I urge the Council to support and fund this plan in full without delay. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Kelly. I don't see anyone on the queue for questions, but thank you for calling in this afternoon. Council, we're about 4 minutes to 5, and so I am going to call, I was corrected, I do need
Move for a recess?
Recess
5 to 6 p.m.
Correct. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Can I get a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and that carries. So we will break now until 6 p.m. and we'll resume speakers at that time. Thank you, Council.
can I call the next speaker?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we're just going to get an update on the speakers.
Okay, thanks. I'll just wait for you to let me know.
Speaker 20, are you on the line?
This is him.
Oh, my apologies. Is this Joe?
Yes.
Thank you, Joe. Mayor Stewart, you can proceed with the meeting. We can reconvene.
Thanks very much. Council, I'm going to reconvene. And we're continuing to hear from speakers on this item. I have Joe Kunzler, who's on now. Mr. Kunzler, up to 5 minutes.
Starting now, sir?
Yes, please. And if you could speak a little bit up, perhaps a little closer to your headset or your handset, that would be great.
Is this better now?
Much better. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I just sorry about that, Your Excellency. I just had to change the setting on my microphone, but I sent you and the council written comments that I hope you have read. I want to ask you please consider the climate emergency plan proposed by staff as something that can be fine-tuned rather than just mobility pricing, aka transport pricing. You will hear today from Chris Sims of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation some of the more dramatic problems with mobility pricing. You have also heard and will continue to hear from climate activists who represent 15.3% of the BC electorate and about 15% of Vancouver ridings who would love to give the BC NDP their own HST. As an attack spread by a Vancouver-born genius with good intentions during a recession that caused protests forcing said genius, Gordon Campbell, to resign. Let me be clear. Mobility pricing is punishing people forced out of the cities due to affordability issues, period. That's why Premier Horgan didn't sign this proposal in 2018 and likely will not now. You see, some of us get it. This is revenge of the Greens. 15% of the Vancouver vote in the 2020 BC election wanting 100% of the policy. Just say no. This tax won't stay in Vancouver city limits, taxing all travelers, including possibly buses, coaches, and certainly service workers. There is currently no plan to address income inequality, a clear cause of the BC NDP majority. There are, however, some plotting to expand the tax after a pilot. Again, a threat to retaining the party of Bowen Ma's majority, and I cannot speak for my good friend, Translink Parliamentary Secretary Bowen Ma, but as her friend, I have her back. I'm outraged, and I'm hurt that my friend has seemingly not been consulted on this proposal. Yet this proposal will require efforts from her TransLink, whose CEO just said no today to this scheme and has massive political pullback. Furthermore, to quote Bowen herself, the hero who saved TransLink from dying from COVID-19, from her speech at Kutrik's annual conference of Canadian transit industry leaders. We have yearned for the pandemic. The most essential work of our society, sadly, will still likely be done by some of the least paid workers in our communities. Cleaners, care aides, grocery store workers, early childhood educators. These are people who can't afford to live closely to where they work and will therefore have to travel further per dollar earned on a day-to-day basis than those who will occupy well-paying professional jobs. And that means that even as we go forward through and out of the pandemic, our transportation systems will still need to be designed with an awareness of the inequality that exists within our communities and an intention to enable greater social economic justice, end quote. Now, let me, Joe Kunzler, remind you that you are independent of the provincial government and you serve at the privilege of the provincial government. Furthermore, today, TransLink CEO Kevin Desmond made clear any discussion of mobility pricing has to be at the regional level, and that means the Mayor's Council. It doesn't mean Mayor Kennedy's Council. It means the world-famous Mayor's Council, and that includes Mayor Brad West, Mayor Linda Buchanan. I can go on, but I don't want to waste your time. This tax also has massive civil liberties issues. And with the Olympics hopefully coming in 2030, this needs to be addressed head on. Well, the means of collecting this tax over cameras recording license plates and sending an invoice, or putting a tracker in a car, or worse. Frankly, a better tax would be a tax on gross weight and gas-powered horsepower, as clearly that would go after luxury vehicles like supersized trucks and supercars. Also, I understand Washington State I grew up in is toying with this. I would raise the same income in so with these concerns there also. That said, I support and endorse the Appendix B4 5-year transit action plan. I hope this cunning plan, drawn up by geniuses like TransLink Sarah Ross, moves forward regardless of the mobility pricing scheme. Ditto charging for parking. Ditto Port Coquitlam Mayor's Brad West cunning proposal for a land value capture tax instead to tax new development to help pay for operating quality transit. Finally, I want to conclude by saying I caught the latest Canby Report podcast. A good point about public input was raised. Please catch the Canby Report podcast when you can. I welcome and request questions of honorable councillors and the mayor, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation tonight. I don't see any councillors on the list to ask you questions, but I really want to thank you for participating. And I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, we have Chris Sims. Is Chris Sims there?
Yes, I am. It's Chris Sims here from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Mr. Mayor, and to all of the council members, thank you very much for giving us a moment to speak with you. As you know, we represent Canadian taxpayers. We have more than 235,000 supporters across Canada.
Speaker, if I could just get you to move a little closer to your microphone, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Thanks.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
No problem. Yes, I can. Go
okay,
ahead.
Much better. Okay, great. I can hear you better now, too. As I was saying, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, we are a not-for-profit citizens advocacy group. We were founded in 1990. We now have more than 235,000 supporters across Canada, and we are funded by free will donations, and we don't give out tax receipts for those donations from folks. I've received many emails since the start of this in the news cycle from folks who are very worried about being able to afford this. It includes senior citizens. I was speaking with a lady via email who said that she can't take transit and it's very difficult for her to get around by bus. So she relies on her car to drive into downtown Vancouver. She's on a fixed income. She was just beside herself. It's actually quite difficult hearing from some of these folks. And so while we applaud your efforts in order to combat global climate change, and I personally, speaking very personally, I was a cyclist in Ottawa for more than 10 years. If you want to help, improve bike lanes and walkable access and walkable neighborhoods, I will literally come down there on my own time and help you set up the pylons and the corridors. Our concern as taxpayers is the issue of transport pricing. It previously was known as mobility pricing and previously also known as congestion fees. We participated in the TransLink/Metro Vancouver stakeholder engagement process that led to the more recent study that came out that was recommending, among other things, tolling on bridges. And the issue of cost, I think, needs to really be spelled out and read into the record. I've heard many very articulate, lovely speakers on the line today reference London, England. What they don't mention is that unless you're driving a brand new car, it costs $47 Canadian to pay that congestion fee in London. They also don't mention, for some reason, that Vancouver city proper has 18% of the population of London city proper. If you want to get out to Greater Vancouver, so Metro Vancouver, and compare that to Greater London, it comes to 22% of that population. London also, as you know, has the oldest rapid transit system in the world and one of the biggest and most efficient in the world. We cannot, at the current funding model, afford to replicate that. So while we think it's nice to compare ourselves to London, we think it's comparing apples to aardvarks. And we're very concerned about what this transport pricing fee would actually cost people. We're also concerned that that doesn't show up in the actual report. There are some occasional references to hundreds of millions of dollars that could be raised, but it's unclear if that's from fees from buildings or taxes or tolls on the street. And so our supporters are very concerned about being able to afford this. And as I recently pointed out, MNP, so this is just from last week, 44%
of British Columbians are $200 away from insolvency, meaning they don't know which bill to pay. 44%. So while the goals are nice and achieving them would be great, the actual cost itself is really daunting for many average working people. And as I've heard from many people through email and online, they need their cars to get to work. They're not just going out and driving around burning up gasoline for fun. They don't do that. They're tradespeople. They work downtown. There's many, many reasons, including mobility and health reasons why they have to use their vehicles. And they clearly feel that they cannot afford to pay anymore.
Thanks so much for your contribution. Just checking here.
Thank you.
You've got a couple of questions. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for joining us and speaking. I'm glad to hear from you. In fact, we've been getting a lot of emails from your supporters, and one of them actually did share your fundraising letter that went out, highlighting this particular motion that's this climate emergency action plan, which I should illustrate is really just a plan, and it's a work plan, asking our staff to look at stuff. But in your fundraising letter, where you talked about this, you quoted that this would cost folks, you implied that this would cost people $14.64 a day, or more than $3,600 a year for a full-time commuter. You do acknowledge that that is not what is being proposed today, but I'm curious how you felt it was germane to sort of influence the direction of this conversation, which, as the report indicates, is a work plan, not actually we're going to charge you a tax tomorrow, but rather we're going to look at how we can do this in an equitable fashion by 2025. Do you feel that's an accurate reflection of what this almost 400-page report is getting into?
The report is almost 400 pages. The only issue we really take with it is the transport pricing. All the rest of it sounds at first blush like it's a laudable goal, but the transport pricing is what we have issue with. And the reason why I included the more than $14 per day is because I was at the previous TransLink and Metro Vancouver stakeholder engagement program when they came out with the report, on which it would cost up to $14 per day to use
but
things
that's
like
not in
the
our
Queensboro
report.
Bridge.
And so do you feel that
Yes,
this might be a
but
little inflammatory and misleading for folks when you're suggesting it?
No, because we had to give people an indicator of what it could possibly cost by using a previous study, which I clearly stated was a previous study. And what's interesting also is that this current study that you guys are considering also references that mobility pricing study. And it also says that it is hoped that other Metro Vancouver mayors will eventually accept transport pricing. So this won't stop in Vancouver. It is hoped within that study, it says so right there, that other Metro Vancouver mayors adopt this as well.
Well, that's
so
a great
we
segue
gave that as
because
a
I just have
point.
a few seconds left. But did you manage to catch Kevin Desmond's comments in Business in Vancouver and to the Board of Trade today, where he basically said that mobility pricing is coming to the region? It needs to. We can't possibly. How do you think we can sustain the number of cars? Do you have any other solutions other than mobility pricing?
Other than mobility pricing on how to sustain transit?
And
well,
I'm sorry,
why don't we take a page?
We are at our. So I'm sorry, it's only 3 minutes per councillor per question. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Feel free to email me. Sorry, I didn't want him to get interrupted.
Thanks. And just to remind councillors to try to give folks at least 30 seconds to answer. So, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you could start my time again, Mr. Mayor. That'd be great. So thanks for being here, Ms. Sims. Mr. Mayor, could you start my time?
You're only 3 seconds in. Go ahead.
It actually shows 15 for me.
Yeah, because you're. Yep. Keep going.
I think it was at 10 or 11 before I started, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just note that. Thank you. Thanks for being here to speak, Ms. Sims. I appreciate it. Picking up on Councillor Fry earlier with respect to Mr. Desmond's comments at the Board of Trade, and I'm quoting from an article here that references his direct quotes. It says that mobility pricing is best served as a regional approach and at a regional level. And he also stipulates that investment should go back into transit. but he indicates here that the revenue collected for Vancouver would not specifically do that. It would be used to fund Vancouver initiatives, and he favors a regional approach and discussion specifically around pricing. I wonder if you have comments around that as with respect to a regional approach and where any revenue collected would be directed to.
I understand now what the previous councillor was referencing. My apologies for not quite understanding it first. We're still concerned because, as I said, we were part of that stakeholder group and we were in there while they were helping to form that study. And our people, as I referenced in that letter, which, by the way, was an action update. It was not like a direct ask for money. It was a call to action, and everybody pay attention to this and email your councillor. That's what we do. The concern there, again, is that it would cost, say you're a commuter in Langley or Surrey, and you use the Port Mann Bridge to get to work, that would cost you more than $14 a day maximum, as per that study. It's not something that we're spitballing. It was coming from TransLink and Metro Vancouver's report, and that would cost that person more than $3,000 a year. And we think that people should at least know that.
I think that's a fair comment. I guess my point is that if the region, to the earlier comments, is moving towards some form of mobility pricing, are we best served by having a regional model and ensuring that that revenue is reinvested into transit to improve the availability and frequency of transit options?
We wouldn't be comfortable with it either way, whether if it's in downtown Vancouver or all the way out to the edge of Langley, because it would cost people this much money. And also we'd be worried about eventually mission creep and the money going elsewhere, as we've seen with the BC carbon tax. It's no longer revenue neutral. It's more than $30 a ton. Emissions are going up, and it's going into general revenue. So we'd always be very cautious about that.
Okay, but you are supportive, because you singled out the mobility pricing component of the report specifically. You are supportive of some of the other pieces of the report, such as on the buildings in terms of green building strategies, retrofit emissions?
Yeah, some of those folks that you had on earlier today, where they were embodying carbon, and that gentleman that was explaining how he was rerouting some of the heat going from their server room into heating their whole building, like that just sounds brilliant. Like that sounds brilliant. Our issue is taxes and tolls, and people literally not being able to afford it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your presentation. My first question is regarding our relationship as a city with the province, and hearing, during the election, Premier Horgan saying that this was not a part of their platform, that mobility pricing wasn't something that, I think the exact quote was, never has been, never will. That's what was quoted, I believe, in the Vancouver Sun here and on CKNW. Can you tell me, do you have any concern sort of on behalf of your organization at the city going at this sort of alone, considering the implications with other bodies being funded by, I suppose, not only the province, but at federal levels as well?
That's a good question. As far as the city going alone, it says repeatedly throughout the study that the study writers want this to be an example, and that they hope, I'm paraphrasing, that other Metro Vancouver mayors pick up on elements, including transport pricing, when they are ready, end quote. So we're very concerned that this, if it was implemented in its entirety, including transport pricing, that it wouldn't stop at Clark and Burrard, that it would extend out and it would affect commuters in places such as Langley, Surrey, and keep in mind there are tons of folks who drive in from further down the Fraser Valley, places like Chilliwack and Abbotsford, and that this would just make it impossible for them.
Okay, and then I see taxpayers as renters as well. Is that how you see them?
Are taxpayers renters?
Well, no, I see renters as taxpayers as well. Sometimes we define that here at council. I've been asked that before, but I just want to be very clear. Renters are included in this as well, right?
Oh, of course. I'm a renter. I'm a taxpayer. I know I'm sure many people around your table right now are both renters and taxpayers. So well, absolutely, this isn't
I'd like to think it's a given, but I get asked it all the time. Another question is do you think that this will put a, that this will affect our workforce and sort of some of the demand, people choosing not to work in Vancouver and going other places? Perhaps the demand on some of the businesses as well that serve Metro Vancouver but are located in Vancouver?
Absolutely. If I can very quickly, back in the early 2000s, BC was losing, quote unquote, so much PST to Alberta that they actually tried forcing Alberta Costco's to tell them where their BC shoppers lived so they could recoup the PST. If people will go that far to save 7% on their washer dryer, they absolutely will take their business elsewhere to avoid a toll or a tax for driving across Clark Street, for sure.
Thanks very much.
That's my time. I tried to leave
Councillor
30 seconds.
Boyle.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks. I noted you said earlier that it's important that we improve transit and active transportation options for people, and I'm wondering how you would suggest that we pay for those types of improvements.
Well, for example, I was really interested in one of the elements of the study when they said that they wanted 9 out of 10 trips to be taken either by transit, or I thought it was really neat how they were suggesting walking or rolling. Increasing your ability to walk or bike shouldn't cost a kabillion dollars. That should just be simple city or I should say very thoughtful city planning in order to create bike corridors within your downtown streets. So that's something that could be done. Also, when it comes to transit,
sorry to interrupt, I just have limited time. I'm just wondering how you would suggest we pay for those types of improvements.
With the budget,
they're not free, obviously. So I'm wondering.
Well, no, they're not. No, for sure. No, they're not free. You do have a lot of tax base and a lot of money within your budget, so hopefully you'd be able to do it there. But as far as transit goes, as far as the big transit projects go, we would like to see increased work in the field of partnering with developers along with housing. So, for example, in Hong Kong, there are entire condo blocks that own, quote unquote, their light rail line that goes through their housing developments. There's a small fee that is placed onto either the strata fee if they own or the rental fee if they rent. And if you can envision it, it basically flows down from the tower and pays for the rapid transit. If we could do better to marry our development of housing with our rapid transit needs and not solely rely on taxpayers all the time, we think that's definitely a creative way of going about this.
Okay. My other question is, I wonder, noting, of course, that your organization is not supportive of taxes, if you favor user fees as a better model for funding projects.
We're for less waste as well, and we think in this case with tolls that it's a form of tax. Again, we're getting contacted from people who have to drive. A lot of people have to drive. That's how they work. That's how they function. And in that form, it is a tax. A lot of the language that was coming out of the study was a little bit concerning. It seemed to be ideological anti-car, both actually fuel car and electric car, which was kind of surprising in the sense that they wanted to get rid of minimums even for parking. So that was a little bit eyebrow raising. But again, we're about taxes and fees, and our people are 100% against these.
We're just
sorry.
3 minutes.
Do these things, but fund them with development.
There we go. We're at the 3 minutes. I'm just going to move on to Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of the emails that were generated by your fundraising pitch that we've been getting are basically from people who are demanding the right to be able to drive as much as they want. And I'm just wondering how you square that with the need to reduce carbon pollution from cars.
Well, as we can see, there are more and more people who are opting for electric vehicles. And so as the market moves towards that, we will have lower carbon emission coming from vehicles. Vehicles themselves are becoming more and more efficient, even if they do use gasoline or diesel, as has been highlighted by some of your previous speakers today. So that's very encouraging. And as far as global climate change goes, we're seeing some great things happening to reduce the amount of carbon emission around the world, not just here in Vancouver or not just here in British Columbia. So, for example, the government of India very, very, very much wants to shift to natural gas and away from wood burning and animal dung burning. which will greatly improve their carbon emissions and their air pollution situation. And luckily, that's something that British Columbia and Canada is helping to provide. So that hopefully will do a great deal to improve global climate change.
So it's okay with you if people keep driving their cars until basically they feel like not driving them?
We think people should be able to drive their cars, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Dominato, up to 3, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for joining us this evening. I just want to follow up on the question around the concerns being around transport pricing. You've heard from, I think it was Councillor Fry, about the fact that Desmond has said that it is coming. It's part of a regional plan. Do you feel that the disconnect here is the fact that it's not connected to a regional strategy from your perspective?
No, I think the disconnect here is that a lot of times people don't know what they could be paying, and that it's taken as granted that it's coming. If they've decided that it's coming, in all honesty, that should be put to a vote. They should ask the people who will have to pay these tolls and these fees if that is something that they want to do as a way of funding whatever it is they want to fund with it. So they should ask the people paying the tolls. We don't accept that it just should be something that is imposed on people without a vote, including by people who aren't voted for.
Right. So to some degree, a lack of transparency around that process.
Transparency both in the decision to do it and how much it would cost. There's 2 elements there for sure.
Okay. I just want to ask you one more question just around in the context of affordability. One of the things that we heard yesterday or the other day from around COVID recovery is that we need to think about not only individual costs, but household costs that go beyond loss of employment, but other costs. Is that a factor in your thinking and rationale around transport pricing?
On how much it would cost people? Like
just broadly, that there are multiple household costs to families, residents.
Absolutely. So I think, good point. I think it's easy, or I shouldn't say easy. I think it sometimes happens where you can become so passionate and so dedicated to something that you lose sight of other costs. So for example, if you really, really want to put in mobility pricing or transport pricing, you might forget that people are already paying ICBC insurance, they're already paying gas taxes, they're already paying their property taxes, they're already paying rent. It's easy to sometimes forget that when they're saying, oh, it's only a few dollars here and there.
Okay. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Not sure if you know Gregory Thomas, but we actually worked a lot together in Ottawa. So just wanted to thank you for coming in tonight. And please say hi to him if you see him.
Oh, I will. And thank you very much for your time and for your dedication to this. It's sincerely appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, Council, we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Ash Peplow Ball.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Sure, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of Women Transforming Cities, a grassroots organisation that advocates for policies that transform our cities into spaces that work for all people, including self-identifying women and girls. And WTC is in support of the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and we urge all councillors to vote in favour of the full plan. Implementation of this plan will make Vancouver a world leader as a city that has stood up to the urgency of the moment and has taken decisive action. As an organisation, we're passionate about immediate action on the climate crisis because, as you know, whilst the climate crisis affects everyone, it does not impact everyone equally. Rising temperatures, more frequent and severe weather events, increased air pollution and other impacts we are seeing here and now disproportionately impact all women, but especially Asian, Black, Indigenous and women of colour. There are 3 points that I'd really like to raise to the Council this evening. The first is the need for a gendered intersectional lens on implementation and the collection of disaggregated data. As we've heard from councillors tonight, this is very much a work plan for the city to work towards. So we really want to ensure that that city planning has a strong gendered intersectional lens, and we're really impressed with the focus on equity and reconciliation that is woven throughout the action plan, but it's really essential that this continues during implementation. city urban and transportation planning policies have contributed to the continuing oppression of Indigenous people, racialised, low-income and other impacted communities. So this really needs to be front of mind for the city as the plan moves to implementation. In particular, reducing reliance on private high emissions vehicles in Vancouver will require people to walk, ride or catch transit more. And this will not be possible without considering the current barriers to access to transit for women, including affordability, safety, availability and accessibility concerns. So we encourage the city to ensure that a gendered intersectional lens is applied to implementation. And that really means having a look at if there are any unintended consequences of policy implementation to see who is being impacted and who is being left behind, as was unanimously approved by Mayor and Council in May 2019. Further, it's really essential that the city is collecting disaggregated data for the equity milestones the staff spoke to during implementation to understand the impact on, in particular, racialised and low-income folk in the city. And I think that will address some of the previous speakers' concerns as well if we're measuring that along the way. We wish to emphasise how important it is for climate equity work to progress in step with the overall climate emergency action plan. We understand that this equity work is in its beginning stages. However, due to the urgency of the climate crisis, we cannot afford to wait for equity perspectives to be included after the fact. The second point I want to raise is the need for an emergency preparedness and climate change response plan. So whilst this plan is really fantastic and essential to reducing carbon emissions by 2030, what we believe is missing from the plan is an approach for emergency preparedness. Even a best case scenario for reduction in global carbon emissions and with the City of Vancouver meeting the target reduction by 2030, there's already significant warming and impacts locked in that will result in more frequent and more severe weather events. And these events have a more significant impact on women, and they're even more pronounced for women of colour and Indigenous women. Women are more likely to be displaced by changing climates, to suffer from the population-related health problems we've heard previous speakers and doctors speak on tonight, to lose income when a disaster strikes, to experience a significant increase in violence in the aftermath of disasters, and to endure increased workloads when recuperating from a climate-related disaster. The City of Vancouver really needs to have a plan to respond to these impacts and more on communities that experience additional vulnerabilities. The final point I wanted to make is the need to have a gendered intersectional lens on potential job creation. The investment in this plan is likely to create fantastic job opportunities in the City of Vancouver, especially in building retrofitting and public transit, renewable energy and construction. These are all sectors in which women and people of colour are currently largely underrepresented. It is essential that the city has a gendered intersectional lens as jobs are created and papers are written up with subcontractors to address the marginalisation of these workers and to ensure that benefits of this amazing new investment in the city is shared with women, with Indigenous workers, racialised workers and immigrants, especially considering the massive loss of women's jobs during the economic collapse caused by COVID-19. Finally, I just want to say a huge congratulations to staff, to the council, mayor, community members, advocates, the young people and organisations involved in pushing for the creation of this plan. It is comprehensive, realistic and proportionate to the scale of the crisis.
And that's your 5 minutes. Thank you so much. There are no questions from council for you, so just wanted to thank you for participating. And going to move on to the next speaker, Rebecca Hamilton. Rebecca Hamilton?
Yep.
Oh, hi. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Hello, I'm Rebecca Hamilton. I'm an 18-year-old resident of Vancouver, and I support the Climate Emergency Action Plan.
Could I get you to speak just into your microphone? Thank you.
Is this good?
It's better. Yep. Thanks.
Okay. Last weekend, I visited a friend. We decided to walk along the seawall, instinctively moving aside to give each person we passed a wide berth. We put on masks to step indoors, buying food through a plexiglass shield, and paying on the card terminal that was wiped down with sanitizer between uses. Our conversation turned to our hazy plans for the future and how we had thought our lives would be right now when we had made plans in the before times. We're living in a crisis, and we all know it. The COVID-19 pandemic has completely upended our lives. It provides parameters for every choice we make as individuals, consideration for every government decision. Whenever we open social media, turn on the TV, or talk to loved ones,
the most recent case counts or policy recommendation updates are likely to come up. And we've been living in unprecedented times since long before March. Through student climate strikes, we've said over and over again that we are living in a climate emergency, that we need to listen to the science and act like we're in a crisis, that we need all levels of government to prioritize climate justice, to make it the lens through which all economic and political decisions are made. Before the pandemic, the idea of mobilizing for an emergency seemed abstract, even impossible. This is no longer the case. COVID has shown us the level of urgent transformation we are collectively capable of achieving when we recognize that our shared health is on the line. As our city's leaders, you especially know what it means to make tough choices to keep your citizens safe. Over the last few months, you've had to make disruptive and sometimes unpopular decisions in order to do the right thing. And today, you need to make a similarly pivotal decision. With the pandemic, once we realized we were in an emergency and that our lives depended on making changes to our sense of routine, these changes became the only logical course of action. As a society, we have shifted the baseline of our social norms to be within what is scientifically required to keep each other alive. And we have shaped our economy, politics, and routines to fit that baseline. Of course, the sacrifices we've made to slow the pandemic have not made our lives and communities more beautiful or just. In general, COVID-19 and physical distancing have been awful and have worsened existing inequalities. Given this, I know that committing ourselves to more emergency action may not seem an enticing proposition. But here's where the pandemic emergency response and the climate emergency response diverge. Climate action is not a temporary sacrifice. The changes we need to make to our society to reduce emissions can permanently make our communities more equitable, our lives better. The actions put forward in the Climate Emergency Action Plan will be big changes, yes, but those changes are not just necessary. Emissions aside, they're exciting. I want to live in a community built around all people instead of cars. I want streets with less barren pavement and more green space and places for neighbors to meet. I want to be able to rely on fast and affordable public transportation to connect me with the rest of the city, and to bike anywhere on safe and direct routes. I want to live in a diverse and welcoming neighborhood where anyone can afford to have safe housing. This plan will move us closer to this city. Some people think that the Climate Emergency Action Plan is too disruptive. But right now, you have no choice but to make change that is disruptive. If the action you pass doesn't significantly disrupt the emissions pathway we are currently on, then we're failing to move my generation off our current track towards a future ravaged by climate catastrophe. We did not address the COVID crisis by staying within the realm of what was feasible in our old reality, with our old social norms. The only realistic choice was to move beyond into a new picture of reality and do whatever needed to be done to prevent the suffering of people we love. We may not be feeling its effects every day in Vancouver, but I know you know we are in a climate emergency. Every single one of you voted for a motion that declared it. I also know you know what it means to actually act like we're in an emergency, because we've done it with COVID. Now, we need to put action behind words and continue to be the climate leaders that our city has been by voting for this motion in full with no delay. My generation is trusting you and all levels of government to make these bold changes. Changes that will allow our communities to come together and rise forward to a reality we can't even imagine yet.
Thank you so much. We do have a question for you from Councillor Carr. Up to 3 minutes, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much, Rebecca, for joining us. I really appreciate it and all your hard work on the climate actions. I have two questions for you. One is you said that this plan is actually about exciting opportunities. What excites you the most about this plan?
Yeah, thank you. I think as a young person who's dependent on transit to get around, I think a really exciting part is that it's reallocating, it's accurately representing street space and costs for those people, for like the large amount of people who are dependent on transit. And I know like most people my age who I know like can't really imagine being able to drive and like affording a car, and so many people are dependent on transit. And so I think that having the funding to improve active and public modes of transportation is super important, and will make our communities more equitable and also more connected and healthier. I know, like, I really love biking. It's really, and I also depend on biking. It's really joyful. And I think that being able to move our cities to prioritize these different modes of transportation is super exciting and important.
Great. And one second question. You talked about the fact that the plan needs to be disruptive. So what about this plan, in what part of it is there a disruption that you think is absolutely critical?
I think that it's changing our, partly changing our perception of how we're collectively prioritizing public space towards what is most equitable and what is necessary in order to avoid climate catastrophe. So I think that it's the different pieces around parking space and also mobility pricing is like changing our ideas of like what it the public cost of driving on roads and of using roads, and I think like disrupting those ideas that we have around that, and I think that that's necessary.
That's great. Thanks so much. Really appreciate always the work you do on this and coming to speak to us.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time this evening. I'm curious, we've heard a number of concerns about the cost of the plan, and as a young person, I'm sure you face affordability challenges in the city. So I'm wondering if you can speak to those costs and the importance or the weighing of them for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot afford to travel by car, and like most young people I know will not be able to for a long time. And so I think by collecting more funding for like our primary modes of transportation, so like public transportation, is important affordability wise. Also, I think that the focus on equitable housing policy and in making sure that retrofits don't disproportionately affect renters and keep like renting affordable is also like super important for me and other young people.
So what? Thank you for that. I'm wondering if there's anything you would say to folks who feel this plan is just too expensive to do and we should delay it or only do parts of it because of the cost.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I said, like on the one hand, like the cost will definitely like impact some people, but also will like having more funding for transit will be better for other people. But also we like the cost of adapting to climate change is going to cost so much more than any mitigation measures. I mean, our city is at like next to the ocean. We're already talking about what adaptation in False Creek is going to look like. Every summer we breathe smoke for days on end. The costs of adaptation are going to be so extreme that we really don't have a choice.
Yeah, so we sort of pay now or we pay later?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you so much again for your time and all your work on these issues.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thanks for sharing your thoughts on this report and the recommendations with us. I'm wondering for people who can't afford a vehicle, as you mentioned, but still can't afford housing, if this is going to add cost to housing that's badly needed, and we're one of the least affordable cities already worldwide, how do you propose we reconcile that, considering this council did also amend recommendations that brought us here today to include affordability measures?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to like every single part of the report. I am not a policy expert, but my understanding is that there's a really strong focus on ensuring that the housing measures are approached with a lens of equity and are not making life more expensive for people who are struggling to afford housing. And so I really think that maintaining that lens of equity and ensuring that this doesn't lead to rent evictions or to increased rental rates, which I know there's a current focus on. I think maintaining that lens of equity is definitely super critical.
Okay. Thank you. And if you can speak just a little more into the microphone. Sorry to ask, Mr. Mayor. I know that's up to you, but just having trouble hearing. One more question is, with the single family residential zoning, I believe in more homes for more people and more affordability, and I've shown that the way that I've cast my vote to council. But also understanding and hearing from people who live in basement suites that are way more affordable than rental that, is newer. Do you, if this were to disrupt that, would you suggest we move forward cautiously, or we continue to move forward at all costs, even if it's going to maybe disrupt the most affordable housing in our city?
I can't speak to exactly whether this plan will disrupt that, but I think that maintaining affordable housing is absolutely critical. And my understanding of the plan is that there is a focus on doing that. I mean, I can speak as somebody who pays rent in housing in a house, and it's needing necessarily extremely affordable. Not as affordable as it could, it's not affordable in the grand scheme of things. But I am in a similar housing situation to that, like a basement suite. And it's super important that affordable housing remains.
Thanks so much. That's the 3 minutes.
You.
Thank you so much for calling in. That's the last of the questions for you. And I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is number 26 of 72. We've got 72 folks. 73 actually on the list. So the next speaker is Richard Campbell.
Hi, Mayor Stewart. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. And it's, I really like to echo the comments of the last two speakers. They were excellent and really on point. And I will hopefully go into a few more specifics that hopefully can help Council move to a more equitable city. The first one I want to touch on, and I sent you an email, I think a couple of days ago, would be the real challenges and the safety issues facing the people that are delivering food by electric bike and scooter in this city, especially during the pandemic. And the great concern that these people are actually delivering food by the way that's actually best for the climate. It's even better than electric scooters, or bikes have less emissions than walking or pedal cycling, and yet there seems to be little acknowledgement that they even exist, which is actually sadly common in cities around the world. So I would urge the city to take urgent action on that, because people will probably be ordering a lot of food during this pandemic, and we want to ensure that the people that are doing that are safe. So we really need to get some protected bike lanes or car-free streets or something temporary on Granville Bridge, so people aren't cycling on the sidewalk or cycling on the road, risking their and other people's lives. So let's see if we can get some action on that right now, because that would be good for the climate, good for equity, and good for these people that are doing the right thing. So let's make it safer for them. And furthermore, just over the cycling strategy or where the bike lanes are put in general. So people delivering food from restaurants or going to restaurants, these are on the arterials. We need protected bike lanes on the arterials so people delivering or people going there or working there or eating there can get to them safely. Now, Burnaby is actually far ahead of the city of Vancouver on that. In their town centers, pretty much all the main roads, as when a development is being built, there's a protected bike lane going in. And so in a few years, you're going to get to go to in Burnaby, there's going to be protected bike lanes. You get to Lougheed in Vancouver, and there's nothing. And the same thing is going to be on Kingsway. So the city of Vancouver really needs to pick it up on that and require these when new developments are built. And that's a less expensive way to do it than doing it all at once and tearing up the whole road. So that's something that's badly needed. Of course, I totally support this plan, and let's get it done soon, and let's do more. And I'd also like to go into another item, which is the remote and flexible work options from home, which is fantastic. We need to definitely do that, but we also need to ensure that both students and other people, whether they're going to appointments or whether they're customers at businesses, that we have policies and incentives to enable people to, one, travel less and do it outside of peak hours, and that has several advantages. And I think at some point we may need to mandate that businesses give people and universities give people more flexibility. Otherwise, it's only going to be the well-off workers who have some choice that get the benefits of that. Meanwhile, everyone else is either forced to pay and crowded on transit, which isn't a particularly great outcome. Going into the equity and especially gender equity a bit more, I think we also need to realize that if we do something like road pricing, we need to make sure that transit capacity is there so people aren't really packed on buses and trains. And it tends to be, sadly, that women are harassed more when trains are crowded and buses are crowded. So we need to make sure we avoid that before we put some of these measures in place. And also people on wheelchairs or other mobility devices are more likely to get passed up when transit is crowded. So again, back to the intersectionality and de-aggregating the safety and the ridership and the passive data. That's something that we desperately need to do. I think obviously road pricing can help pay for transit, but I think for the large expensive stuff, what we need to do is we need to get the provincial and federal governments to raise income taxes a bit on the higher income earners, and let's fund these big projects out of that, because that is a truly equitable way to do it. And then we can look at other ideas like distance-based insurance, so people that drive less pay less, and also maybe have transit discounts for drivers. So if you have a driver's license, you get a discount on transit, so that gets somebody off the road and onto a bus and gives some financial incentive for that. And
Thanks very much. We're just at your 5 minutes, so it goes fast. I know. Just wanted to say thanks so much for calling in, and there's no questions from council for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks. We have speaker number 27 of 73, Harrison Johnston.
Hello.
Johnston. Hi there.
Hello?
Up to 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Hi there. Up
Perfect.
to 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Harrison Johnston. I am a resident of Vancouver, a young person, a post-secondary student, and a renter. I'm calling on you today to pass the Climate Emergency Action Plan in full without extending any of the timelines. Just over 1 year ago, I was a lead organizer with the Sustainabiliteens of the climate strike, which brought more than 100,000 people together, gathered right outside of City Hall, demanding that all our levels of government do better on climate. To begin today, I want to urge you all to think about the voices who are unable to come speak today. I work with many youth climate activists in high school who are unable to sign up to speak to support this motion because of the unpredictable schedule of speakers. Annika Lee, who spoke earlier on behalf of Sustainabiliteens, was only able to speak because her mom was okay with her missing school if her time to speak came up during class. Decades from now, these young people will be the ones facing the consequences of the decision that you make here today. Many others face similar barriers, and they are often the people who will face the biggest consequences of the decisions that council makes. Climate change does not affect everyone equally. It exacerbates many existing crises and inequalities. When wildfire smoke blankets our city, Drug users are forced to stay inside and use alone, leaving them more likely to die of an overdose. Many people in Vancouver don't have anywhere where they can shelter inside from smoke or extreme weather. Because of centuries of colonialism and systemic oppression, these people are disproportionately Indigenous, Black, and people of color. Many workers depend on jobs that involve them working outside in order to feed their families. The climate crisis will continue making their lives much harder. For seniors and disabilities, the new normal of a smoky season every summer could be a death sentence. These are the voices that we need to be listening to, but unfortunately, many of them are unable to come speak to council. The second point that I want to highlight is about one of the most discussed parts of this plan, transport pricing. I am generally opposed to regressive fees, but I also have a lot of faith in Vancouver City staff to ensure that this is implemented equitably. One key voice that I think is missing from this debate is a voice like my own. I'm a young student who does not own a car. I depend on public transit to get around. And guess what? I pay a regressive fee to use public transit. If transit users have to pay for these, I believe it's not unreasonable to ask car users to do the same. It's also important to keep in mind that the money raised by transport pricing should be invested back into public transit, walking, and biking infrastructure, which will be a massive benefit to low-income people. I have worked closely with many people in government, and Vancouver City Council has consistently been the only level of government that seems to be willing to make decisions on climate that actually align with science. I hope that you will continue to set this positive example for other municipalities and other levels of government. In January 2019, you voted unanimously to declare a climate emergency, recognizing the crisis we are facing. This vote today is your chance to show that was more than a meaningless gesture. Don't be the next Justin Trudeau. Don't be the next John Horgan. This is your chance to show that you truly understand the scale of the action that needs to be taken to prevent climate catastrophe. Vancouver has set a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030, because that is what is necessary for us to do our part to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees. The question that you will all need to ask yourselves today is, are you willing to do what is necessary to meet that target? All 35 recommendations in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, plus the Clean BC Plan, will bring carbon emissions in the city of Vancouver down to by an estimate of 48 to 51% by 2030, either narrowly missing or narrowly exceeding our target. If any one of the recommendations in the report is not passed, if any one of the timelines in the report is pushed, we will almost certainly fail to meet our target. I have faith in you that you will do the right thing today. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in. There's no questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, but thanks again for participating. Council, we have now Gerard McDonald, speaker number 28.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. And I have a few slides, so maybe just can you please advise if they're up as well?
I'm not sure. I'm just going to check with the clerk. Were these sent in time to be displayed, clerks? Yes, they are. Okay. I'm just going to wait for them to come up, and then we can start your time.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'll introduce myself. Feel free to start the clock now. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Gerard McDonald. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I have a small business here as well. I work for an outfit called Reshape Strategies. So we're management consultants. We help, excuse me, we help master developers, building owners with their energy transition strategies. So we'll help define the energy system for collection of buildings or large buildings. And I'm here to speak in support of the plan, but if there were an option 3 that I don't feel the plan goes far enough, I would select that option. And really, if there's one message I'd like you to take away from the comments here is that I'd like you to ask staff for an option to go further, faster, and in particular around measure number 4 around heating, and that's where my comments are going to be centered. So maybe we can advance to the next slide and
sure.
Just really a little bit more about the stakes. So this is the landscape image. We work a lot in the GTA, Calgary, Edmonton, And what we observe is most cities in Canada are a few years behind Vancouver. So when we delay, they delay even starting. And this is true for zero emissions building plan for new buildings. It's going to be the case for existing buildings. This is one of our projects, 18 million square feet, so 6 times the size of the Olympic Village. The developer there has hired us to help them define the energy system. We pick it based on the codes, but if Vancouver is setting the stage for everybody to follow, they will. So we move to the next slide. The city's been at this for a while. We're 3 decades in. We've not yet touched existing buildings in any meaningful way. And I'm going to use the term compulsory policy. And if we go to the next slide, I think a lot of people in this space will be familiar with Mark Jackard, an SFU prof. And I like his framework for talking about policy. He talks about non-compulsory and compulsory policies. Non-compulsory policies are easy things to do, like incentives, low-cost financing. The problem is they're ineffective. We know this from decades of climate action. Things like carbon pricing, things like fines above an emissions cap, as is being contemplated here, or at least to study, regulations of technology. These are the types of policies that we've observed over the last decades of this work that are turning the dial. Can we go to the next slide, please? So great report, super comprehensive. Appendix J has all the info on space heating. This is drawn from it. And, one of the things we've observed is, half of the measures that are contemplated to get us to those emissions reductions by 2030 for space heating are voluntary measures. The other half are regulatory, but they don't come into effect until after 2030. So when we look at this, it doesn't add up that we're going to meet our climate targets in 2030 with the strength of these plans. So the structure is right. The dials are just set to the wrong level. Go to the next slide, please. Another term that Jackard uses that I think is quite apt is this idea of climate sincere. And here's a question for us all. Are we going to be a climate sincere city? Or are we just going to say the right things? This is really difficult, and this is cutting edge. New York has a plan like this. Again, I'm talking about heating, but no one else is doing it. It's going to be difficult. But if it were easy, we'd all be meeting our climate targets. This is a new frontier, and like I said before, the stakes are big, even beyond just Vancouver. Next slide, please. Equity is tremendously important. This needs to be, something we view, a lens that we view this problem through. But it's not a reason to, excuse the double negative, not do this. It's more a matter of how we go about doing this. We can have means tested or income-based exemptions from policy, access to incentives or financing. We need to keep in mind there's going to be a cost to virtually all climate actions. So it's a matter of being smart with our policies and making sure we do the lowest carbon measure, or abatement cost measures first and the largest projects. So last slide, please. So again, just coming back to this one ask, I think it's in our interest to look at some policies around heating that happen sooner, compulsory policies, defines sooner, they capture more buildings and they're lower level. And, I think if council were to look at a plan where the compulsory policies added up to actually meeting the targets in 2030 and contrasted with where we're at now, I think you'd observe that the incremental cost to get there is not going to be that much more. But all the science around energy climate policy tells us we would actually meet the targets. So thanks for the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's the 5 minutes, and there are no questions from council for you. So we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Speaker number 29 of 73 is Peter McCartney.
I'm here, yep.
Great. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to support this motion. My name is Peter McCartney. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm also the climate campaigner at the Wilderness Committee, here to speak on behalf of our 13,000 supporters in the city of Vancouver. I last spoke here in favor of the city's climate emergency declaration, and I was glad to see it pass with unanimous approval. Although the world has changed immensely since then, one thing has not. Our climate continues to warm at staggering rates, and people here in Vancouver and all over the world are paying the consequences. This means kids who can't play soccer because the skies are choked with smoke, unhoused seniors freezing in our streets when the Arctic spills southwards, and firefighters sheltering for their lives as an inferno surrounds them in the forest. I know you know how dire things are, and I know anxiety levels are high enough this week, so I'll spare you the grim forecasts. And I know you understand we have to act to stop and slow the climate crisis with the same urgency as we've seen in the last 8 months of this pandemic. Think of what we were able to do over the span of just a few weeks in March, how fast we completely transformed the way we live because we had to. This emergency mindset demands we act even when we face other challenges because, frankly, we're out of time. And yes, the costs now are far higher than if we had taken such aggressive action 30 years ago. But if we wait any longer, we will pay growing costs, not just in dollars, but in lives. Earlier this week, I was talking about this plan on a radio call-in show, and of course, their audience is largely drivers. And one caller asked how she was supposed to get her kids to daycare and get downtown to work without a car. And what she needs is childcare within walking distance of her home and access to quality transit. And that's the kind of action that this plan spurs, but it only works in its entirety. Half measures are not going to get this done. And some of the more controversial measures actually do most of the heavy lifting, while the supporting cast makes them possible. Please do not let the people who have fought bike lanes for a decade water down this plan. Pass it in its entirety. City staff have done an exceptional job putting equity at the forefront of this plan, and I'm glad to see that residents and businesses are forecast to come out nearly $1 billion ahead thanks to these investments. That is key in keeping broad support for bold climate action that exists in this city. On Tuesday, I saw a thread on Twitter from an American reporter for Vox about Vancouver's climate plan. Even on a day and in a week when all eyes are on the most consequential election in our lifetimes, people are paying attention to what's happening here in this meeting and the decisions you will make about it. You can bet your colleagues in other local, provincial, and federal governments across the region and the country are taking their lead from you. Please don't be their excuse to keep stalling. Let's show them that even as other crises disrupt our lives, we can still do what 2/3 of Canadians still want and double down on ambitious climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no questions for you. Appreciate you calling in tonight. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Just checking with the clerk here. I think we've got, sorry, looks like I have the wrong list. There we go. We have speaker number 30, Ravi Dan Moskovich.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council, my name is Dan Moskovich. I'm the Senior Rabbi of Temple Shalom, a 900 household congregation in Vancouver. And I want to add with great pride that I'm also Rebecca Hamilton's rabbi who spoke just a few moments before me.
And if I guess
I speak this evening on behalf of more.
And just if I can get you to speak
Sure.
directly into your mouthpiece, that'll help us here. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. 1 second. Is that better?
Yep. Just keep going, and I'll let you know if there's a problem.
Sure. I speak this evening on behalf of more than 24 faith leaders and clergy from Vancouver's multi-faith community in support of the climate emergency action plan that is currently before you. I want to express gratitude for the land on which we live, pray, and serve our community, which is the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Coast Salish people. And I think much of what I hope to express upon you this evening is captured in that statement of acknowledgement. We know that this land is not ours. It's merely on loan to us, and we are its caretakers and its guardians. A parable is told in Jewish tradition, and I've learned that similar versions exist amongst other faith traditions and the First Nations. As the story goes, two farmers are arguing over the ownership of a piece of land. One says it belongs to them because they water it, plant it, and cultivate it. The other says it belongs to them because they bought it, built a house upon it, and pay taxes for it. So they go to an elder. In the Jewish version, it's a rabbi. They make their case, each arguing their side with passion, and the rabbi holds up her hands, asks them to stop bickering, and then kneels down, puts her ear to the ground, and listens to the earth. And then moments later, the rabbi looks up and proclaims to both of them, the land says you belong to it. See, we don't own any of this. If anything, the earth owns us. And we're indebted to it and morally bound, in my view, to not abuse this sacred gift, but to guard and protect it, because it's not really ours. The Climate Emergency Action Plan is a courageous and crucial step toward honoring this sacred responsibility. And so I'm incredibly proud and inspired by our city staff and planners that have worked with myself, other faith colleagues, and hundreds of stakeholders and partners in developing this plan. And I'm proud of you, our City Council, for embarking on this initiative, recognizing the very real climate crisis we are in and the urgency that demands our city take bold and necessary steps to play a leadership role amongst major cities around the world to protect the only home that we have. I know the plan is complex, the financial and economic implications are dramatic, but I would point out that while we may have to pay more today, it is largely because we did not make the investment in protecting our environment earlier. We are paying for the environmental negligence of those that sat in positions of leadership like yours and ignored this problem when it was not yet the crisis that it is today. As I shared on CKNW the other morning when we first discussed this motion before Council, when I was asked to comment on our faith leaders' support for this plan in the letter that I sent to each of you in advance of this meeting, we cannot afford to not make this investment in the health of our planet and our community. We see the real impacts of our rapidly changing climate. We know through the lens of COVID that we must be proactive and prepare for the crisis that is already here. And maybe if we are bold and decisive, we can prevent the worst of possible outcomes. And so I ask you today to honor our sacred responsibility to be caretakers of this gift, which is not ours. I ask you today to show the courage and leadership that I know you have within you to vote for a future that our children and our grandchildren will inhabit. And I ask you today to continue the work and example that this city has set since the early 1990s to be a shining example of what is possible when we come together to confront climate change. You will not be acting or standing alone. My colleagues in faith and our tens of thousands of congregants are standing with you. We're praying for you. We're urging you to do what is right and good and necessary. And if you adopt this plan, we will have your back. You will have our support. This unique moment calls upon each of us to learn the lessons of the concurrent crises of global pandemic and a climate crisis, to recognize that we are all connected to one another and to the earth, and that we have a shared responsibility, a moral obligation to do all that we can to care for one another and to the home that we share together. The actions we take now to prevent catastrophe worldwide and here in Vancouver may be expensive or inconvenient, but we must take them. Our budgets will not be able to cover the inevitable cost of not taking these actions, and our hearts, minds, and souls will not be able to bear the weight of inaction. And so I urge you, our elected leaders of our beloved and beautiful city, in the name of all faith traditions and of our collective responsibility to be guardians of the earth, to vote to approve this action emergency plan for climate, to continue Vancouver's commitment to and leadership in addressing the climate crisis and restoring the balance to our global ecosystem and our communities. And with your vote, you can begin to repair what we have broken and restore the earth to its natural and balanced glory. And I would add, just as an ending, may God bless you and keep you. May God's face shine upon you. And may God grant you and our city and our community and our country, our planet, shalom, peace and wholeness in an increasingly fractured world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you have questions? Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Rabbi Dan, for your very moving words on this. I'm curious to hear from you. My sense is that some of the nervousness around this plan is a nervousness about change and different ways that we might think about and plan for moving and building and all of those pieces. As a religious and spiritual leader, I'm wondering if you have advice for us and residents in facing big changes ahead.
Thank you, Councillor. It's interesting because as a faith leader, as you know, like yourself, we refer to our faiths as traditions. We don't try not to change, but we also know that to keep our traditions relevant, we have to always change. And I think that's the same thing as we confront our changing world and the climate that we're in. We need to lean into change in a positive way, to change in an equitable way, so that we can maintain the things that we enjoy doing now. To maintain the quality of life that we enjoy, we have to change and adapt in order to do that. I work with congregants all the time about facing change in their life in that way, that the choices that we make in our relationships, in our work, in the things that we do on a daily basis are the changes necessary to keep the things that are precious to us and sacred to us present in our lives.
Thank you. That was my only question. I really appreciate your words and your time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time in your life to be here for us and the work you do. It must be quite a privilege to be Rebecca Hamilton's rabbi, I must say. I just have one question, and that is, how what would you say is the most convincing argument that you could make to those who are negative about the actions that our staff, for example, are saying are really needed, like congestion charging, in order to get more cars off the road? What would you say to convince somebody that they should proceed with this?
Well, I tried to say it a little while ago, but maybe it wasn't convincing enough in the message I delivered. I guess I would add to that, for those that are of faith, this is a moral responsibility, and sometimes our traditions ask us to do, and often ask us to do the things that we would not naturally do, but are good for us or good for the greater community, even though it's hard. I mean, I think about the laws of keeping kosher in Judaism. I would love to eat a cheeseburger or pepperoni pizza. I've heard they're good, but my tradition tells me not to do that, and of course, it's a sort of a silly example. I think that we have to do the hard things as we tell to our children, so that we can do the good things. That's one thing that I would offer, and I think the other is that there is great power in coming together collectively as a community to strive for things. That moonshot idea, and if we could make this city the model that we seek to make it, if we could reduce the carbon emissions of the city, if we could make our neighborhoods more neighborhoody and more livable and more walkable, we would do great things. And to look back on that with pride, to be able to tell our children and our grandchildren that we were part of that legacy is the reason to do things. If you need any other reason, do it for your kids, because we're not going to actually see the benefits of what we're doing here, maybe in the short term a little bit, but it's their generation and their children that we are gifting this world to. And so do it for your kids.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's it for questions. I appreciate you very much calling in and participating. And I'm going to move on to speaker number 31, Audrey Kemichi.
Hello.
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Audrey Kemichi. I am here today in support of the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and I am a resident of Vancouver. First and foremost, I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which I speak today is the unceded traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. To non-Indigenous peoples such as myself, our blatant disregard for the well-being of the land that we inhabit, such as through our selfish actions like the limitless burning of fossil fuels or the nonstop pumping of carbon pollution into our atmosphere at a rate that our planet can no longer handle, is already proving to have detrimental impacts on our surrounding ecosystems here in BC. Yet, these murderous crimes continue to be committed with disturbing normality and with a simple disregard for the preservation of our planet's future. Since time immemorial, Indigenous peoples have been able to not only live off these lands, but sustain themselves and also the environment at the same time. Such an impressive accomplishment has been achieved by treating their land with the utmost respect, because unlike us, their relationship with the land goes far beyond extracting finite resources from it for monetary gain. Instead, their spirituality is intertwined with their encompassing environment, and clearly, the health of their land they inhabit is much more important to them than to us. Such commendable respect for the surrounding organisms that infuse us with life significantly contrasts with our colonization and ensuing horrendous treatment of their land, which is proving to already have irreversible consequences after only 162 years. Evidently, we must elevate the voices of local First Nations and put their demands at the forefront of our action against climate change and path to sustainability, because quite obviously, they are tremendously more knowledgeable and qualified than us. Please remember this quote by James Baldwin: "If I love you, I have to make you conscious of the things that you don't see." His quote is highly important in the application of equity to Vancouver's climate change response. To elaborate, what many of us don't see as we continue to commit murderous crimes against the environment is that Indigenous communities are often the first to experience the impacts of them. As caribou populations decline, as mountain pine beetles ravage our forests, and as our ground is dug for a non-consensual pipeline, what we don't see is how Indigenous peoples' relationships are being destroyed with the land that has sustained them for centuries, and as a result of our selfish, greedy actions. Although we are all victims of climate change, Indigenous peoples are not only the most impacted by our destruction of BC's fragile environment, but they are also the least significant contributors to it. It is clear that we'll never fully be successful in our fight against climate change unless we consider equity as part of our solution. In fact, the exclusion of equity in past environmental plans has proven to have highly detrimental and frankly racist impacts on communities of color. For example, the creation of parks, which were implemented with the intention of allowing citizens to enjoy nature, has occurred at the expense of Indigenous peoples who are forcibly relocated from their lands, all because their voices were not the center of the environmental plan. Accordingly, the actions proposed in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, which emphasize the importance of equity, are vital steps that Vancouver must pursue with extreme urgency in order to align with the scale of emergency that our planet is facing and also honor the centrality of Indigenous voices in our path to sustainability. Although I am only 17 and I am likely far less qualified to speak on such a complex topic than the vast majority of all of you, I am here today as an advocate for the application of equity and the emphasis of Indigenous voices during climate change action because for far too long, Indigenous voices have been excluded from climate change action conversations in spite of their tremendous knowledge about sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your speech today. And I have Councillor Carr on for questions for you. Please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much. I actually don't have a question, but I just wanted to reassure you that it's not at all any issue about being qualified or not to speak. Your voice, in fact, is one of the most powerful because, indeed it is you whose ours actions will most affect in terms of your future. So I really thank you for coming, and please feel that your voice is unbelievably important to us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
Thank you. We're on to our next speaker, Matija Stoyan, speaker number 32.
Speaker number 32 hasn't joined.
Thank you very much. Theodora Lamb, speaker number 33.
Speaker number 33 has not joined.
Thanks very much. We're on to speaker 34, Bryn Davidson.
Speaker 34 has not joined.
Thanks. Speaker 35, Helen Brown.
Hello.
Hi, Helen Brown, please go ahead up to
Hello.
5 minutes. Hi there.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Helen Brown. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm an academic librarian and a member of the BC Libraries Association. I'm also a parent of 2 small children, ages 6 and 2, and I ask that you support and fund the Climate Emergency Action Plan in full and without delay. When I was thinking about what I would say to you today, I thought perhaps I would start with why the Climate Emergency Action Plan is so important to me. The simple answer is that as a science librarian who specializes in knowledge synthesis studies and who reads all the major research reports on the climate crisis, I know just how incredibly severe, extensive, and permanent the impacts of our emissions are, and how they will change every part of our lives very quickly. I also know how important the decisions that we make today are on what we will lose and just how much we can save. Another longer and more personal answer is about why I'm here in Vancouver building a life for my children. I've lived here for well over a decade, but it's been really hard. You really can't raise children alone, but most of the families that we become close to move away. And when this happens, we lose our friends and our community, and every time my partner and I talk about whether we should leave as well. We can move back to Ontario and live in a place with more affordable housing and living costs, where childcare isn't so scarce, and where we could be close to family. And when we have these conversations, there are many things that we consider, but ultimately in the last couple of years, we've decided to stay. It's not that these are no longer issues, but rather that added to these challenges is another, one that is far larger. We're currently on track for at least 3.2 degrees of global heating within my children's lifetimes, assuming that every nation meets their Paris Agreement targets. Currently, we're not doing that. We're actually still increasing our emissions, and Canada is warming at 2 to 3 times the global rate. This will be catastrophic. We've found that we need to be in a community where we're facing this reality and acting in proportion to the threat. We need to live in and contribute to a community that is planning and acting to mitigate these threats, because having kids is really about planning for the future. And when I read the Climate Emergency Action Plan and I listened to the presentation from staff, I saw actions that address the scale of change needed. I also saw a vision of what a thriving, more equitable, and decarbonized city might be. And I'm so excited by the possibility of more easily getting around, biking with my kids without fear, living with less pollution, and prioritizing equity in the further work related to these actions. And when I think about the side impacts of the actions focused on transport pricing, parking, and improved active and public transit, what comes to mind for me is I think that they have the potential to decrease noise and pollution, create more space for people, and move more people through the downtown area, which on a personal note would make downtown and all of its businesses and attractions more accessible for my family. The climate crisis is terrifying, but the antidote to the feelings of grief and panic that come with realizing how severe it is are acting, getting to work, doing the work that needs to happen to eliminate emissions, and doing it together. All parts of the Climate Emergency Action Plan are needed. The climate crisis is so severe that massive efforts are needed. But the actions laid out here are not massive. They are achievable, and they have been combined to have the maximum impact for the least cost and effort. For me, there is nothing that I wouldn't change or give up for my kids and the world that I love, and I'm so excited to do this work. As a librarian, I support students and I support communities, and I want to add my support to the petition you've received signed by the BC Library Association and the BC Libraries Cooperative supporting the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We know how necessary this work is for our communities and our organizations, and how it will allow us to plan for the future. Change requires leadership, but we know from thousands of experts in every part of the world that immediate transformational change is necessary. And Vancouver has been moving in this direction and making such changes for a long time. We just need to scale up our efforts. I'd like to end with a quote from the IPCC's special report on 1.5 degrees of global warming, not because it's most recent, but it was published 2 years ago and it stays with me. Every bit of warming matters. Every year matters. Every choice matters. This is a choice that will determine our future. So I ask that you please support and fund the Climate Emergency Action Plan in full and without delay.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks. Bryn Davidson. You have Bryn Davidson on the line?
The caller has not joined.
Has not joined. Okay. Looking for speaker 37, Annette O'Shea.
I'm here.
Great. Thanks so much. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak. I'm the
If I could just get you to speak directly into your mouthpiece, that would be very helpful.
Certainly. I'm the Executive Director of the Yaletown Business Improvement Association, located, as you know, in the Downtown Peninsula, representing 750 small businesses. We absolutely support climate action. And as you know, we've supported many of Vancouver's transportation and built form policies. Anything and everything that helps to reduce our greenhouse gases, our BIA and many other BIAs have supported. But you're going to hear a but we are concerned with this report. Actually, we find it's not big enough. It's not broad enough. It's a bit narrow focused. And essentially, it's isolating Vancouver from the rest of the Metrovan region. And it seems to also be isolating the Downtown Peninsula. So we're quite concerned that it's not broad enough and it's not going to make big enough changes fast enough. We do recommend that the Climate Emergency Action Plan broaden its view to work within a regional coordinated strategy metro-wide. We did notice that there's $80 million a year revenue coming in parking tax from predominantly the downtown parkades, and that's funding annually TransLink and transportation priorities. And we actually see a business opportunity for Vancouver with this $80 million a year to position itself as a real leader in more of a regional plan and a regional approach. We're also concerned with the timing of this plan. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and it sounds like we're talking about please don't come downtown. That's absolutely not a message that any of us need to hear. But it also, this plan right now, we get that it's broad strokes, but we're concerned that it doesn't seem to be timed to launch with any larger transit initiatives or incentives. The report is filled with fees and charges, no actual incentives, and no timing to make it a better choice to take transit or a better choice to take something other than a car. It just seems to be timed for now because there's room on your desk, and I don't know, 350 pages of, I don't have room on my desk for sure for that. So we would ask, we see this as council's opportunity to refocus the plan and to position Vancouver to be a key player in a regional bigger solution. We'd like to see bigger solutions faster and believe wholeheartedly that this can happen with the cooperation of partners and partnering cities. So we'd like to see Vancouver take the lead on that. Regional mobility pricing, I think, would make a better, bigger impact than north of 16th Avenue. I'm not really sure where the heck that came from. So we'd like to see more partnership and less isolation of Vancouver. And we also think that this plan needs to broaden its ideas through consultation and partnerships. We were caught off guard that the plan was tabled. We'd like to see, usually consultation surfaces some creativity, it surfaces other options, and it might also be able to surface some incentives to find other ways other than car drivership. So we'd encourage council today to take another look at this plan and either shelve it and broaden it, or direct staff to broaden it through consultation and creativity to create some incentives for people to use different forms of transportation rather than a plan filled with fees and punishments for Vancouver. So it's a really great opportunity and great timing for us as a city to step forwards and see what we can time with other transit priorities and with a new provincial government. We'll leave you with those thoughts and appreciate your hard work on this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I have a number of questions. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thanks for coming in and waiting and speaking. I just wanted to clarify, because you mentioned that the timing seems odd. If you notice that the mobility pricing piece is planned in the report to actually be timed to come in at the same time that the Broadway subway opens.
Yes, I am aware of that, and I actually don't see a heck of a lot of impact. I mean, I think that we can go bigger, faster, actually, Councillor, instead of waiting till 2025. But I do think congestion seems to be a regional problem, not a north of 16th problem.
I'd love to hear more about what you mean by going bigger, faster.
Well, I mean, when we listen to traffic reports, for instance, the congestion is all coming in from outside of the city. We need transportation. We need the movement of people and goods to feed our city and to help our economy run. But I think that, our view is that our city should be partnering with the other cities to create transportation options and transportation incentives and plans like the mobility pricing. If most of the traffic is coming in over a bridge or over boundary, why wouldn't we be at least broadening our looks to reducing that traffic?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'd be curious then to hear any suggestions on what we should do if the region isn't interested in doing more. Do we just keep waiting, or what does it look like if there's not support from those other places to work together?
Well, I can certainly, on behalf of the Vancouver Business Associations, I can tell you we haven't even been consulted. We haven't been asked to come to the table to come up with or help with any solutions or any creativity. So that's a good first step. We're certainly not the only groups that should be involved, but as far as I know, the invitation to get creative together hasn't been sent. So I'm more optimistic, perhaps, to believe that our neighboring cities would, in fact, want to come to the table and try to create a regional solution. I think climate change is on everyone's top of mind right now, and I think most people do want to talk about it. You're certainly getting a lot of speakers tonight.
Okay, I wish I had your optimism that more people wanted to do more than talk, but I appreciate you having it and for making the time to come in and speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thanks. A number of questions still. Councillor Bly, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. O'Shea, for coming to speak to Council. I wondered if you could, in your role as ED for the Altum BIA, I wonder if you could share from your perspective, what would be the impact? You mentioned consultation a couple of times, that you haven't been consulted on the plan and specifically the mobility pricing. And I'm wondering if you could share what's the impact to having effective consultation when a commitment to implement precedes that consultation. What's the impact, do you believe, to you and your membership and stakeholders?
Well, you don't end up with consultation, you end up with protestation. Because
say that again, I can't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, once a plan is presented and then it's, what do you think, this is what we're doing, it's quite backwards, actually, and the response you usually see from communities is anger, that they weren't asked in advance of a plan being put in front of them. Usually I find when people are part of a plan and part of a solution, you get a lot more uptake and you get a lot more support for the solution, rather than, here's what we've done, what do you think?
Right, okay. That's helpful. I wonder if you can share, first of all, around transportation incentives. Again, you mentioned a couple of times, not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious. It seems like something that was quite clear to you would be a good idea. I wonder if you have any examples, what you would suggest.
I do have some examples, and some of them are small examples that I think would make a big change. We work with the Seniors Mobility Network and a number of pedestrian groups who want to see changes in making pedestrians more welcome and more safe. And frankly, as far as the city could be involved, it's things like public washrooms, public drinking fountains. We'd like to see some of the built form slight changes so that buildings can put weatherproof awnings or weather protection awnings to create a covered walkway. In some of our pedestrian districts, we would like to see more of the Mobi bikes or bike share programs. We're desperate for more electric vehicle charging stations. I'm just mentioning a few things that are within the city's responsibility and purview without having to even build regional partnerships. On the regional partnerships,
and do you think these are the kinds of ideas that would come out through consultation?
I think they would have had they been asked.
Okay. I have one more final question.
But we just have
just
10 seconds left. So.
Oh, I forgot 3 minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. O'Shea. I'm out of time. Okay. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Ms. O'Shea. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, Councillor.
Okay, my Wi-Fi is a bit spotty, so apologies for that. My first question for you, we'll see if I have time for a second one, is there already, is this impacting your business, the businesses that you hear from, that you represent, that are already having to take measures that mitigate, or I would say that, mitigate their efforts usually to generate revenue? Are they even more concerned about the costs associated with this, or what this could mean for their consumer base?
Absolutely, Councillor, and more importantly, for their employment base. Employees are right now as you know, ridership on TransLink is very low. It's down to about 30% for the downtown core, and that's because of the pandemic we're in. I don't know if we're halfway through the pandemic or just 10% of the way through the pandemic. No one can tell us that. So right now, any added cost for an employee to transit to downtown could put them out of work, quite frankly. Any reduction in customers traveling into the downtown core is going to dramatically affect businesses that are literally hanging on by a thread. We are hoping that our businesses get through Christmas, but frankly, we're anticipating a 30% business loss due to COVID, and that's without any additional uncertainty or any additional frightened from this kind of isolationist plan.
Thank you. Can I also ask, I mean, looking through this report, it's 371 pages. I had trouble getting through it just in the amount of time we have for this meeting, and I had other reports to read for this week as well. Do you think there's uncertainty, like even with the presentation? And I'm not sure if you were able to see staff's presentation, but in how this would not, we've heard from some that we need to take brave, steps, and they must, disrupt the normal that we currently have and even the new normal. Do you think there's a concern that the businesses don't really see how this is going to allow them at the end to stay where they are and flourish? Do you think it would be helpful for staff to walk us through some case examples of, per se, businesses in each of the BIAs and how they would flourish, and consult with you on that, and ask for your input?
I do, Councillor. I think that the plan is blurry, and everyone always talks about the devil is in the details. There's only enough details here to make businesses that are already hanging by a thread. They're going to be making reinvestment decisions, and should they, get through Christmas, should they bother reinvesting and living and having their businesses in the downtown core? They try to make long-term plans when they look at leases, and this kind of uncertainty and blurriness, as you put it, is the last thing that any businesses are looking for right now. They're looking for any kind of certainty. Employees need certainty. They need to know that they've got a job next month.
Thanks so much. We're well over the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. O'Shea. I might send you more questions.
Councillors, if I could just remind you to try to give your the speaker enough time to respond to your questions within the 3 minutes. Thanks. Councillor Kirby.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. O'Shea, and thank you for being here. A couple questions that I had for you. And the first one was really around incentives, but also you said availability. And I appreciated your comment when you said that a lot of congestion is coming in from outside of Vancouver with people commuting in. And I'm wondering if you have a perspective on the fact that it's with sort of Vancouver's proposed strategy that this revenue will go into Vancouver, potentially improving the built form, some of the things we talked about, pedestrian pathways, walkways, but that the money wouldn't be going into sort of additional transit capacity or improving frequency of service or additional service, because it wouldn't be going to TransLink, for example. Do you have a perspective on that?
I'm disappointed that this plan isolates Vancouver from a TransLink partnership. Disappointed that the plan is so narrow as to isolate Vancouver and assume that that Vancouver can function economically without goods and services from outside of Vancouver or without employees from outside of Vancouver. I know you heard from the first responders from Vancouver Fire Service on Tuesday how few firefighters actually live in the city of Vancouver. So, we don't even have our first responders living in this city. Why would we cut our own city off from our partner cities where so many of our employees live and our consumer base? There are very few businesses in Vancouver that could survive with a local consumer base.
But I guess my question philosophically is, do you think that with a mobility pricing strategy moving forward, that it's through a regional approach perhaps, that dedicating funding towards improved transit makes sense? It actually meets the goals of trying to give people viable, achieve accessible alternatives.
I think if we approach it regionally and include TransLink in that, then absolutely yes. And then at a city level, let's improve our multimodal. Let's make it easy to get from A to B on wheels.
Okay. And then with the time I have, the last question is really around sort of staying on that regional approach theme, is around the idea that you mentioned people coming in from outside the downtown core. So conceivably, if Vancouver implemented this metro core, And then if regionally it follows suit with additional charges on bridges, et cetera, and those are not coordinated or brought together, you could have somebody hitting a couple of different tolls, right? Making a potential trip in a lot more expensive, or, sort of, gating different levels of access to the city or different parts of the city. Do you see that being a benefit to a regional approach?
It absolutely needs to be coordinated. We've seen that when there were tolls on other bridges and some on one bridge and some on another, and the congestion just moves to the cheaper bridge. Very few people have had any major raises in their income in the last few years. This is just an added cost onto, a small purse. Let's do this coordinated, and there's a lot of smart people at Vancouver. Let's do this coordinated, be smart about it.
Thanks so much. We're on to Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thanks so much, Ms. O'Shea. I'm wondering if you had the chance to be able to read the plan, the proposal in Appendix A, and specifically where it talked about regional collaboration and the fact, I'll read it, the proposed plan, work plan. It's not the plan yet, it's just a work plan to develop a plan to build on this early collaboration and commits to working with TransLink, Metro Vancouver, the provincial government, and other agencies to develop a model. Were you able to read that in that section of the report, Appendix A?
I did read it, and then when I went through the plan, Councillor, I like to do search and find for specific phrases and words, and that's actually the only place in the entire plan of partnerships mentioned. So I'm concerned that it's not the focus of the plan, and I think Council should direct staff to make a regional approach more the priority, rather than we'll let the rest of the region know what we're up to, but that's not the same as involving them.
Right. I guess when I read that, I think this is exactly what they say they're going to do, is that regional approach. Were you able to take part, I wonder, in the Mobility Pricing Independent Commission that TransLink had conducted a couple of years ago?
I did, actually. I believe that was 2017.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what part you were, but I'm interested in your experience of it. I attended all the sessions that were open to elected officials, and it was quite clear. So I'm interested in what you learned, but it was quite clear to me that that it was really important to start in an urban core. Everybody agreed to that. That was one of the resulting conclusions, because you need good transit. And so the outside regions did not want to start there because they didn't have the alternative transit to enable people a choice. So I'm wondering what you learned when you were involved in that.
Well, I learned, that's a good question, and thank you for asking it. I, of course, was not involved at the level you were. I was involved in the Joe Public level. I was heartened that TransLink was aware that their transit system was not yet ticking all the boxes for factory workers and downtown workers who are working different shifts. TransLink's very aware that they manage the rush hour very, very well, but not the other hours. So areas like Strathcona that have workers on 14-hour and 20-hour cycles, they're getting off work and there isn't a bus, there isn't any transit, so all of a sudden the options are gone.
Just at 3 minutes. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much.
That's the 3 minutes, and that's it for questions for you. Thank you so much. Going to move on to Bryn Davidson.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, thanks. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I'd called a couple of times before and you couldn't hear me before, so I just wanted to check. I'm Bryn Davidson. I am co-owner of Lane Fab Design Build, and I wanted to speak strongly in favor of the motion. Since we founded the company in 2009, addressing climate change has been a central tenet of our business, and we've attempted to adapt our business model to really focus on that. So that includes doing energy efficient laneway houses. We're building now passive houses standard for our full-size homes. We're also doing character home rehab and retrofits, and we're doing character home infill projects. And over those last 10 or 11 years, we've really been trying to push the envelope and been doing that in collaboration with the city's policies. First with thick wall exclusions, and then with relaxations for passive house and other types of things. And what I'm really hoping to see come out of this plan is kind of this roadmap for what we can be doing to push it even further. We're excited about potential changes to parking. We're excited about all of the work that's looking at embodied energy, as in the carbon that's baked into the construction materials that we use, especially this idea that maybe we could reduce basements in concrete. And all of that going forward is going to just help us to keep pushing the boundary of what we can do as a home, as a company building climate-friendly homes. Now, on the big picture level, I know there have been some critics of this plan saying that just reducing Vancouver's emissions by itself doesn't do enough. But I think that's completely missing the picture. The point of this plan is not just to reduce the emissions, but to show everybody else how it can be done. In Vancouver, we have this really amazing coincidence of this network of professionals, of a city council and citizens who are all aligned in trying to make stuff happen on the climate front. And when we go and travel to conferences around the world, we reference that. And the ideas that are created here get spread to other cities, they get spread to other countries, and they are central to this larger effort. And so I think that this is really an amazing opportunity to keep pushing that bar further, and I want to strongly support that. Thanks.
Thank you for calling in. Really appreciate it. And there are no questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Just 1 second here, Council. Thanks so much. The next speaker is Dave Ramsley. Dave Ramsley?
Mr. Wood, the speaker is not on.
Thanks very much. We've got Charles Gauthier, speaker number 40.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for calling in. Mr. Gauthier, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Charles Gauthier. I'm the president and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. We represent an area that has 8,000 businesses. The organization has been quite collaborative in working with the city on increasing transit use, cycling infrastructure, pedestrian-friendly streets, electrical vehicle charging stations, and energy-efficient buildings. But we are concerned about the transport pricing proposal in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. As you know, this comes during a time when downtown businesses are shuttering or struggling to remain open, and the recovery period for downtown is unpredictable. Just to date, since April, we've had 53 street-level businesses closed permanently within our district. In the third quarter of this year, downtown office vacancy rates rose to 5.2% from 2.1% in the first quarter prior to the pandemic. 620,000 square feet of office space has been offered on the sublease market since April of this year. Obviously, we're all experiencing unprecedented change in our city. The return to the workforce is taking place at a much slower pace than many of us expected. Occupancy in downtown office buildings ranges from 10 to 30%, and mostly local and smaller firms are bringing their employees back. National and international firms are not likely to return to the workplace well into 2021. And whether or not work from home will become more common and a significant part of the new normal is up for debate. However, if it does, it will have severe impacts to retail, hospitality, and the personal services businesses that are located downtown. You had a presentation a couple of days ago to council from the McKinsey and Company Group. We're looking at a long road to recovery for the economy. I remember it was between 1 to 4 years in that presentation. And Tourism Vancouver has stated that the most likely recovery to 90% of pre-COVID 2019 economic performance for Metro Vancouver tourism is 2024-2025. The Climate Emergency Action Plan does not include an economic impact analysis for businesses. We worry about the unintended consequences of the fees. So just to share some data that, again, we would have hoped would have been considered in the staff report. Last year, fall of 2019, we commissioned a survey of 944 Metro Vancouver residents. The survey was done by the Justice Group. Traffic congestion and parking issues are notable obstacles to visiting downtown for many residents, and these are non-work visits. Entertainment ranks number one at 68% to visit downtown, followed by dining at 57% and shopping at 47%. And these three are still a major draw for the majority of Metro Vancouver residents. We also asked them what type of interventions would encourage you to visit more frequently for entertainment, dining, and shopping. So we're talking about the discretionary time and discretionary income that Metro Vancouver residents have. And 36% replied improvements to parking. And if we drill down to that, and these were not multiple responses, 15.5% said cheaper parking, almost 13% said more parking, and I know this is dream world, but 7% said free parking. And then another 25%, in addition to those that said they wanted improvements to parking, replied improvements to the transportation network. And yes, they did say less congestion, better, cheaper transit to downtown, and then one that was lower on the list was extended late night transit service. When we asked them, what are the reasons you don't come downtown? Cost of on-street parking ranked highest at 36%, and that was always a factor in their decision. 27%, quite often that was a factor in the decision, and 20% said sometimes, but that makes up 83% of the respondents citing the cost of on-street parking. Cost of off-street parking, so we're talking about in parkades, I won't read all the numbers, but they closely match the ones I just shared with you. So it is an impediment for people to come downtown. And the reason I'm sharing this with you—
Just 10 seconds left.
While I'm sharing this with you, parking is a stick. Parking is a fee that discourages people from visiting downtown. And as you know, there's a paid parking tax of 24% that applies as well, that raised $82 million for TransLink last year.
Thanks.
I'll stop there, Mayor, and hopefully I'll have some questions.
Yep, there are some questions. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I'm going to try and be efficient and quick and ask you a question I'm hoping you'll be able to answer. We already have, I understand we're in pandemic right now, but this is not something just for pandemic. This is beyond. And there was already some issues getting rideshare and appropriate transportation for those leaving the Granville Entertainment District prior to COVID-19. Do you have any concerns that, for businesses as well? I mean, that people not being able to get to or from, especially those operating in hours off from transit, that this could be an issue, especially for their employees?
If they were traveling in their cars?
Yeah, for instance, I mean, I'm just thinking about if they're traveling in their cars because they're not able, there are some businesses that are open beyond transit hours, and I'm just wondering if that's a concern.
Well, again, you're just adding another fee. And again, without having any clarity as to how this would operate, there's no details on how the transport pricing model would work. But in effect, what the city has done, city staff has done here, is they signal to the business community that it intends to proceed with this, subject obviously to council approval. And it's just creating a lot of uncertainty. I was having lunch today with a major landlord, commercial landlord, and they see this as a threat. And as Ms. O'Shea said, tenants are going to start thinking about whether or not they renew their leases as they come up between now and 2025, when the implementation of this might occur. So the city's signaled right now that this is the intent. And I think it just puts us at a disadvantage to have a conversation about this, a dialogue, and bring us along. Like, don't ram this down our throat. Bring us along and get our support for this. And I think if it was something that was on a regional coordinated basis, we can assist with that. There has been a lot of efforts by labor, business, and community groups through the Moving in a Livable Region group that has been talking about regional coordinated approach to road pricing.
Now, I only have 30 seconds left. Can you tell me, is this something that you've heard panic about or concern from some of your businesses because they're not quite sure how it's going to affect them because it doesn't lay that out in the report here?
Yes.
Like from start to finish?
Yes.
Okay, and have you been consulted on this at all?
I'm actually surprised. I didn't realize that transport pricing was going to be part of the package. And typically we would get a heads up that this is something that's coming down the pipe, and we didn't get it. So I am disappointed in this approach.
Thank you. That's my time, but I'm sure the mayor will tell you there's other questions for you, and I may send you some questions. Thank you.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Oh, I was on mute. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Gauthier, for being here. I wonder if you can speak to the comment or the question when people say, well, this plan isn't going to, we would see mobility pricing take effect or be in place until 2025. And I know you spoke to sort of the long road to recovery estimated by McKinsey & Co. 3 to 4 years, and even the longer sort of forecast and outlook for tourism. I wonder if you can speak to what signal that sends, or when people say, well, there's time for recovery, or it's several years away and we're going to study it for a couple of years. Do you have comments on that?
Well, I guess we don't know what the recovery is actually going to look like, and we actually don't know the length of the recovery. We also don't know how long the pandemic is going to last. So there is a lot of questions that none of us can answer, that none of us have a crystal ball. And I'm just going to reiterate that with council approving this as is, you're basically instructing staff to commence the work on it, and there isn't any kind of discussion as to what that transport pricing model looks like in advance. And it also, if Vancouver's going it alone, there is no guarantee that you're going to get regional cooperation on this. And it just doesn't create a level playing field when Vancouver, downtown itself, relies on a regional customer base. They don't rely on a Vancouver customer base exclusively.
Okay. And you mentioned, so the regional approach, you mentioned specifically the group MLR moving into livable region. Did you want to, I know we have limited time, but did you want to expand on sort of any discussions or thoughts on an approach coming from that area?
Yeah, so this was a group that was working on the transit tax a number of years ago that, as you know, failed. And they continue to meet because obviously congestion is an issue that affects us all, and it affects the region as a whole. And we did have presentations in regards to the commission that was in place at the provincial level about road pricing, and it was always the DVBI's perspective and position that it needed to be a regional approach. And I can't speak for the MLR, but certainly that was the direction that I understood that it was going in, and that's the direction we would like it to go in. And it's just I don't know what else I can say, but this has caught us off guard, and I think it would be better to bring us along in the process rather than putting us at a disadvantage if it's already been improved in concept, because I don't think we can stop it after that. We're just going to be asked our opinion about how to make it work rather than thinking about, how could this work for the whole region as a whole to address congestion.
Thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. You mentioned an economic recovery analysis. I'm very concerned. We've got at least three major crises that we're dealing with right now, and we're trying to strike a balance in a city that's reeling from this pandemic and remains unaffordable. And I think the last thing we want to do is to be punishing or kicking small businesses, restaurants, and bars out of the downtown. So what does a economic recovery analysis look like to you?
Yeah, and if I misspoke, I meant that there's a lack of an economic impact assessment in the report, in the staff report that's gone to council. So, it's fine to talk about how this can work conceptually and how it can work in terms of, benefiting us as a group in terms of reducing carbon emissions. But there's nothing in the report that talks about what the impacts are. I mean, we hear about London, we hear about Stockholm, and we hear about other cities that have done congestion pricing. But again, I think it would be beneficial for council to get some input and have an economic lens on this.
Let's talk a little bit more, would you, about the relationship with the region. The suggestion has been made since Vancouver is the core of the region that justifies it acting unilaterally. Can you weigh in on that?
Well, again, we don't support that. There is no guarantee that if this goes ahead as a Vancouver experiment, that the region will adopt it. So I use the example of the paid parking tax that was brought in a number of years ago, and it was jacked up, to 24% as recent as last year, another 3% to 24%. We were always told that there would be a movement to actually apply that paid parking tax to free parking at suburban malls. Well, that was a failed experiment. And so now we're being asked to support something and try it in Vancouver first, and then seek regional cooperation to do something similar elsewhere. I don't trust in that approach. I feel that we need a regional agreement to proceed with congestion pricing throughout the region in a coordinated way, rather than doing it alone.
So that's what the city needs, and what stands in its way?
Cooperation, legislation, leadership. But I'm not, again, I'm representing a downtown business community that is potentially on its knees in terms of low office occupancy at 20 to 30% for unsure how long, and with businesses at street level closing. And this is happening throughout the city. It's not just happening downtown.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gauthier.
Councillor Carr, 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Gauthier, for always being here on key issues. Mr. Gauthier, did you read Appendix A of this report, which does talk about the transport pricing work plan and in specific some of the data that is very consistent for all the cities that have included the congestion charging, where it states that in London, for example, 23% more people travel into the central business district with congestion charging and grow the economy at the same time as reducing CO2 emissions and pollutants and collisions and congestion. And that's the same in Stockholm, Gothenburg, Milan, Singapore. Are you aware of that information?
Yeah, and again, I'm not here to question the benefits of congestion pricing. And, certainly downtown has benefited from having an embarrassment of riches in transit service. But again, we have to ensure that access to downtown by all modes of transportation is there. And I would argue that there is a fee structure already in place that is a disincentive for people to drive into the downtown with those options. So I'm not here to question the report or the data, expressing concerns about the health of the downtown business community and its ability to survive over the course of the next few years. And with this hanging over the quote unquote, the heads of the businesses and making decisions based on uncertainty about how it's actually going to be applied.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand that because there's no plan here. There's no detailed plan. That's to be worked out in collaboration with the businesses, with the people, with the region. Actually, the report states quite clearly that there's no proposed work plan. It's only just a goal to develop one in collaboration with all of those agencies. So. The second question I wanted to ask was around the Mobility Pricing Independent Commission, and I'm assuming that you probably did take part in that. But do you remember the conclusion, which stated that the most effective component would be actually to start with a downtown cordon scenario, that it's to start there and then move out where, because there isn't transit for most of the region, so it's hard to charge.
Just 15 seconds.
I guess my response to that is that I think you can roll out a regional approach to this, and you can charge a nominal fee elsewhere that doesn't have sufficient transit service. And I think what that does is it creates more of a level playing field. And certainly I don't think you would find our organization opposing a regional approach and potentially having a much different fee for the downtown because we have better transit service.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Gauthier, for calling in. A couple of quick questions. Just with respect to the regional approach that's been canvassed, at the I guess at the end of the day, from your perspective, if council were to direct staff to engage in more fulsome engagement on this, from your perspective, would it be about engaging around a regional framework, not engaging around a city of Vancouver only framework? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It would be about.
Yes. I think that in the year and a half or whatever the time frame might be, why not seek cooperation amongst the regional partners and do it at the Metro Vancouver level, at the bureaucratic level, to see how it can work, and with TransLink, and come up with something that could garner the support of the leadership of the elected officials.
Okay. And I guess the second question to that is just in terms of when I'm processing this, is that from your perspective, would it be critical that that in adopting a regional approach, it's not about, okay, Vancouver goes first, but that there's a unified approach in terms of timelines and also consideration for public transit in that?
Yes, because again, I think that, as you know, investment and people are capable of moving around the region relatively easily. And that's the concern that we have. Again, we're compounding this with other factors that are currently in play. Work from home, the ability for companies perhaps to disperse their operations throughout the region to get closer to where their employees work and where rents are cheaper. And I just think that there are so many factors here at play without knowing how they'll all play out, that I think that the signal from the city has to be, as you propose. We're trying to find a regional approach and a coordinated approach to this issue. And we're going to deal with congestion throughout the region. And yes, it might look a little different in Vancouver in terms of what that fee may be. Mm-hmm. But again, we're being asked to support something where we have no details, which I think is ludicrous. It's creating uncertainty in the business community.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. I think that's my time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Gauthier. Nice to hear your voice. I just want to preface by saying that I think that one thing that we can sort of agree on, and I think recognize, is that that the work that has to be done on this needs to be hand in hand with the business community, and recognizing that mobility pricing for the downtown will be all but useless if there's no downtown to attract people. So I think that I just want to sort of upfront offer a tacit endorsement of the fact that robust consultation and work with the BIAs and the businesses needs to happen in order for this to work. I want to just
and I appreciate
shift
that. Thank you.
And just giving that commitment that I think that's something you can expect from us, and we take your comments seriously. I want to shift a little bit to the idea of parking, though, and I was actually talking to a transportation futurist about this issue and about congestion pricing and why she informed me it is necessary for the future as and I'm going to read something from your own research work on the reimagining downtown that suggests with autonomous vehicles and mobility as a service on the horizon, private single occupancy vehicles will soon go the way of the dinosaur. And my friend this morning extrapolated that to also conclude that, in fact, parking revenues are going to be going the way of the dinosaur because we'll someday soon have Ubers that will just be driving around, picking us up, taking us where we need to go by robot. And there won't be a need for parking. And that we, collectively are going to have to start looking at a transition to a different funding model, i.e., some kind of road use charge, rather than just relying on the significant revenues we generate from parking. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that as you have contemplated reimagining downtown.
Yeah, and thank you for quoting our document. I guess that I would just say I don't know what that timeline is, right? I mean, we're dealing with the here and now, and we're dealing with something that will probably come into play when people are still using primarily their own private automobiles, and hopefully to a lesser extent. We have seen a sharp increase in people using other modes of transportation because of some of the moves that the city has done over the course of the last 10, 15 years. And we've supported those, bike lanes and some of the other items I mentioned at the beginning. But I'm not, I don't claim to be a futurist, and I don't know what that timeline is going to look like. And frankly, we're focused on the next 1 or 2 years as an association in terms of how we're going to, survive and thrive potentially after the pandemic.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
That's it for questions for you, Mr. Gauthier. Thanks as always for your contribution. Council,
Okay, thank you.
we are on speaker number 41, but I'm going to propose we have a 10-minute break. It's 8:20 now, that we come back at 8:30 to reconvene, and the next speaker is 41 Arden Henley. So I'm just going to take a brief pause, Council, and we'll come back at 8:30. Thanks. speaker number 41, Arden Henley. Clerks, do you think we have Arden Henley on the line?
Moderator, do we have the speaker on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Thanks for calling in tonight. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Vancouver City Councillors. My name is Arden Henley. I am a resident of Vancouver and the board chair of Vancouver's Green Technology Education Center, or GTEC, as we refer to it. And thank you for this exercise in participatory democracy and the extensive community consultation that preceded it. GTEC urges councillors to vote for the Climate Emergency Action Plan and fund it without delay. The plan is a further step toward making Vancouver's climate plan a reality. I'm going to speak to 3 issues: lessons learned from COVID, electrifying transportation, and a vision of the world we need to create. Quite simply, the COVID crisis has taught us the costs of delay and the benefits of concerted government action. About transportation, the plan does focus on electrifying transportation. That's a good thing. But technology has much more in store. And we talked a little bit about that with the previous speaker. AI-mediated autonomous electric vehicles are on the way. 44 major companies, from Samsung to Volvo, are heavily investing in autonomous vehicles. Let's say by 2030, and this is a conservative estimate, autonomous vehicles will be widely in use. At the present, cars are parked 96% of the time. Autonomous vehicles are seldom idle. So, with the integration of autonomous electric vehicles, a huge amount of property, the over 25% of space in cities now taken up for parking, comes available for uses such as affordable housing and vertical gardening. Car sharing, such as Evo and Moto, and non-automotive vehicles such as electric scooters also have significant roles to play, and charging stations everywhere support this transition. There are so many other benefits: fewer accidents, injuries, and traffic deaths, not to speak of the time not having to drive makes available to people. Autonomous, electric, on demand, and no more fossil fuels from internal combustion engines. Finally, the vision. A key point in the journey to carbon neutrality is to have a vision where we are headed. And I think this pertains to the earlier conversation with the rabbi, how we can bring people along. We are not trying to throw civilization back to an idealized past, to undermine prosperity, or even create uncertainty. We are responding to a now immediate crisis, and with it the imperative to build a harmonious, just, resilient, and sustainable future. On a good day, I see the Vancouver of the future with many streets as community gardens, bike lanes and pedestrian walkways weaving their way through the city, a few automated electric vehicle corridors linking widely separated neighborhoods, an expanded SkyTrain system, food hubs in each neighborhood, packageless stores and cottage industries dotted throughout an increasingly treed urban landscape. Neighborhood houses and community centers are the focus of a reviving community feeling. And there is music, dance, poetry, and visual arts happening everywhere. Once again, the Green Technology Education Center urges councillors to vote for the CEAP and fund it without delay. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time this evening. Councillor Fry has questions for you. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah. Thanks, Speaker, and thanks for mentioning the autonomous vehicles. As you may have heard from my earlier questions of the president of the Downtown Vancouver BIA, I'm most curious around.
Sure, it's certainly a hugely powerful trend that's just around the corner.
Yeah, well, and to my point, so I'm not sure if you're aware that currently the city of Vancouver collects well in excess of 60, almost 70 million.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
The city of Vancouver currently collects about, well in excess of $60 million a year in parking revenues, and
yes,
and so the notion that that in fact one of the things that we have to start considering is how we transition away from our quote unquote addiction to parking revenues and find a new way to supplement that revenue. And I think where I'm curious about.
Absolutely. Yeah, and also, you know, the change in land use, as I mentioned, that's going to take place. These are major transitions that will need to be considered carefully, I think.
Yeah, and what is the timeline for? I'm sorry, I'm getting some cues that my volume is really low, and I apologize for that. What is the timeline, do you think, for rollout of autonomous vehicles in any kind of meaningful way?
Well, the people that I look at, for example, Tony Seba in New York, a futurist, you know, suggests that, you know, the technology is very close to being able to deliver reliable, safe vehicles, autonomous vehicles. And it's going to be, as I said, certainly a common use by 2030. I'm being conservative. He says in another 5 years, it's going to start really overtaking us.
Okay. I think that's, I appreciate that, because I think it's important to highlight that in and amongst this, we need to consider a transition and a significant transportation infrastructure transition that's coming soon. And
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks very much. I really appreciate you joining us for this conversation. Thanks.
My pleasure.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions for you. Really appreciate it. And we're going to move on to the next speaker.
You bet. Good night.
Who is Jacqueline Salome.
Hi there.
Hi. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So my name is Jacqueline Salome, and I'm speaking as an individual and a resident of Vancouver. And I'm here today to urge City Council to vote unanimously in favor of implementing and funding the plan. As we know, urgent action is required to meet the urgency and scale of the climate crisis that we're facing, and this plan sets us down the right path. The plan is bold, ambitious, and essential. It will definitely put Vancouver on the map as a world leader in climate action. And with adoption and implementation, I hope that Vancouver can be proud to be a place that inspires other cities around the world to take similar action. As a young 29-year-old woman, this is not just the kind of plan that I hope for, but the kind of plan that I expect to guide my future here in this city. I moved here for school initially, and Vancouver has been my home for 7 years now. It's a hard city to live in for sure, and many of us really struggle with affordability. Many people around my age wonder if it's worth staying here in Vancouver. But I know I speak for many young people when I say that this plan reinstates my faith that there may be a viable and exciting future here for me, for my generation, and for all of the diverse people who inspire me to stay here. This is the same message that you're hearing from many young people tonight representing women transforming cities, sustainability teams, and the many amazing teenagers who are coming to speak to you today. The costs of the plan are a necessary investment to secure all of our future. What I called in to support and emphasize today, though, is the plan's focus on equity and the importance of an equitable approach to the plan's implementation. I was so pleased to see the plan's recognition that sustainability and intersectional feminism are indivisible. We know that the climate crisis affects everyone, but that it does not impact everyone equally. Women, especially Black, Indigenous, and women of color, are disproportionately impacted by rising temperatures, more frequent and severe weather events, increased air pollution, and the related health and economic consequences of these things. We know that city urban and transportation planning policies have contributed to the continuing oppression of Indigenous people, racialized, low-income, and other impacted communities, and that this needs to be front of mind as the city moves to implementation, which is noted in the plan. We also need to consider how reducing reliance on private high-emission vehicles in Vancouver will require people to walk, ride, or catch transit. This is incredibly important, but it must be done with consideration given to the current barriers to accessing transit for women, including affordability, safety, availability, and accessibility concerns. As I assume most people are, I'm calling today from the traditional unceded and ancestral territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. I'm in full support of the city's commitment to work with these First Nations as partners in the plan's implementation in recognition of their longstanding climate leadership and natural resource stewardship expertise. I hope that they'll be fairly compensated for their contributions. I would be remiss not to mention the world in our pandemic right now. COVID-19 has brought incredible devastation around the world, but it has also brought great opportunity for all levels of government to chart a new path. This plan is a perfect example of how we can pursue a sustainable recovery, ensuring that the added costs of transition are shouldered by heavy polluting industries and the people that can actually afford it. The plan is also likely to create great green job opportunities in Vancouver, especially in building, retrofitting, public transit, renewable energy, and construction. These are all sectors in which women and people of color are currently largely underrepresented, and it's essential that the city ensure that the benefits of these new investments are shared with women, Indigenous, and racialized workers and immigrants, especially considering the massive loss of jobs during COVID. Again, I'm very pleased to see the equity and reconciliation considerations outlined in the plan and want to reiterate how important it is for climate equity work to progress in step with the overall implementation. Due to the urgency of the climate crisis, we can't wait for equity perspectives to be included after the fact. In closing, I want to say that if there's been one silver lining of COVID-19, it's the way in which it has forced us to think and behave as a collective community. I don't just wear a mask for myself, but to try and protect the people around me. This is how we need to think and act in response to the climate crisis too. I hope that Council will take this great lesson to heart and unanimously supporting the plan, protecting and equitably empowering our residents today and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody on the queue to ask you questions, so I just thank you for calling in today. And we're going to move to speaker number 43 out of 73 council, and that is Mazdak Garo Benaves.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, I'm sorry I've butchered your last name. Apologies for that.
No worries. My name is Mazdak Arib Navaz. I'm a community organizer. I've done nonprofit work for the past 2 years on climate advocacy and fighting for just transition policies. I also fight for housing justice as a volunteer with the Vancouver Tenants Union. In the summer of 2019, I organized and facilitated Renters Demand a Green New Deal town hall at Carnegie Community Center with over 50 attendees looking to develop just transition policies and principles for renters, and I'm happy to take questions on that. I support bold, transformative climate action that centers frontline groups with equitable and just policies. Renters are one such vulnerable group, and we need anti-displacement, anti-gentrification policies for protection. I've spoken at council before about my concerns of developers and corporate landlords weaponizing the language of climate action for profit-making goals. So with all of that said, I'm calling in with several concerns and questions. 1, rental buildings and non-market housing will not be subject to carbon pollution limits, according to this report. The stated challenge is, quote, protecting this affordable building stock is a top priority, but currently the city lacks the necessary authorities to safeguard against profit-motivated evictions that occur to undertake minor or major renovations to the buildings, known as renovictions. My questions are, what about renters in single-family homes, secondary suites, and condos like myself without protections against renovictions? What would happen to them if these renovations were to continue? And what is the city's plan for renovictions? Why did the city staff not make any recommendations regarding dealing with this profit-motivated eviction problem, such as advocating for issues like vacancy control that directly address this problem? Why not go further? Number two, it's talked about in the report that there's a complexity of and the scale of the issue facing rental apartments, that a task force will be created to deal with those questions of land use, affordability, security of tenure, vacancy rate, and et cetera. Will renters have a seat at this table, or will others decide what happens to our homes? Number three, one of the stated challenges in the report is that owners of market rental buildings, quote, have small profit margins. That BC Rental Tenancy Act limits landlords' ability to raise rents to pay for capital improvements, including energy efficiency. I understand that the report doesn't make any value judgments about this fact, but is it the case that the city staff are saying that that's a bad thing, that they want landlords to be able to increase rents further to pay for climate action, and that tenants should bear the cost? Are we going to have a situation where a municipal government is going to start lobbying provincial governments to allow increased additional rent increases to take climate action? If so, I think that is outrageous. And lastly, the report invokes multiple partnerships with Landlord BC as part of current and future climate actions being taken. This is a lobbyist group that has successfully advocated to the province for the continuation of evictions of thousands in the middle of a pandemic. Why do city staff feel it appropriate to provide a lobbyist group with partnerships and good PR around climate action when this group has and continues to advocate for outrageous policies in our city? In conclusion, will Vancouver's climate action be driven by a just transition that centers vulnerable groups like renters, that gives us anti-displacement, anti-gentrification protections, and makes sure housing justice goes hand in hand with environmental justice? Or will it center and greenwash profit-driven priorities of wealthy developers and corporate landlords? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Yeah, thanks for asking those questions. I can't answer them for you right now, but I will try and ask them to the staff at the end of the speaker's presentations and get some of those answers for you. So just wanted to thank you for asking them, and I'll see what kind of answers we can get.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions. Really appreciate you phoning in this evening. I am going to speaker number 44 of 73, Armand Madagai.
Yep. Hello there. Can you hear me?
Thanks. Yes, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you and good evening, Mayor and the Council. My name is Armand Matavi. I am the CEO of a local company called Lambda Science. And tonight I'm talking to you to express our support for the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We see this as a very big and important movement to direct the bigger market in the right direction. My company's journey started 3 years ago when I was a building energy efficiency consultant, and I was seeing the struggle of the home builders, the small home builders, with the new energy efficiency laws. And it was not because these laws were unfair or they were hard to achieve. It was just because there were not enough tools nor streamlined processes in the market to help them achieve these requirements. And I see the same thing with the Climate Emergency Action Plan, that maybe these actions seem to be ahead of the time, but we have to agree that these are not radical. These are the necessity that need to happen. And other jurisdictions in the world are also going to come up with the realization that they are the necessity. So if the city of Vancouver is going to be the leader, they are going to create a mature market for innovative companies like us to come in and start creating innovative solutions. And when there comes a time that there are other potentials for it, these local products can be exported. It was the same case for the BC Energy Step Code. The company that I founded has a product called the StepVin. StepVin is right now championed and used for all of the builders in 5 municipalities across British Columbia, Kelowna, Kamloops, Penticton, Port Moody, and New Westminster. And we're also hoping that at some point in the future, the city of Vancouver is also going to be one of them. But in the meantime, we are getting a lot of attention from the jurisdictions outside of our small region, because they are waking up to the fact that the buildings need to be upgraded and that time is coming for new tools and technologies to come in. So we are seeing that opportunity for export. I think what the city has in front of it right now is an inspiration for other jurisdictions, and also the necessary actions that we need to really take to ensure that our buildings are built properly. I think I heard earlier some concerns about affordability, but I don't really think this is a related issue, because affordability is completely coming from a speculative standpoint of the market when it comes to housing. What we have seen in the market that better homes do not necessarily cost more. Better homes do not necessarily are not necessarily harder to build. There just needs to be enough demand or requirements in the market to really enable them. Thank you very much to listening to it. I have only 2 hopes. That first, there is going to be a lot of monitoring in the way that the actions are progressing. And the second one is that there is enough information sharing via the city with other jurisdictions outside of the city's region in Metro Vancouver and beyond, that creates a bigger market for innovation to really occur in them. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There are no questions from council for you, so we're going to move to the next speaker. Thank you. Speaker 45 is Julia McIsaac.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stewart, and good evening, City Councilors. My name's Julia McIsaac. Pardon?
Hi there. Just saying, go ahead.
Okay. My name's Julia McIsaac, and I'm a physician, and I live and work here in Vancouver. And I'm calling on City Council to pass the Climate Emergency Action Plan in full and without any delays. And I really support this plan from 3 different perspectives. As an addiction medicine specialist at St. Paul's Hospital and internal medicine physician, and as an environmental health advocate, and thirdly, as a community member and a mother. So firstly, as an environmental health advocate, I really want this plan passed. During my medical training, I did a 1-year environmental medicine fellowship at the University of California in San Francisco. And I worked at the Natural Resources Defense Council, the NRDC, as well as the California Department of Public Health. And during that training, I learned how smart policy changes can improve not just human health, but the environment as well. And I think this plan is an amazing example of this kind of policy. And I think that the changes that are proposed are really urgently needed in our communities. So secondly, as a physician in my practice, I see a lot of patients with metabolic diseases, fatty liver, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease. And in speaking with my patients about lifestyle changes to help control and prevent these diseases, I'll often talk to patients who only have time to walk 10 minutes per day in total. And often this is because their life has been shaped so much by car culture. So, creating a city environment that's conducive to walking, biking, and public transit, which also increases physical activity levels, these will have a big impact for my patients and for all of our communities. So we know that the science is clear. Health and the built environment are inextricably linked, and walkable neighborhoods are going to promote increased physical activity, decrease rates of these metabolic diseases, and save on healthcare expenditures. And then, of course, decreasing carbon emissions and creating healthier and more resilient communities. And then, so lastly, as a mother and a community member, I really want this plan passed for my kids and for all generations to come. So as a mom, I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 14-year-old son. and I see the effects of climate anxiety in them and in their school communities. And, you know, these kids are just so aware of the troubled times that lay ahead for them if we don't do something now. So beyond sort of all of the scientifically proven benefits of the plan and passing this plan, passing will also provide so much needed hope for youth because they'll see today's leaders taking action, positive action in really concrete ways. And then, you know, talking to my community members about the plan, you know, I can tell you that talking to people about the plan and sort of after they hear about it and understand it, you know, people are ready to make the sacrifices that are needed to make this vision a reality. You know, people are ready for the parking permits and ready for tolls when they know sort of the bigger picture and see the vision. So, you know, while not always convenient, we know these are a small price to pay to help to ensure a livable future for our children and subsequent generations. So City Council, I call on you, and my patients call on you, and my children call on you to pass the Climate Emergency Action Plan.
Thanks so much. You do have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Actually, I just would like you to, I'm very, very interested in your support around walkable, complete communities. And I would just encourage you, if you could possibly reach out to me and council in general. This is a theme that we're pursuing with the Vancouver plan over the fall. And I'd love to have more of your insight around that as a physician. So if you could do that, that would be great. I love your reference to
Yeah, I'd
NRDC.
be
I haven't
happy
heard
to.
NRDC mentioned in a long time, who I worked with very closely for a number of years with Bobby Kennedy and Liz Barrett Brown. So anyway, love
Oh, yeah.
to get your input on the walkable complete communities.
Yeah, I'll definitely reach out and look forward to working with you further on that.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. That's it for questions, and we're going to move to the next speaker. We've got Peter Ladner, number 46.
Hello, Council, and thank you for listening to me and all these other people tonight. I know what it's like. Gets to be a long evening. I'm speaking to you as a private citizen, and I wanted to cheer on this plan. I'm almost fully in support of it, but I had a few comments that I wanted to bring to your attention. One of them is I'm a very strong supporter of all your active transportation incentives and investments to reduce fossil fuel subsidies and increase other mobility options. And could you please make the Beats Avenue cycle route permanent, because it's become the busiest bike route in the city, maybe in North America. And to me, and I think a lot of other people, it's an example of what a small, bold investment can do without a lot of multi-million-dollar fees and regulations. And I was going to go on about something that the previous speaker already talked about, the changes in technology. So I'm not going to go through all that again. You just heard it. But just to highlight that the days of many of us owning an internal combustion powered vehicle that's stored 95% of the time are rapidly coming to an end. And that in itself, with the arrival of automated shared autonomous shared electric vehicles, will deliver a lot of the GHG emissions, quieter city, improved air quality, and lower noise levels and things that you want so badly in this plan. So great work with all the EV charging incentives and infrastructure that's going to come out of this plan. But of course, as has been pointed out, and I would just reiterate, it will reduce demand for parking. So any of the fees that you're counting on from parking are not going to be around for very long. And I wanted to say something about transportation pricing or mobility pricing. It has to happen. I've long been an advocate for getting going on this in the Lower Mainland because we know it's the only proven way to permanently reduce congestion. And with gas taxes on their way out, as you know, and parking fees about to shrink dramatically, and automated vehicle traffic likely to explode with all the new users and uses, we're going to have to be pricing road use to keep the roads clear and moving. But I really don't think it makes sense to have a Vancouver-only transport pricing program. It has to be regional, as other people have said to you. Because when I read the report and it said that the big payback from this, and I'm very wary of the need to be aware of the finances on all this, given your precarious, well, maybe even disastrous financial situation right now. If the big paybacks are coming from reducing congestion, those paybacks in this region are way bigger on the North Shore, south of the Fraser, and along Highway 1, not in the city of Vancouver. And with fewer people actually coming in and out of the city with the pandemic-induced changes in the way we work, I really think it may be already an outdated and outmoded solution to mobility pricing. So it's got to happen, but it has to happen everywhere. It has to be done regionally. Remember the lesson that we should learn from the former tolling of the Port Mann and Golden Ears bridges. That was the tolls that were removed in what a lot of people said was a very disastrous move of public policy, but it was in fact a way to be addressing the fairness of why should some road users pay a toll and not others. So I think this has got to be region-wide, and it's got to be for everybody. And finally, I'd just like to say that I'm impressed that you're starting to think about ending free parking by putting a price on all the so-called free parking in the city. And I would just like to point out that it just begins to address the possibilities of claiming those streets for other uses and putting a price on those cities if people want to store their cars on them. And a lot of revenue is possible from the reuse of those streets. Even now, there's a lot of unused road space that could be used to create revenue in this financial emergency that you're part of. So do the thing, do the plan. I'm cheering you on, but I'm very hesitant about this particular approach to mobility pricing. It's got to be done right, because if it gets fumbled on the first attempt, you could drive the implementation of it back way too long, and it could be way too long in the future before it finally arrives. And we need it sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Questions from Councillor Carr and Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Carr, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for being here. That's great. And just a couple of questions. I am actually am looking at the Clouds of Change report here. I've got a page in my hand that talks about recommendation 13, road pricing and transit improvements. So the purpose to study a road pricing system to fund public transit, provide transit passes for all university students, and use the revenues from those programs to improve transit service, and it's got other details. Now, the time that and you were around then, so at the time this was done, was there a sense about regional approach or having Vancouver take the lead on this?
Well, I think that plan was so far ahead of its time that most of its recommendations were ignored. Except now they're all coming into view as being very prescient and important. But we've all been involved, or you and I and others have been involved with watching the TransLink instigated, or the Mayor's Council instigated study, and it's very, very clear that you cannot just jam transit, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it mobility pricing on people or regions without a lot of pre-work and bringing people along. And I was very attuned to Charles Gauthier's comments. Bring us in. We're on the record for supporting it, he says, but you've got to bring us along and help us shape it and make sure that it's going to work for everybody.
I totally agree about working collaboratively and helping shape it. This report, as you know by reading it, does not have the details. The details are to come with that collaborative approach. I'm wondering, Peter, if you were involved in the Mobility Pricing Independent Commission and support their outcome, which says that a downtown cordon scenario as part of a regional congestion pricing concept would be the most effective component, i.e. as a starting point.
Yeah, I heard you bring that up earlier, and I get that point, but they did have a number of scenarios for different ways to do it. I suspect they might have recommended that just because they may have thought, well, Vancouver maybe could have the political courage to jump in and get going on this. But I think the world has changed. It's changing as we watch, and I don't think that we are part of a hub and spoke regional economy anymore, and may never be. And I think that in itself outdates that recommendation.
Except I was part of that whole process, and it's all about alternative transit in areas. That's pretty key.
Just at the 3 minutes. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Mr. Ladder. Thanks for being here. And also thanks for your past service as a city councillor. I know you know what these meetings are like. I have a question. I want to pick up on your comment when you said that the model may already be outdated, and then you sort of went on to speak around behaving patterns. And I wonder if you can sort of expand a bit further on that. And I sort of sense you're going with that in terms of us potentially looking at more distributed, complete communities in their own right, with those spreading out as opposed to the traditional kind of downtown core. That's sort of what I was inferring, but I'd love to hear you expand on that.
I'm sorry, I'm having real trouble hearing you. You have to say that again. You wanted to talk about the regional centers and are they important?
Yeah, no, it was your comment when you said that the model may already be outdated, and I think you were responding to COVID with less people going in and out of the downtown core, for example. Yeah. And you were speaking about sort of the idea, I think, of complete communities, and I wondered if you could comment in terms of you see sort of the centers being more distributed, and that's why you think a regional approach would make sense.
You just said it. That's exactly it. And the regional plan has long called for regional centers connected by transit. And it's been said, of course, I'm sure you've heard it, that we're not a hub and spoke kind of community where the region that is. We're more like pickup sticks, just people going all over the place, and there's people going from one regional center to another. They're not all coming in and out of downtown Vancouver. So I think, and especially now. So I just think it's not the best way to go. And even if it is, it can't be just pulled out of the sky and landed on your lap. It has to be worked through with the people who are going to pay that money and all the implications examined and get people to buy in and realize. And as Councillor Carr said, be aware and plan and be committed to the trade and to the alternatives that have to be there to provide something for people who don't want to pay that fee, the different transit options and active transportation and so on.
Okay, so you see transit investment being critical along with this? Yes?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and do you have a comment that this model, if as it's presented with Vancouver doing it first or independently of and not having a regional model, means that the money wouldn't be going into transit directly or specifically?
Well, I don't know. I don't think your plan's fleshed out enough to say where the money would go, even how much it would be. But transit, I don't need to tell you, is screaming for money. And any pretense of being a green city without finding a way to finance transit is not going to work. So
thank you, Mr. Ladden. I really appreciate your comments and your time.
Sure.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions for you. Thanks again for coming in and, of course, for all your service to the city. We have speaker number 47, Linda Thayer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak from these unceded territories of the Coast Salish people in support of the Climate Emergency Action Plan proposal brought to Council for approval. My name is Linda Thayer, and I'm a family physician living in Vancouver and working at Simon Fraser University's Health and Counselling Services Clinic. Every day in our clinic, I see our young university students, our next generation of physicians like me and counselors like you, functioning below their capacity due to mental health problems. They can't concentrate, they don't have energy for the tasks at hand, and they can't sleep. They are a reflection of the increasing mental health issues in our youth on a larger scale beyond SFU, where we are seeing increasing numbers of anxiety, depression, and suicidality. And while some of their mental health issues may be related to other stresses in their life, increasingly we are seeing mental health issues related to climate change. The science about climate change is no longer debatable, and these young, intelligent adults know it Many are well aware of the recommendations in the 2018 IPCC report that we must make a major shift in our society within the next 10 years if we're to avoid catastrophic and unmitigable consequences of climate change. And these young people are seeing the signs of this impending crisis for themselves in the yearly, once-in-a-century spring floods and the unprecedented wildfire seasons year after year. Those affected directly by severe climate events such as wildfires and floods in their communities are suffering in increasing numbers from PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Those who haven't yet experienced these events themselves, but are reading about them and anticipating such an event, are experiencing similar symptoms in what is now called pre-traumatic stress disorder. This may be defined as the condition in which a person experiences symptoms of trauma as they learn more about the future as it pertains to climate change and watch the world around them not making necessary precautions. The youth and young adults of today are smart, informed, and knowledgeable, and many are willing and prepared to make the changes needed in our society in order to have a better long-term future. But they are seeing grossly inadequate action from most levels of government. And good government leadership on all levels on this critical issue is the example we need to be setting for development of a resilient future generation. They are feeling powerless and hopeless, anxious and depressed. Some are even questioning the value of putting so much time, energy, and money into a university degree if it will all be for nothing. And we need to be giving them hope. We need to be showing them that we, the generation of current decision makers, in part responsible for this crisis, are taking action. We need to be giving them the hope that they have a future that is worth planning for and investing their time and energy in. This Climate Emergency Action Plan does just that. It will give us cleaner air, less pollution, and citizens who are physically and mentally healthier. It is the aggressive action plan that many are craving. It's the antidote to pre-traumatic stress disorder. As the physician of these students, I recognize that I am a person of considerable privilege in our society, and that I myself am contributing to the climate crisis. And as such, I'm ready to make the sacrifices and to take on a fair share of the inconveniences and the costs needed to adapt to a new plan. I applaud the planning done through the social equity lens to mitigate the impact of these changes on the more vulnerable, some of whom are these students. So I ask you all to please give our young adults, our leaders of tomorrow, the future they need and the future we owe them. Please support the Climate Emergency Action Plan as proposed and without delay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, so just wanted to thank you so much for calling in this evening, and I'm going to move to speaker number 40.
Mr. Mayor, a point of privilege, it's Councillor Bly.
Yes, Councillor Bly.
I'm having a really difficult time hearing callers, and I'm just checking before I dive in with IT. Is it just me? That last caller sounded like they were underwater.
And we checked with IT on that last caller, and that was from the caller's line, probably a difficulty with their phone. So I have been in contact with the clerk all night, trying to, some callers are better heard than others, and so we're doing our best, and we'll just keep checking the system. But tonight it's been mainly bad lines from callers that's caused us difficulties. Okay, thanks so much.
Appreciate the update. Thank you.
No problem. We have Andrew Larajakis on the line next.
Hello.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi.
can. If you just speak directly into your
good.
mouthpiece, that'd be helpful. And up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you to Council for this opportunity to speak, and to you and city staff for the leadership on climate issues. My name is Andrew Laragakis. I was born in Vancouver, and I'm a long-term resident here. 3 generations of my family live in the city. I'm a registered architect and principal of an architectural firm. I am the current chair of the Chinatown Historic Area Planning Committee as the Architectural Institute representative to the City of Vancouver. As well, I am the founder and director of the climate justice nonprofit 350 Vancouver. 350 Vancouver has submitted support for the Climate Action Plan by written submission. I am speaking in support of the recommendations today as an architect and on behalf of myself. I have been conscious of climate science and the emerging climate crisis for the last 30 years. I've been involved in green building for the last 20 years and reluctantly engaged as a climate activist for the last 6 years. Because global communities have not acted responsibly to curb emissions in a timely manner, we are now in a climate emergency. The recommendations in the Climate Emergency Action Plan are both bold and will be effective in reducing greenhouse gas emissions if implemented. I applaud to staff for applying an equity lens to the proposed measures and agree that those who can afford to should pay more. The city report shows that 54% of Vancouver's carbon pollution comes from natural gas use in buildings, while 39% comes from gas and diesel in vehicles. Speaking as an architect, I can say that reducing emissions from buildings by limiting the use of natural gas is a straightforward, relatively fast, and effective method. Because BC's primary source of electricity is from hydro, replacing gas with electricity will certainly have a big and direct impact on the city's emissions. Alternatives to natural gas heating, hot water, and cooking are readily available. While the initial cost of heat pumps for heating and hot water may currently be more expensive than gas boilers, their high efficiency means they use less fuel, and operational savings will compensate for additional initial cost. Heat pumps also provide cooling, which is helpful in the context of our warming world. Both standard electric and high-performance induction cookers are common alternatives to unhealthy gas cookers. The implementation of new regulations proposed in the Climate Emergency Action Plan will bring more of the heating options widely available in other countries to BC. They will also drive the development of skills. More product availability and more skilled trades will bring prices down. Government regulation and incentives need to come first. I urge Council to resist pressure from vested interests who wish to slow the pace of change to electrification and who are already calling for a watering down of measures. I also support the plan's introduction of measures to decrease embodied carbon in buildings. Embodied carbon represents a significant amount of a building's overall carbon footprint, and there are many ways to reduce it. As embodied carbon is a very location-specific, incorporating embodied carbon regulations within City of Vancouver regulations is highly appropriate. Generally speaking, change in the building industry, whether for seismic safety, water ingress, or environmental reasons, is largely brought about by changes to codes and regulations. These types of changes are absolutely vital if we are going to see emissions from buildings reduced. Many jurisdictions across North America and in other parts of the world already look to Vancouver for leadership and examples on how to tackle climate change. Our actions have a knock-on effect far beyond our city. The action plan represents a tremendous opportunity to effect change on a large scale. In summary, the city's equity-based Climate Emergency Action Plan will effectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions and provide leadership for other jurisdictions. I urge Council to support the plan as proposed and move quickly to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in this evening. There are no questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. Thank you again for participating. We have speaker number 49, Nicholas Lauga.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Just if you could speak just directly into your handset microphone, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nicholas Lauga. I'm in favor of this Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'm a renter and a small business owner in Vancouver. I don't work in the development industry. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, and I always vote. This is one of the most important things this council will vote on. It is critical that Vancouver leads the way and does not wait for other jurisdictions to take I'm very supportive of a citywide parking permit and road pricing. To be transparent, I own an internal combustion engine vehicle. I wish that the road tolls started earlier. I understand that the city wants to coincide the implementation with the SkyTrain extension, but the city could implement the road pricing for the downtown core first and then expand to the Broadway corridor when the SkyTrain expands. If the city waits 5 years, we risk creating an environment of 5 years of complaining about a future action. Those other cities' experiences with transportation pricing have had a negative perception before the implementation and a very positive perception of the transport pricing after implementation. Listening to Charles Gauthier earlier reminds me of similar sentiments that were expressed before the implementation in other cities, and implementation having a much more positive experience after the implementation. Please remember, no transportation pricing in other cities has been implemented regionally at first. They are always implemented in the core first and expanded outwards. It would be much better to implement the pricing scheme as soon as possible or in concert with the citywide parking permits. I implore Council to support a road pricing scheme that is large enough to change travel patterns. For example, if the city were to implement a $5 fee on someone who owns a $50,000 car, that would not be enough. Please look at pricing schemes similar to London or Singapore, where the fee is 25 Canadian dollars. A person who is wealthy enough to buy an expensive car needs an expensive toll. The city desperately needs this revenue. I would also implore Council to impose tolls on expensive older cars as well. I am also concerned with the city's ability to hit Big Move 1. Vancouver's housing, I'm also concerned with the city's ability to hit Big Move 1. Vancouver's housing plan is not supposed to be ready until 2024. This plan will not include zonings. For Vancouver to actually get shovels in the ground for Big Move 1, the following would need to happen. Consultations on the recommendations of the Vancouver plan, followed by policy changes, followed by land assembly, followed by rezoning applications, followed by open house consultations, followed by bylaw enactments, followed by development permit applications, followed by building permit applications, followed by construction. I have serious doubts that shovels will be in the ground by 2030, let alone actually hitting our Big Move 1 2030 goals. Delaying the rezoning of our single-family homes has a massive unintended consequences. By maintaining our exclusionary zoning, we are forcing those potential new people who we want to live there to live somewhere else with weaker climate regulations and poorer transportation options far away from the city. This exacerbates fiscal shortages because it forces all levels of governments to subsidize transportation for people who have to travel greater distances into the city. It encourages urban sprawl by having more construction in jurisdictions with weaker climate reduction rules. We must accelerate our actions so that we can actually meet our Big Move 1 goals. For every time we keep our exclusionary zoning, we are increasing the region's greenhouse gas emissions, increasing inequities, worsening housing affordability, worsening the fiscal environment for all levels of government. Our single-family homes have some of the highest greenhouse gas emissions per household. I recently had a conversation with a single-family home owner about him installing a natural gas heater. So I told him that the City of Vancouver was looking at new regulations to encourage electrical heat. He said that it does not matter. They would have to impose a 400% tax for me to go electrical. The cost differential is so great. After that conversation, I came to realize that the City of Vancouver will never get all those single-family home owners to rip out all those natural gas heaters. The easiest, most cost-effective, the most equitable, and the most green strategy to deal with this is to rezone those single-family homes. Now, I realize I may sound like I am complaining, but I do want you to pass the climate emergency response. I ask that you amend it so that transportation pricing can happen sooner and that we rezone our greenhouse gas emitting single-family homes sooner. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
Mayor Stewart, I think you're muted.
Yep, sorry about that. 50 and 51 have been withdrawn. Thanks again to the previous speaker for calling in. There are no questions. We're moving to speaker number 52, Emily Patterson.
Ah.
That's you.
Hello?
Hi, Emily Patterson.
Hi.
Hi,
My name
go
is
ahead.
Emily
Up to
Patterson.
5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emily Patterson, and I'm calling today to urge you to pass this motion tonight. I urge you to think of the future and how crucial this decision is you make for the future of young people and the future of this city. You have the chance to continue to shape Vancouver as a leader in urban climate policy by passing understanding the strengths
Oh,
of these
I just want to interrupt you for a second. You're very faint. If you could speak, perhaps if you're on a cell phone, if you could just move into a position where you're a little clearer, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Go
The
ahead.
opportunity to be a leader in climate policy in North America is the envy of others, is exciting, and provides great opportunity for the city going forward. I was lucky enough to be part of the outreach team for the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And one of the things I valued most in the engagement process was the interactions that I had with children. Their enthusiasm and hope for the future was infectious, and their interest in things like active transportation in walkable neighborhoods when learning that would mean biking to school with mom and dad and walking to school safely was extremely important to me and was amazing in the learning process of this program. Additionally, I would like to highlight the importance of equity in this plan. We have to think of the ways in which this plan disproportionately affects marginalized groups. And going forward without adequately addressing the issue of equity would be a mistake. The cost of doing nothing is far higher than the strong action now on all of these actions. We must do them all and not delay. I am deeply concerned about climate change and my future. Please vote to support this action plan today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. Just make sure I'm off the mute. I am. And that's there are no questions for you. So just wanted to thank you so much for participating. And we're going to go to speaker 53, Tom Green.
Hello, hello, Mayor Stewart, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening on the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly support this plan. And this action plan is based on careful analysis of the challenges the city faces to bring down its emissions and the policies that will allow the city to meet its climate goals. And it includes the necessary steps to respond to the climate emergency in the way it demands. I'd like to thank and congratulate city staff for the really thorough and rigorous analysis that fed into this action plan. And it really recognizes that taming the city emissions requires that we really focus on buildings and transportation as critical to success. Now, while I support the plan as a comprehensive package, I want to focus my comments on my support for one of the most powerful GHG mitigation tools for transportation, which is transportation pricing. I'm an ecological economist. I have a PhD from UBC, and as an ecological economist, I work on policy analysis, looking for solutions to bring us to the zero-emission future that climate science tells us is so urgently needed. Pricing is a powerful lever to affect behavior for tackling emissions, and it addresses the fact that while we are accustomed to roads as being free, they're in fact highly costly to build and maintain, and that each driver imposes costs on others by contributing to congestion and pollution. So in 2013, I spent a year in Stockholm for my postdoc, and I witnessed firsthand the benefits of transport pricing. And in my whole year there, I never heard anyone complain about transport pricing. They accepted it because it worked, but when it was first proposed, there was a lot of resistance. Stockholm's scheme worked because while transportation pricing created an incentive for drivers to switch to other modes or to reschedule trips, the city offered excellent public transit and active transportation alternatives. So I recognize that you as city councillors, you face a dilemma. The dilemma is that studies and existing schemes such as those in London, Stockholm, Gothenburg, Milan, consistently show that a well-designed transport pricing scheme will deliver benefits in reduced GHGs, mode shift, reduce congestion, freeing up road space, and generating funds that are going to be very critical for the city that can be used to support sustainable transportation initiatives. And I'm confident in many of those, like in Stockholm, who are skeptical now, will shift their views over time as they see the benefits and as businesses and residences adapt. And that's the reason why other cities like New York City are also looking to put transport pricing in place. It's just such a powerful tool. It was established, as you know, by the Mobility Pricing Independent Commission as critical for the region. And also want to refer to Shifting Gears, a report by SFU's John Axon, which identified road pricing as the most powerful lever available to the region for reducing emissions and distance traveled. So I recognize that the pandemic has hit the city really hard, traffic patterns have shifted, and downtown businesses are concerned about costs. However, the action plan does not contemplate transport pricing going into effect before 2025. And done right, it can actually increase the number of people visiting downtown, as has occurred in other cities. So it's also relevant to the challenges that Vancouver's will face in coming decades, as quite a number of speakers have spoken to the shift to more car sharing, ride hailing, autonomous vehicles. We need to ensure that GHG reductions result from those technologies instead of the rebound effects and more traffic that could occur because these technologies tend to reduce costs. So thank you again. I urge you to support the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much. You've got a question from Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, go ahead, up to 3 minutes. Might be on mute.
Sorry about that, just switching between screens.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks very much to the caller for speaking to us tonight. I just had a question around, you mentioned you're an environmental economist. I believe I had a little trouble hearing you. I just wonder if you can share, and I appreciate what I heard is that, you know, that transportation pricing or mobility pricing can be a very popular and powerful tool once implemented in a good way, in a way that benefits the city that it's serving. I just wonder how you would rate or gauge the importance of consultation in establishing mobility pricing as a tool for a city.
Yeah, for sure. I think successful implementation definitely requires working with a number of stakeholders, consulting with residents, businesses, and so on, and also at the same time investing in the alternatives that will accommodate that mode shift. And when I look at what the city has done in its report, I think it really recognizes that, and it seems to be following best practice in that. And another thing that's interesting about that is that the places where it succeeded, it has tended to start in a smaller area and then expand from there. So I think the city's on the right track.
Okay, and a follow-up question, I appreciate that, is what position do you think, what conditions do you think council ought to be considering when we look at mobility pricing in terms of, you know, cities that are often used as a comparison like London and Singapore, and we know that there's major differences between our population and those cities, but there's also extensive existing transportation networks that preceded the mobility pricing. And so from an economist perspective, what conditions should council be looking for when implementing mobility pricing?
Well, there are differences from different regions, but the same principles apply, that the price is going to affect behavior. And so as long as you have alternatives that people can turn to, and such as good public transit, active transportation, people shifting the timing, carpooling, you can be quite successful.
Right.
So,
okay, so just in my last few seconds, on a scale from 1 to 10, where would
10.
you gauge Vancouver? Yeah, well, it's just a number there. Where would you gauge Vancouver in terms of our readiness for mobility pricing?
I think staff have done a really excellent job at looking at this, and I think you're well on your way to success if you follow through with all the steps they contemplate.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insights on this, and especially the point about starting in a smaller area and then moving from there. One question, you talked about something to do with excellent transit alternatives. Are those are those excellent transit alternatives kind of a important base for where you start your mobility pricing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would, if you put transportation pricing in, you can put it in regions where there's less transit, but then that just creates complications for people in that they don't have alternatives, and so they're left with carpooling or shifting their time of use. So ideally, you do really want to have those transportation public transit networks, which you have in the downtown core. So I think the City of Vancouver is generally fairly well served, and in the next 5 years can also, as staff plan, address any shortcomings there.
Right. And you talked about how it starts in a smaller area and then moves out from there. Can you describe that process for me? How does it move out? Like, and what are the sort of prerequisites for it moving out?
Well, I think basically what you do is with starting in a smaller area and demonstrating success, then appetite in the larger region grows for it. And I guess my concern, I've heard some speakers say, well, we should wait till we do this on a Metro Vancouver-wide region. Well, I suspect that may never occur because especially that requires agreement from so many different parties.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate your taking the time to talk to us and to answering those questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
That's it for questions. Really appreciate you participating tonight. Thanks again. Council, we are at 9:38, and we're on speaker number 54, Mark Lee. Mark Lee, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Mark Lee. I'm a senior economist with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. And I've done extensive research on climate change policy and climate justice, and also wrote a report 2 years ago on mobility pricing and fairness issues in Metro Vancouver. I would like to speak in support of the plan. And I should also note that I provided some feedback on the climate justice elements of some of the draft materials that fed into the development of the plan. I really appreciate the draft plan's approach, including equity and climate justice, particularly, considering the impact on low-income households. And I also think that the framework around complete communities is essential to getting to the deep emission reductions that we need. And accompanied with this, we need major investments in transit, along with zero-emission vehicles and decarbonizing buildings. I also think the parking policies and increasing the pricing for parking around Vancouver are the right way to go. But I'd like to focus my remarks around mobility pricing, or as the report has called it, transport pricing. I think fundamentally this is the right conversation to be having. We simply can't increase the number of cars on the streets of Vancouver in proportion to the growth in population that we're going to be having. I think well-designed mobility pricing is definitely part of the solution to congestion in the region and overall automobile dependency. So as part of a series of actions around transportation to reduce demand and to reduce vehicle kilometers traveled. I think it's important to note that we already price transportation in a number of ways. In particular, for public transit. Someone traveling 2 zones in Metro Vancouver would pay $1,500 a year for their transit passes, $2,000 a year if they traveled 3 zones. I think for people who are driving cars, there's an illusion that they have free roads. Most of the costs associated with driving a private vehicle are private costs. The costs associated with buying a car, maintaining it, insuring it, and filling it up with gas. And only at that point is there some portion in the form of fuel taxes that goes towards supporting the overall transportation network. So driving is expensive, but not a whole lot goes back to the public sector. And there's drivers don't realize this, but their activities are actually subsidized in the same way that transit users are subsidized. So as fuel taxes go down, because we're going to be bringing more electric vehicles or other zero emission vehicles on the roads, we're going to need an alternative revenue source. So this can't be a choice about whether we price or not. It's about how we price and how we do that in a way that's fundamentally fair. I think there are three major equity issues you should be thinking about. One is the impact on low-income households, in particular those who are dependent on a vehicle for their work. A second equity issue is regional differences, that the impact of being in different parts of the region and how a pricing system could affect your decision making. And the third issue is fairness and equity with regard to different modes. So in addition to thinking about cars, thinking about transit, ride hailing, car sharing, and this sort of thing. So I think to me this highlights the need for major public transit investments alongside any mobility pricing regime. What we've seen in terms of evidence of the impact of mobility pricing is that it does work. It does fundamentally change the amount of traffic on the roads, and it does change behaviors, though not necessarily in a really black and white way. Some of the behavior change includes increased use of carpooling, in people combining trips so that instead of going to downtown 3 times, they'll go once and combine all of what they're going to do into one trip. And they may change the timing of their trip off of peak hours onto times when the pricing is less or not at all. The consequence for those who do pay is faster travel times, better road safety, and for all of us, health and environmental benefits. Finally, I'd like to point in terms of examples, London is often suggested for its congestion charge, but there's some really fundamental differences between Vancouver and London. I think Stockholm is really the one you want to look at. Stockholm is about a similar size to Metro Vancouver overall in terms of population, and it also has a lot of entry points in terms of water crossings that make it easy to create a cordon. And Stockholm's also interesting politically because they implemented a 6-month trial of mobility pricing, and then they put it to a referendum. And even though it was unpopular before the referendum, at the time of the referendum, it passed overwhelmingly. And so I think it can be a politically successful way to go, but it's important to have this conversation about how we collectively pay for all types of different forms of mobility and do that in a way that's consistent with our climate and other environmental objectives. So thank you very much for hearing from me tonight.
Thanks so much for calling in. I appreciate it. You do have questions, though. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for signing up to speak and sharing all of this with us. I'm curious because we've been talking in broad strokes about mobility pricing, if there are any examples you could share from Stockholm or elsewhere of how places have embedded some approaches to equity in their pricing in terms of how people with disabilities are impacted, how low-income residents are impacted, and more.
It's been a couple of years since I've looked in detail at those cases, but I think really what happens is that once you start thinking about designing a system, then there are all kinds of various exemptions and rules that you would make. So you might want to, for example, exempt commercial vehicles during peak hours because they're performing functions essential to the economy. In London, they have exempted ride-hailing services like Uber, which I don't actually think is a good idea. People with disabilities, it's easy to think about exemptions that could be made in those type of cases. So I think once you get down to the idea of a fine-grained system, then you're going to have to consider all of these things. I'm sure all of those circumstances will surface themselves in the Vancouver context. But it's also important to think about the opposite, that there are large portions of the population who don't have the luxury of driving a car because their income is low, because they have a disability, because they're too young, or because they're too old. So the equity aspects of mobility need to be thought much more broadly than just the narrow subset of folks who own cars.
That's a really helpful reminder and reframe of it. Thanks. Those are all of my questions for now.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. You have 3 minutes as well for questions.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Lee. We always appreciate your input on any of the topics that we are grappling with at Council. You stated that there were 3 equity issues. Your second was regional differences. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit more on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that one more because of the regional study that was done through TransLink a couple of years ago, and the idea that you could have a situation where, say, think about the Port Mann Bridge. If you had a household that lived in Surrey that was working in Port Coquitlam, they may actually be traveling a very small distance, but they may be facing the price of having to cross the cordon every day. Whereas someone who lived in Port Coquitlam, who was traveling into, Burnaby or even in Vancouver itself, might not have to pay any fee at all, even though they're traveling a much larger distance. So I think there's some fundamental issues that go with there. It's also related to the cost of housing, that the very high cost of housing in the central city means lower income households are increasingly forced to move further and further away, and they may have to move to places where they're put in a situation that's much more automobile dependent in terms of having decent mobility. So it's just a matter of thinking through all of those different dynamics about where people live and how they access transportation and where they're ultimately going. I think the idea of complete communities tries to square that circle, quite frankly, because we ultimately want people to live closer to where they work and access public services and play.
Okay. So I fully participated as a elected councillor in the work that went on through the Mobility Pricing Independent Commission several years ago, and I think that's what you were referring to in terms of the analysis. And what was raised there was the inequity in terms of access to transit. So being charged for mobility with a car when you didn't have a choice. What's your response to that?
Well, I think Vancouver, as a region and as a city, is behind on public transit. We're only slowly building out the public transit network, or rapid transit, anyways. With things like the UDC line, and now increasing the line out from Surrey to Langley. So there's a lot more that we should be doing in terms of building out really effective rapid transit around the region.
Does it make sense that areas with the most transit options would be the sort of test cases first?
Hard to say. I mean, it really depends on the details of the particular plan. So I think that's the next stage when the city's going to be looking at feasibility and various options of technology and implementation before you can get to
Thanks
those
so
kind
much.
of answers.
That's the 3 minutes. Thank you. Thanks very much. That's all the questions for you this evening. Appreciate you phoning in. Council, we have, according to the clerk, it is 10 to 10. We have 7 speakers left on the line, and we have enough probably to do one. So I could entertain. We'd have to be unanimous to go past 10 o'clock if we're going to extend. If not, we come back on, I believe, clerk, it's November 17th. We come back to finish hearing speakers and then to debate the decision.
Councillor Bly.
Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
I'm not sure if we touched on this last week and it was a similar scenario, but is it not true that we need only a majority to finish hearing from speakers and we need unanimous for debate and decision?
Sorry, it's 2/3. You're right. I've messed it up again, but you are correct. I think you corrected me last time too. So you got.
I know I'm like stuck on this now.
Thanks. Keep it up.
I'd like to move a motion that we continue and hear from the rest of the speakers, and then close the speakers list and defer debate and decision.
Okay, thanks. Do you have a seconder for that?
Second, Boyle.
Thanks very much. Okay, I'm going to do yeas and nays. All in favor of extending past 10 to finish hearing speakers, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, I'm going to have to move to a recorded vote for this. So clerks, if I can I do believe this is a debatable motion. I'm pretty sure. So if folks would like to speak to this, I have a queue here if anybody would like to speak to it. Otherwise, I'll just call the vote. Okay, I don't see anybody on the queue. So
Mayor Stewart?
yes.
It's Councillor DeGenova. I'm so sorry, but I can't put myself on the queue. So if you could just put me on the queue.
Sure.
But
Okay, go ahead.
I could say it under a point of privilege. I myself won't be able to stay and past 10 p.m. So I just wanted to note that. So that's why I had voted no, because I didn't think it was fair to commit other people to something I couldn't commit to myself. So I just wanted to state that. But I will watch any other speakers before we come back for debate and decision on the 17th. If that does continue, but I'd be interested to also ask questions if they were willing to come back. So thanks so much, and just wanted to note that.
Okay, thanks. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we'll call a vote on the extension. Clerks, I think we need to reset this vote. I won't mess with the buttons. Okay, there we go. So great. And we need Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Weeb, Councillor DeGenova, and Councillor Carr.
Vote assist, please.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Carr.
In favor.
Okay.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. Vote
yes.
in opposition for the reasons stated.
Carr.
But
okay.
We understand if it continues. Thanks.
And Mayor, I believe Councillor Weeb's not here.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Okay.
Point of information.
Yeah, we're just in the middle of a vote here, so let's finish that off. Councillor DeGenova, you wanted a vote assist in opposition?
Yes, please, for the reasons that I stated, just because I can't stay.
Yep, okay, and getting the clerks to do that. Okay, Council, the vote is in, and we have 4 opposed, but there are only 10 of us here. So, clerks, I think that fails. Is that right? Just trying to do my math. It's 2/3 of 10 is 6, 7.
Sorry, Mayor Stewart, it would be 7.
Right, so that has failed. I didn't read out the names in opposition. Perhaps the clerks can do that. So, Council, that's failed. And right, I have Councillor Kirby-Young, Hardwick, Swanson, and DeGenova in opposition. And so, Council, I am going to call this. We're not going to get through another speaker and questions, so I think we should just recess for this evening, and we'll come back to this item on November 17th starting at 3 p.m. Is there anything else, clerks, before I call for the recess?
Mayor Stewart, we should do the leave of absence for yourself for earlier for civic business.
Right. And okay. So yes, I guess we can do that one. I'm sorry, I turned my script off, so I don't have the script right in front.
Move the motion.
Thank you very much. It's just for the leave of absence I had earlier this evening.
I understand, Mr. Mayor, and we can stay till 10, so I just thought I'd try and be efficient. And
no, that's great.
Move
Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder for that one?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks very much, Council. And I'm sorry, clerks, I lost my script somewhere. So is there anything else that I need to do?
Mayor, that would be it. We would recess until November 17, Tuesday at 3 p.m.
Okay, great. So we'll call the motion to recess.
Move to recess, Councillor Bly.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Bly and Councillor Hardwick. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. Okay, thanks very much, Council. That has passed. We are in recess. thanks so much, everybody, for all your participation tonight. It has been a long day. It feels like a marathon day. So once again, so thanks, and I hope you all have a good evening and a great weekend. And thanks again to all the speakers for calling in, and clerks and staff for all their work. So good night.